everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Anime Collector starting with the Malevolent Shrine. Chapter 61 to 111, Chapter 61 Changes in Heaven and Earth. Perhaps it was that sense of duty deeply buried in her heart. Ichika, who had been helped to her room by the maid, fought through the haze of drunkenness and drowsiness. Through her blurred vision, she could barely make out the figures of Daiki and Mrs. Yukino Shida. Not seeing Haruno and Yukino made her feel relieved. At least she hadn't completely betrayed Nino and Miku's trust. "Miss Nakano, don't you need to rest?" Mrs. Yukino Shida asked in a gentle voice, elegantly brushing her sleeve. "I just came to check on Daiki-kun." Ichika's mind gradually cleared as the cold wind brushed past her. "Daiki-kun, where's your room?" "I want to wash my face first." "Oh, it's over there." Mrs. Yukino Shida's finger suddenly froze in place. She suddenly remembered that Haruno hadn't come out yet. If Ichika were to see her, it would inevitably affect Daiki. But her stiff gesture came too late. She hurriedly tried to remedy the situation. "Mr. Daiki's room hasn't been cleaned yet. Why doesn't Miss Nakano wash up in my room first? Once I have someone finish cleaning that side, you can." Before she could finish speaking, Ichika had already disappeared from sight. Beads of sweat appeared on her fair forehead. "Daiki-kun, couldn't you have stopped her?" The dignified Mrs. Yukino Shida complained with an uncharacteristically coquettish expression. "Didn't you already try to fix it?" Daiki's eyes glanced over as his fingertip lightly brushed past her lips. This action immediately made the woman avoid his gaze. She remembered how earlier, just after he came out glistening from inside Haruno, he forcibly pressed that huge thing against her throat, made to taste the flavor of her own daughter's fluids mixed with his. It wasn't until he was completely clean that he appreciatively caressed her face with a few pats. If others knew about this, she wouldn't be able to show her face. "What were you looking at earlier, Daiki-kun?" Mrs. Yukino Shida nervously changed the subject, eager to move past that matter. "Observing the evil spirits outside the Yukino Shida mansion. Does your family have any cursed objects that can suppress them?" he asked, turning his head. "Oh." Mrs. Yukino Shida thought for a moment, then continued, "You mean cursed spirits, right? We've acquired quite a few cursed objects that can suppress them. There's a special place in the shrine where we keep these things. If Daiki-kun is interested, I can take you there." As she finished speaking, heavy footsteps suddenly came from behind her. Ichika, her face flushed red, walked up to Mrs. Yukino Shida in disbelief. "Mrs. Yukino Shida, Daiki-kun should stay in my room for now," she said through gritted teeth, her anger brewing. Haruno's room cleaning skills were truly remarkable. No wonder this woman had tried to stop her from going to that room. It was all to pave the way for her daughter. When she had entered the room, she'd seen Haruno completely naked. Even with the lights off, the moonlight had clearly revealed her malicious intent. She had been waiting for Daiki to walk into her trap and lose control. If Ichika hadn't gone to check herself, Miku would have suffered another betrayal. Fortunately, he was still talking with Mrs. Yukino Shida about cursed objects and hadn't gone there yet. She wiped the sweat rolling down her cheeks, still shaken. These supposedly noble families were even more unscrupulous than she had imagined. Today they would have Haruno use her feminine charms, tomorrow it could be Yukino, and who knew who else the day after. She didn't dare to think about it. But now that she, Ichika, was here, she wouldn't let their schemes succeed. Looking at the girl's serious expression, Mrs. Yukino Shida was slightly taken aback. She wasn't sure if Ichika had held back or simply hadn't seen clearly. Come to think of it, with the lights off earlier, perhaps she hadn't noticed. Mrs. Yukino Shida let out a slow breath, relieved after her earlier fright. "If Daiki-kun doesn't mind, we have no objections," she said, covering her mouth as she laughed softly. As expected. Cut from the same cloth as Haruno. Ichika thought bitterly, seeing this woman's gentle laugh. After all, who wouldn't want to get involved with Haruno, that renowned beauty? Fortunately, Daiki probably didn't know she was in his room. "Daiki-kun." Ichika gazed at him pleadingly. If you're not uncomfortable with it, I don't mind. Of course not. Her determination made even Mrs. Yukinoshita glance at her. Would you like to go see the cursed objects? The mature woman shook her head subtly and offered. Sure, let's go. Daiki readily agreed. Then I'll head back to my room. Don't forget, Daiki-kun. Ichika waved her hand, not following them. After all, they were going to look at cursed objects, and there wasn't much point in her tagging along. Better not make him uncomfortable. Daiki-kun, what were you saying earlier about cursed? Evil spirits? Walking along the dark, empty path, Mrs. Yukinoshita asked. The evil spirits and cursed spirits outside are multiplying rapidly. I'm certain your family's cursed objects won't provide sufficient protection for much longer. Daiki stated with clear conviction. Just recently, he had sensed the energy in heaven and earth rising rapidly. The rate at which evil spirits were forming was increasing exponentially, far beyond what seemed natural. He didn't know where the problem had occurred, and he definitely wasn't the only one who could sense this issue. How can this be? Mrs. Yukinoshita covered her mouth in shock. I'm not sure exactly where the problem lies. However, I can help your family prepare some defenses. Consider it a reward for Madam's hard work. His words made the mature woman's face flush red. At the same time, she couldn't help but feel a surge of fear. As for whether what he said was true, Mrs. Yukinoshita had no doubts. With his abilities, he had no need to rely on deception. After a while, they arrived at a small shrine containing the artifacts collected over the years. Daiki's gaze swept over the various cursed objects collected by the Yukinoshita family. It met his expectations, using multiple cursed objects to dispel the cursed spirits outside the Yukinoshita family estate. Daiki raised his finger, and a bell charm fell into his palm. He channeled a strand of spiritual power that he had condensed while at the shrine into it. The exquisite gold and jade bell suddenly emanated a purple glow. The other cursed objects dimmed when they encountered this mysterious purple energy. Mrs. Yukinoshita stared at this miraculous sight. The spiritual power condensed through the art of breathing method is much stronger than ordinary cursed power. I wonder how spiritual power condensed through the yin-yang primordial method would compare. The thought flashed through Daiki's mind. Daiki-kun, is everything all right now? Mrs. Yukinoshita asked in a humble voice. The protection will last until this strand of spiritual power is depleted. How long will that be? About 3 months under normal conditions. However, if you provoke anything dangerous, the spiritual power will be consumed much faster. Mrs. Yukinoshita nodded thoughtfully. The limitation, Daiki explained, is that I can only condense a small amount of spiritual power. With more, I could infuse multiple strands into this bell charm. This power must be quite precious then. Is there anything I can do to help? Mrs. Yukinoshita asked, recognizing its value. Daiki nearly declined, but then considered that he hadn't yet tested the effects of the yin-yang primordial method. There is one rapid method, he said carefully, though it's rather unique. I would require Madam's personal assistance with the cultivation. T/N. If you want more chapters like this, check out my Patreon. Take a look at my other translations too, you might like them. For just $1 you can access all the extra content, descriptive images, and the smuts. This one has a lot, costs only $2. That's it and happy reading. https://www.patreon.com/mrblackwing. Chapter 62, Chapter 62 Why don't we give it a try? 1205 words. I see. One practice, or rotation, of the yin-yang primordial method produces one strand of spiritual power, far purer than what the art of breathing method yields. Daiki walked along the empty road, silently contemplating the technique. The cultivation speed of the dual cultivation was astounding. He knew he would never return to the other technique in this lifetime. Its cultivation speed was too slow, its spiritual power too impure. Or rather, the spiritual power refined by the yin-yang method possessed exceptional purity. A stream of inverted black and white spiritual power rose from Daiki's fingertips, shattering the energy between heaven and earth as it circulated. This yin-yang spiritual power could enhance other techniques, most notably the ghost hand and spirit-devouring talent. Until now, his ghost hand had inflicted damage primarily on the physical plane. In truth, it could strike both soul and physical planes simultaneously. Daiki had rarely displayed attacks on the soul plane, but with a strand of yin-yang spiritual power enhancing the ghost hand, it could directly capture souls. Combined with the close-range spirit-devouring talent, it could silently capture targets. The enhanced talent possessed even stronger absorption force. Best of all, the cultivation process required no effort whatsoever. There's also the primal fear, decay, which could be enhanced. The black and white spiritual power at his fingertips transformed into a gray stream, circling his fingertip as space itself decayed into nothingness. Daiki contained the decay aura, a smile tugging at his lips. Anyone caught off guard would likely be forced to their knees. Of course, he wasn't the only one pleased. Still in the small shrine, Mrs. Yukinoshita lay collapsed on the ground, gently wiping dark hair from her cheeks. Her jade-white face bore an indelible blush as her gaze shifted to the delicate bell dominating the scene. 9 strands of spiritual power emanating black and white light swirled gently inside the bell, suppressing all other cursed object powers. The weaker artifacts simply disintegrated into powder. Had she awakened spirit sight, she would have noticed the clear skies stretching thousands of miles around the Yukinoshita estate. Both fierce evil spirits and strange cursed spirits avoided this place entirely. Mrs. Yukinoshita lifted the hem of her kimono to wipe the water from the floor. Thank goodness Haruno isn't here, I wouldn't know how to explain. At my age, to actually be. She spat quietly twice, continuing to clean the floor carefully. The face reflected in the water puddle made her pause slightly. Did she somehow look more radiant and beautiful than before? Could it be her imagination? Mrs. Yukinoshita shook her head, thinking her mind must be unclear. How could doing that sort of thing make one younger? In the room, Ichika stared blankly at the ceiling. Wasn't Daiki-kun supposed to be viewing the cursed objects with Mrs. Yukinoshita? If he doesn't return soon, it'll be dawn. She knew she would have dark circles under her eyes tomorrow. The thought of Haruno rushing to Daiki's room made her angry. Perhaps she had miscalculated and he got straight there. Creak. The wooden door opened. Ichika sat up sharply. Daiki-kun, you're quite late. Did you miss your own room so much? Her resentful gaze fixed on his figure. As I said, I was viewing the cursed objects collection with Mrs. Yukinoshita. I'll prepare protective amulets for everyone in a few days. Daiki said unhurriedly, stretching. Eh? For us too? Ichika pointed at herself, surprised. Everyone gets one, and don't forget to bring one for Miku. Strange things might happen frequently in the coming days. Daiki sat on the edge of the bed while explaining, as Ichika inched closer. Her face flushed at his words. She knew exactly that his words were hinting about the lunchbox incident. I'm sorry. It was my fault for being greedy. Confronted with reality, she could only think about making amends with Miku. The room fell quiet in the night. Ichika suddenly asked, Daiki-kun, you and Nino. The abrupt topic made his mood tense. Never mind, let's not discuss this. She immediately regretted bringing it up, wanting to slap herself. How could she doubt Daiki? After all, he had always been respectful while dating Miku. Even when he was alone with her in her bedroom before, he hadn't been like other eager boys. He had simply spent a quiet hour with his girlfriend. The incident with Nino must have been her pervert sister's doing. When they stole the lunch, she and Itsuki had only cared about the taste. But Nino had enjoyed the act of stealing itself. Piecing together these clues, Ichika reached her conclusion. Though Daiki couldn't follow her thoughts, she continued, Daiki-kun, is it easy to be a jujitsu sorcerer? Easy. His direct response startled her. After recovering from her shock, she smiled wryly. Maybe it's just easy for you, Daiki-kun. Nino said the two sorcerers she met were grade 3, yet you're already special grade at the same age. How do sorcerers cultivate? Do you want to become a sorcerer? No, I'm just curious how you reached special grade at this age. Sharing a pillow with him, Ichika's heart pounded. She tried to distract herself with talk of sorcerers. Sorcerers, it completely depends on innate talent. Innate techniques determine about 80% of a sorcerer's strength. My situation is special, others can't copy it. Ichika pondered thoughtfully, then Daiki-kun's innate technique must be very strong, right? Even your casual moves can cut through trees. No, I actually haven't used my innate technique yet. Daiki's words left her shocked. Could his innate technique be weak? No need to apologize. My innate technique isn't weak, it's just special. A smile played at the corners of Daiki's mouth. Oh, can I know what it is? Ichika turned her face, her warm breath brushing his ear. He whispered 2 sentences to her. Hearing this, her face flushed crimson, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. Really? How can there be such an improper innate technique? Daiki-kun, are you just saying these things because you're interested in Big Sister? Ichika held back her embarrassment, fixing him with a pointed stare. Miku and the others were all fooled by your proper act. She turned away with a huff. Daiki offered no explanation, simply pulling up the covers to prepare for an embryonic breathing. His silence only made Ichika more restless. Daiki-kun, what you said was fake, right? Daiki-kun, if you admit it now, Big Sister won't tell Miku. Daiki-kun, could there really be that kind of innate technique? Daiki-kun, did you do that with Nino because Miku wouldn't, and you face danger every day, so you had no choice? Daiki-kun. 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 Her persistent chatter made one's scalp tingle. All these words condensed into one final question. Daiki-kun, why don't we give it a try? T/N, if you want more chapters like this, check out my Patreon. Take a look at my other translations too, you might like them. For just $1 you can access all the extra content, descriptive images, and the smuts. This one has a lot, costs only $2. That's it and happy reading. https://www.patreon.com/MrBlackwing. Chapter 63, Chapter 63 Everything I Do is for Miku. 1,237 words. Ripples stirred in the dead of night. The girl's abrupt words froze the atmosphere. No one had expected such a bold declaration. Ichika's eyes were firm, unwavering. She had chosen these words with deliberate care. Perhaps Daiki's exceptional status and abilities, his perfect aura, had blinded her to his flaws. Though she wasn't part of the jujitsu world, his technique seemed too absurd. If he was lying, Miku needed to know. While Ichika might not be the most reliable of the quintuplets, her concern for her sisters matched Nino's. She couldn't let Miku blindly enter a wrong relationship, especially after Nino had already fallen first. T/N, she wanted to test if his innate technique, possibly of becoming stronger through sex, was a real thing. If true, then the MC does it out of necessity, not for pleasure or because he's a playboy. Being an outsider to the jujitsu world left her with no way to verify his claims. So she chose to test him herself. Everything she did was for her sisters, she definitely wasn't trying to experience Nino's pleasure firsthand. Daiki opened his eyes with resignation. Don't talk when you're drunk, he said softly. Ichika wavered between drunkenness and sobriety. The banquet's alcohol had granted her extraordinary courage, though her concerns weren't entirely alcohol-induced. Big Sister isn't drunk. I'm completely clear-headed right now. Her narrowed eyes gleamed with unusual alertness. Her thoughts, though obsessive, fixated on exposing his true character. In her drive to test him, she hadn't considered what she'd do if he was honest. Her racing mind distilled everything to 2 simple thoughts. Everything I do is for Miku's future, and I must let Miku know, even if it means I haven't eaten her food for nothing. Excitement bloomed across Ichika's face. With trembling hands, she reached for his collar and buttons, her breath carrying the sharp scent of alcohol. Daiki's breath caught as his brows furrowed, moving to push away her delicate hands. Daiki-kun, don't move, just pretend I'm Miku. The mingled scent of her perfume and wine drifted toward him. Don't regret this. Ichika's soft hum lingered in the air. Then, with the fluid power of a dragon, he surged forward. As he activated the yin-yang primordial method, threads of magical power materialized. The misty night trembled once more with waves of shock. Host has collected Ichika Nakano. Reward, insight. The familiar mechanical voice chimed in as expected. Unfortunately, Daiki was too occupied to pay it any attention. Meanwhile, the usually peaceful bureau of Onmyo had descended into chaos. Who dared to initiate the Mount Tai Lord's festival without authorization? Don't they know it will trigger spiritual disasters everywhere? The head of the bureau roared, making his subordinate Onmyoji tremble in fear. T/N, Onmyoji equals yin-yang master. The approaching typhoon no. 18 was already giving them enough headaches, and now spiritual disasters were breaking out everywhere. We must contact the Jujitsu World, Magic Society, Public Safety Devil Hunter Department, and other forces to jointly suppress this disaster, suggested the elderly Onmyoji, clutching his paper fan. That's our only option. Let's hope it doesn't attract any extraordinary beings. The head of the bureau said, his face shrouded in shadows. Afterwards, the Bureau of Onmyo resumed its frantic activity. In the unknown sewers. A twisted cursed spirit laughed maniacally. So this is what Onmyoji are? This is much more interesting than jujitsu sorcerers. As those words faded, another stranger emerged from the corner of the sewer. Indeed, more interesting than jujitsu sorcerers, their techniques are meant to completely resurrect the dead. Hey, don't just stand there. I've found some like-minded friends for you. The strange jujitsu sorcerer with stitches on his forehead called out with a smile. Got it. The cursed spirit gradually morphed into human form. Following that strange figure, it stepped into completely unknown territory. In the misty night, everyone went about their duties. Until dawn broke. Ichika suddenly opened her eyes. Though her memories were hazy, her body's sensations couldn't lie. She had actually done such a thing. This was great. Not only had she eaten Miku's lunch for free, but she had also borrowed her boyfriend. Looking at Daiki, who had risen earlier, her heart sank. Daiki-kun, what should we do? Her voice trembled in the silence. Her bold declarations from the previous night had vanished. Her confused mind was blank, as if all thought had ceased. She shouldn't have let Haruno's words provoke her into this disaster. How could she face Nino and Miku now? I don't know. You told me to pretend you were Miku. His words triggered the memories of last night. Her face flushed as the embarrassing scenes flooded back. No, you were the one who first told me about that technique. She suddenly realized. I didn't lie to you, feel it for yourself. Daiki said softly. Ichika rose on unsteady legs. Despite the discomfort of her first time, the changes in her body were undeniable. First, her entire body felt lighter, as if renewed with vitality. Second, her skin had become firmer and fairer. The dark circles she'd expected were nowhere to be seen. Compared to Nino's face masks, this life technique's effects were remarkable. It not only enhanced physical qualities but also beautified. Which meant Daiki had told the truth all along. Ichika stood there, dumbfounded. Her emotions were a complex tangle of regret, guilt, pain, sadness, and disbelief, mixed with a hint of the same stolen pleasure and excitement as Nino. Is there a limit to this enhancement? She attempted to change the subject. No. Theoretically, there's no upper limit to growth. If done regularly, eternal youth is just the beginning. With time, you could even crush evil spirits and monsters with your bare hands. Daiki's words made her eyes widen. Both eternal youth and power enhancement were incredibly tempting. At the same time, she seemed to find a new purpose for herself. Daiki-kun, if you want to enhance your power in the future, come find me. Miku's personality is quite conservative, but the world is dangerous. As the eldest of the quintuplets, I need power to protect her and the others. And it would benefit you too, giving us both more security. Ichika said these words with a flushed face. She continued, I won't interfere with your relationship with Miku. Just pretend I don't exist, everyone can maintain their original relationships. Daiki looked her over for a moment, then nodded, if you don't mind. Ichika said nothing, silently beginning to dress. Mind? This was the necessary price she had to pay to protect Miku and the others. Plus, it would resolve any concerns about Daiki cheating, it was perfect. As long as she kept stealing him, no one else would have the chance. After some time, Mrs. Yukino Shida, having spent the entire morning reflecting on the previous day's events, especially her improper behavior, had arranged a sumptuous breakfast. She also organized vehicles to take Yukino, Daiki, and Ichika to Sobu-hai. T/N, if you want more chapters like this, check out my Patreon. Take a look at my other translations too, you might like them. For just $1 you can access all the extra content, descriptive images, and the smuts. This one has a lot, costs only $2. That's it and happy reading. https://www.patreon.com/MrBlackwing. Chapter 64, Chapter 64 Fumino's Confusion. 979 words. Ring ring. As the end-of-class bell rings, the classroom atmosphere gradually becomes lively. Ginkgo, sitting nearby, keeps glancing at Daiki. She seems eager to have a shogi match. Other classmates who notice this scene whisper among themselves. Did something happen between Daiki-kun and Ginkgo-san? She's been staring at him with that scary look all morning. Could it be that Daiki-kun led Ginkgo-san on and then dumped her? Haha, that's impossible. Daiki-kun is dating Miku from the other class, how would he have time for Ginkgo? Perhaps because he had shared lunch boxes with the class recently, Daiki's reputation and attention in class were rising steadily. Whenever someone glanced in his direction, they would notice the little girl beside him. Her awkward and reclusive personality made it difficult for Ginkgo to express her feelings. Thus, many mistakenly thought she strongly disliked Daiki. The whispers reached Fumino, Furuhashi, who had just woken up in front. Her eyes were teary. She had planned to study seriously but had fallen asleep during the lecture again. If this continues, her science grades would never improve. Collecting herself, she noticed the class discussion. She turned around and saw Ginkgo's intimidating gaze. Daiki-kun, did you offend Ginkgo-san? Fumino asked quietly. Hearing this, Daiki glanced sideways, and Ginkgo immediately withdrew her gaze, as if nothing had happened. No, Sora-san probably just wants to play shogi with me. Hearing this, the cute girl immediately tilted her head, as if seeking an opinion. Never mind, I just want to space out for now. Ginkgo showed a disappointed expression. She couldn't understand why Daiki, with such excellent shogi skills, had absolutely no interest in playing shogi, whether professionally or not. Just like those two other classmates, wasting their talents. Fumino and Rizu, Ogata, suddenly felt a chill. Daiki-kun, I heard you came to school in Yukino-san's luxury car today? Fumino's words immediately sparked interest from many. Ginkgo was startled at first, then seemed to realize something. Yeah. I went to the Yukino Shida residence on Sunday to discuss some matters. Daiki said casually. His modest response caught everyone's attention. After all, the Yukino Shida family was one of Chiba's most prestigious families. Being invited to their residence suggested considerable importance. Fumino and her classmates exchanged startled glances, wondering if Daiki had some hidden background. Never mind about me, I notice you have dark circles. Haven't been sleeping well? His words made Fumino touch her cheek self-consciously. Is it that noticeable? I even put on makeup. Maybe I'm just observant. Observant. A blush crept across Fumino's pretty face. How can a boy be so direct? Daiki-kun shouldn't say such things to other girls. It might cause misunderstandings. She puffed her cheeks in warning. Sorry, won't happen again. So what's troubling you? Daiki asked, puzzled. Fumino's face paled slightly as she leaned closer to whisper. Actually, I had this, well, I'm not sure if it was a nightmare. Last night while observing stars with my telescope, I noticed some spore-like things floating in the air. I didn't think much of it at first, but later I heard dogs barking and turned my telescope toward the sound. Her voice quivered as she continued. Then I saw something horrible. A dog's head split open into a mouth and devoured another dog alive. When I looked again, that street light was broken, but under another light, the dog appeared normal. I can't tell if I imagined it or if it was real. Her description reminded Daiki of parasites. I see why you look so tired. His calm response startled Fumino. Aren't you scared, Daiki-kun? If this nightmare became real, imagine your loved one's head suddenly splitting into bloody maws. Though he remained impassive, Ginkgo's expression turned grave. Before the shrine incident, she might have dismissed Fumino's fears. But now she knew there were inexplicable things in this world. She noticed keenly that Daiki hadn't denied the story, making her blood run cold. It is frightening. I'll make some protective charms when I can. Fumino laughed at this. Rolling her eyes, she said, I didn't know you were so talented, even making shrine charms. Make one for me, I'll be your first customer. As soon as she finished speaking, Ginkgo grabbed his sleeve. Daiki-kun, can you sell me 3? Fumino's breath caught as she stared at the cute girl in surprise. She'd only been joking about being his customer, she hadn't actually believed he could make charms. But Ginkgo's earnest response left her completely stunned. We'll see, making them requires spiritual power, which is hard to cultivate. Daiki's refusal caught Fumino off guard. Getting Ginkgo to start a conversation was something the boys in class could only dream of. By normal logic, shouldn't he jump at this chance to get closer to her? Unless he really could make charms? Fumino couldn't make sense of it. The attention Ginkgo showed him was unlike anything she'd seen before. The class bell rang. Daiki rested his chin on his hand, gazing toward the school's interior. In a corner of Sobu High stood an inconspicuous stone shrine. The seal on the cursed object within was rapidly dissolving. On the once peaceful campus, evil spirits were multiplying. I'll head to the rooftop at lunch to clean up. While there, I can enhance my soul foundation using the spirit-devouring talent. I should also prepare those protective charms for Nino and Miku sooner rather than later. Thankfully, through Mrs. Yukino Shida and Ichika's continued efforts, his refined spiritual power remained plentiful. T/N, if you want more chapters like this, check out my Patreon. Take a look at my other translations too, you might like them. For just $1 you can access all the extra content, descriptive images, and the smuts. This one has a lot, costs only $2. That's it and happy reading. https://www.patreon.com/MrBlackwing. Chapter 65, Chapter 65 The Shocked Miko Yatsuya. 1243 words. What in the world is happening? Why has the rate of evil spirit manifestation suddenly increased so much at Sobu High? The cursed object in the stone shrine looks like it's about to vanish into thin air. A trembling Miko Yatsuya was panicking internally. Within the range of her spirit sight, the light of the cursed object suppressing Sobu High's many evil spirits was crumbling away. In another day or two, it would likely dissipate completely. When that happened, the entire school might be haunted by terrifying evil spirits. For those who couldn't see them, it might not matter much. At worst, everyone would perish together when the spirits manifested. But Miko, who possessed the spirit sight, would be their first victim. The barrier emanating from Sobu High's cursed object suddenly began to ripple. Through the window, Miko spotted a grotesque long-haired female ghost entering the school grounds. "Can you see me? Can you see me? Can you see me?" The horrifically mangled female ghost, looking as if she had been run over by a large truck, questioned each passing student with her bloodied, grotesque face. Beads of sweat formed on Miko's forehead as she watched the long-haired ghost heading toward her position. Ever since awakening her spirit sight, her luck had been terrible. Terrifying spirits would often approach her directly, asking if she could see them. Though she had managed to escape each time by maintaining her composure, the feeling of hovering on the edge of death was indescribable. "No good, I need to find a chance to escape." Her gaze darted around her surroundings. Grabbing her best friend's hand, she said, "Hannah, come with me to the bathroom." But moving had been a mistake. As soon as she took a step, the long-haired ghost locked onto her. "No way." Miko's heart sank. She knew instantly this ghost was far more powerful than any spirit she had encountered before. Before the spirit even approached, an eerie stench hit them, a strong smell of blood mixed with rotting flesh. Even the usually composed Miko couldn't help but tremble violently as she grabbed Hannah's arm and ran towards the stone shrine. "Hey, Miko, weren't we going to the bathroom?" Hana Yurikawa asked in confusion while munching on bread, looking at her friend. They were supposed to go to the bathroom, why were they running towards the stone shrine? Before Miko could explain, the female ghost appeared instantly. "Can you see me?" The nauseating stench of decay made it hard for her to keep her eyes open. She had never encountered such a terrifying spirit before. "Ahahaha. We're just going to pray at the shrine for things to go smoothly." Miko forced an awkward laugh. Her legs trembled slightly, and her nose tingled oddly. A faint mist rose involuntarily from her eyes. Extreme fear made her feel warmth between her legs. She bit her lower lip, struggling to control her body's reactions. Hannah stood dumbfounded. It was her first time hearing about needing divine blessing before going to the bathroom. After carefully observing her friend's behavior, she had a revelation. So Miko was constipated. Too embarrassed to say it directly, she must be hinting at it indirectly. "No problem, let's go pray then." As her only best friend, Hannah had to step up. However, she still thought seeking divine blessing for this was rather unreliable. "Miko, are you sure you don't want to take medicine instead of seeking divine blessing?" she asked doubtfully while pulling on Miko's arm. "I'm sure, this deity is quite effective." Miko's whole body was rigid as she was pulled along. She could hear the female ghost's angry howls behind her. The cursed object's power was probably repelling this ghost spirit. "We're saved." Hope rose in her heart. Hannah's expression became rather meaningful. Based on her friend's words, she might have done this more than once. This whole thing seemed quite unreliable. No wonder none of her previous wishes to the deity had come true. So the deity's power was being wasted on things like this. This was really too unseemly. Hannah had completely lost interest in making wishes to the deity. What she didn't notice was Miko's rapidly changing expression. That ghost spirit was actually pushing against the pressure toward the cursed object. The light of power emanating from it was wavering. The spirit's power was gradually wearing down the cursed object's seal. Crack. An invisible shattering sound burst forth. The grotesque ghost grabbed the delicate cursed object from inside the stone shrine and threw it into her mouth to chew, blood immediately spreading out. Miko's heart went cold at this sight. The long-haired ghost perched like an owl atop the small stone shrine, her seaweed-like black hair cascading down to shroud it completely. She had transformed into an apex predator, waiting for unsuspecting prey to stumble into her trap. Had this spirit evolved? A flicker of panic crossed Miko's eyes. Since last night, the world had become utterly bizarre. "Can you see me?" The cold voice whispered against her shoulder, its breath caressing her earlobe. Goosebumps erupted across her entire body. "You can see me." The bloodied long-haired ghost released a piercing screech. Miko's consciousness faltered, and warm liquid trickled down. How will others judge me if I die to such an evil spirit? Couldn't I at least meet my end with dignity? Her composure crumbled, yet her thoughts raced on. She knew this was the end. Her only remaining concern was for her mother, alone at home. Boom! A terrifying storm erupted into the air. Before Miko could process what was happening, a mysterious force swept her away. Others at Sobu-High noticed the commotion near the shrine. Holy, how did that stone shrine just explode? A student from Class 2J pointed at the shrine. Yukino quickly turned to look, but there was nothing there. There was a cursed object in that shrine. How could it suddenly explode for no reason? Her first thought was that Daiki might be responsible. Ginkgo, who was heading to the rooftop for lunch, stopped in her tracks. She then quickened her pace toward the scene. Fumino stood frozen in place, her seat had a clear view. What was that just now? A bloodied female ghost. I must be seeing things from staying up too late last night. First the dog with a split head, now a bloodied female ghost. She realized she might actually need Daiki's services. I wonder how much Daiki-kuin's talismans cost. She paused, puzzled. Come to think of it, why is he never in class on sunny days? Then she remembered, he had a girlfriend. She shook her head and turned to her lunchbox. After a few bites, she lost her appetite. Nothing could compare to Daiki's cooking. An invisible force swept Miko and Hana up to the rooftop. The long-haired ghost twisted and writhed like a deep-sea octopus. To Miko's horror, she watched as a powerful vortex caught the grotesque ghost, compressing it into a perfect crystal sphere. Then, right before her eyes, that mysterious man devoured it. T/N. If you want more chapters like this, check out my Patreon. Take a look at my other translations too, you might like them. For just $1 you can access all the extra content, descriptive images, and the smuts. This one has a lot, costs only $2. That's it and happy reading. https://www.patreon.com/mrblackwing. Chapter 66, Chapter 66 Hana's Awakening. 1297 words. Devour Spirit. Roar. The female ghost spirit's angry howl echoed through the sky as she struggled frantically against the vortex's constraint. A vortex, cold and powerful as deep ocean currents, emerged from his palm. In moments, the female ghost's form swirled like smoke and clouds. The spirit condensed into Daiki's palm, transforming into a crystal-clear spirit sphere while wisps of impure soul energy dispersed into the breeze. He raised the spirit sphere to his lips and swallowed it. As his Adam's apple bobbed, the jelly-like sphere dissolved silently in his mouth. A refreshing, ethereal fragrance lingered endlessly on his tongue. As pure soul energy nourished Daiki's soul, it grew stronger. The sudden increase in soul density and mass amplified the pressure. T/N. Just a basic explanation about the spirit-devouring talent. This talent allows him to devour any type of spirit, be it devil, cursed or evil. And this spirit is just a race nomenclature, because what he's actually devouring is the creature's soul, the soul energy. That's why his soul and spirit grow in unison. The naturally condensed spiritual pressure made Miko unable to even breathe. Daiki exhaled deeply, gradually reining in his spiritual pressure. His gaze shifted to the black-haired girl, giving her a sign. Why don't you get up first? His words startled the dazed Miko. She gripped his extended arm and slowly stood up. Hana, sitting nearby, still seemed to be in a daze. As Miko rose, she noticed something was wrong. Her blank stare dropped to the ground, where a small puddle caught her eye. Swoosh! Her snow-white face flushed as red as sunset. Her translucent earlobes turned an alluring pink with embarrassment, and tears welled up in her eyes. In this moment, she thought it would have been better if she was devoured by the ghost spirit. Sorry. I didn't mean to. Miko stammered, clutching her wet skirt. She could already imagine her dark future school life. Her tearful, shy appearance held a peculiar vulnerability. No need to apologize, let's solve your problem first. Daiki's words redirected their attention. Miko's face burned bright red. How could this situation be fixed? Sobu High School didn't keep spare clothes on hand. Just then, footsteps echoed from the rooftop stairs. What should we do? Social death loomed. Miko, panicking, turned to Daiki for help. I have a solution, though it might not be entirely proper. His words sparked hope. Anything would be better than letting others witness this mortifying moment. It's fine, just do it. Miko pleaded as the footsteps drew nearer. Yet she hadn't anticipated the sheer audacity of what would follow. Yin-yang magic flowed from Daiki's fingertips. Yin-yang magic water stream. Before Miko could react, the magical stream transformed into water, flowing across her skirt as her eyes widened in surprise. Yin-yang magic fire burst. The magic shifted, becoming a fleeting flame that precisely evaporated both puddle and moisture, eliminating all traces. What caught Daiki's attention was that she was still a clean young woman, without any single hair there. How cute! The crimson flame swept across the hairless private area before dissipating and breaking apart. Creak. The old rooftop door swung open. Ginkgo found Miko frozen in place, wearing a blank expression, while Hana sat collapsed nearby, covering her eyes. Her desk neighbor Daiki met her gaze directly. Ginkgo observed this peculiar scene, then after a brief pause, quietly found a spot in the shade. You're Daiki-kun from second year, right? Miko asked, still dazed, her cheeks flushed. His familiar features suddenly reminded her of their morning encounter. The news about him riding in the Yukinoshita family's luxury car had spread throughout Sobu High. Students whispered about their relationship, though Ichika's presence seemed to keep the rumors in check. Too nervous earlier to make the connection, Miko now realized who he was. Daiki-kun, thank you so much, she said, bowing deeply in gratitude. Though mortified by the water and flames incident, she couldn't deny that he had saved both her and Hana. The only thing that troubled her was that he had touched her private area. Pushing the thought aside, she rushed to help her collapsed friend. Hana, are you okay? Miko asked worriedly. She felt guilty that her friend had been drawn into this dangerous situation. She's fine, probably about to awaken her spirit sight. Awaken her spirit sight? Miko's expression was blank. From the shadows, Ginkgo turned to watch them. Daiki explained, as the spiritual energy concentration in the air increases, more people will gradually gain the ability to see evil spirits and cursed spirits. This revelation left both Miko and Ginkgo stunned. Of course, this will lead to more supernatural occurrences. But since the concentration increase is limited, it won't become an apocalyptic crisis. Though if it happens a few more times, who knows? Could it be that Daiki-kun is one of the legendary spiritual energy users? Me? I suppose I'm a jujitsu sorcerer. Though Miko wasn't sure what a jujitsu sorcerer was, she felt a glimmer of hope about dealing with these evil spirits. Then Daiki-kun, could you seal? No. Okay. Miko said, deflated. By now, Hana had emerged from her daze. Miko, I think I just saw a super scary evil spirit. Tears of fear welled in her eyes. Her delayed reaction made Miko feel helpless, though her own earlier shyness had completely vanished. Is there any way to avoid those evil spirits? She looked hopefully at Daiki, who could devour powerful evil spirits with just a wave of his hand. Cursed tools can ward off evil spirits and cursed spirits, but only while their seals remain intact. Once a seal breaks, the tool actually attracts more cursed spirits, turning into a disaster. A chill ran down Miko's spine. She never wanted to encounter such terrifying spirits again. Daiki's ghost hand activated repeatedly, reaching across vast distances to devour all the powerful evil spirits throughout the school. Watching the evil spirits vanish with a mere gesture, Miko felt a surge of admiration. Just as Daiki finished, Miku and the others arrived. Daiki-kun. Ichika waved her arms excitedly. Miku immediately leaped into his arms, breathing in his scent with desperate longing. Though Nino's face flickered with displeasure, she swiftly masked it. Itsuki and Yatsuba contentedly gazed at the rooftop scenery. Yutaha Kasumigakaka trudged onto the rooftop and fell silent. This was no longer her sanctuary. Saki Kawasaki arrived with a yawn, then caught her breath. Who leaked the secret spot? Her gaze darted to Daiki. Bringing his girlfriend was one thing, but now he'd invited everyone. Saki did a quick count and froze. 7. Could any man handle that many? Then another figure appeared behind Kawasaki Saki, Yukino. Daiki-kun, we left in such a hurry this morning, I forgot to bring lunch. Saki drew in a sharp breath. Even the renowned Yukino Shida had fallen into his orbit. It's fine, you can have mine. Miku interjected, stepping forward to block Yukino's path. Yukino's brow furrowed at the hostile gaze. She walked calmly to Daiki's side, let them see her choice. As tension crackled between the two sides, Miko quietly pulled Hana away. Watching this unfold, Yutaha's legs trembled, and her lips curved into a darkly delighted smile. Inspiration flooded her mind like a fountain. She couldn't wait to return to her laptop and pour this scene into her novels. T/N, if you want more chapters like this, check out my Patreon. Take a look at my other translations too, you might like them. For just $1 you can access all the extra content, descriptive images, and the smuts. This one has a lot, costs only $2. That's it and happy reading. https://www.patreon.com/MrBlackwing. Chapter 67, Chapter 67. Let's start with 50 times. 1,282 words. The rooftop of Sobu High. Unlike its usual relaxed atmosphere, a heavy tension now permeated the air. Yutaha and the others stared in shock at one corner of the rooftop. Daiki-kun, open your mouth. Miku used her chopsticks to offer him some food. Daiki complied, and she gently placed the food in his mouth before raising a clean handkerchief to wipe away rice grains from his lips. Yukino's eyes flickered slightly, but she remained silent. After all, Miku was his girlfriend, that was an established fact. Though she intended to pursue Daiki, she wouldn't cause a scene. She simply took out her lunchbox and sat quietly next to him. This made Nino, who was sitting next to Yukino, grind her teeth in anger. Under normal circumstances, that should have been her seat. But this rich girl had claimed it under the pretense of discussing family business. Despite her resentment, Nino felt a hint of surprise. According to Yukino, nearly half of her family's assets had been allocated to Daiki. The Yukino Shida family was one of Chiba's prestigious clans. Her Nakano family merely ran a private hospital. Though their connections were extensive by ordinary standards, they couldn't compare to local powers like the Yukino Shida family. For such a powerful family to allocate half their assets to him, Nino had to admit she had underestimated the value of being a jujitsu sorcerer. This filled her with urgency. She couldn't predict whether the Yukino Shida family would offer even more. Take this persistent Yukino before her. If she were to pursue Daiki at any cost, would he refuse? Nino Nakano, Secondie. Ichika, are you sure there's nothing between Yukino Shida and Daiki-kun? It better not affect Miku's relationship. Nino took out her phone and sent a message to Ichika, who was not far away. Reading the message, Ichika was slightly surprised. Despite having acknowledged her relationship with Daiki, Nino was still concerned about Miku. Could there be some misunderstanding? Ichika Nakano, First Eye. I guarantee. There's absolutely nothing going on. As long as I'm here, Daiki-kun is absolutely safe. I'll eliminate any possibility of anyone trying to steal him. The confident declaration made Nino's eyebrows twitch. She had not only stolen him but thoroughly enjoyed the process. It seemed she needed to find time to change Ichika's stubborn mindset. However, she wondered why her sister was so confident. Putting away her phone, Ichika didn't offer any further explanation. She could hardly admit it was because she'd been stealing him herself, leaving no chance for others. Miko and Hana were uninvolved parties who had wandered into this situation. They quietly ate their meals, pretending not to notice the tense atmosphere around them. Daiki-kun, was that commotion at the stone shrine earlier you're doing? Yukino asked between bites of rice. Yes, the cursed object in the shrine was devoured by an evil spirit. The chances of encountering evil spirits at Sobu High will likely increase from now on. Daiki's words made Miko raise her head. Ginkgo, who had been sitting far away, walked over to his shaded area. Does that mean nowhere will be safe anymore? Ichika asked worriedly, remembering the grotesque zombie devil. Well, the invisible evil spirits aren't really the issue. The main concern is that you might encounter some strange phenomena. Daiki explained, thinking of Fumino's description about the strange dog. Hearing this, Mika seized the opportunity to nestle closer to his arms. What should we do? Nino wrapped her arms around her shoulders, her voice tinged with fear. Don't worry too much. Here's one strand of spiritual power for each of you. Evil spirits will stay away as long as the spiritual power isn't depleted. Black spiritual power swirled around Daiki's fingertips. This mystical sight made Yukino and the others widen their eyes in wonder. Even Saki, sitting far away, gaped in astonishment. What is that? Magic? And those evil spirits they're talking about, could it be? She suddenly recalled the shadow she'd encountered while returning from her part-time job yesterday. She had met it unexpectedly on her way home at night and dismissed it as her imagination. Now thinking back, that must have been an evil spirit. The quintuplets and Yukino shared 6 strands of spiritual power between them. Yotsuba watched in amazement as the spiritual power flowed into her body through her fingertips. Even the usually composed Itsuki stared at the strand, mouth dry with wonder. Nino, Ichika, and Miku showed little surprise. The first 2 had witnessed his true power before, while the later's calm reaction stemmed purely from her trust in Daiki. Yukino pressed on, Daiki-kun, do you have any more? I'd like to get some for my mother and sister too, I can pay for it. I want to buy some too. We can negotiate the price. Ginkgo, who had been silent until now, interjected eagerly. She wasn't afraid of death, but Kika and her master, Rina, needed it. Daiki-kun, we'd like to buy some too. Miko and Hana echoed the little girl's request. I'm afraid not. This is extracted using my innate technique, and currently, the amount of spiritual power I can gather is limited, there's basically no surplus. From afar, Saki's face fell with disappointment. She had wanted to buy a strand for her sister Kika Kawasaki, who was home alone. Don't worry about your family, Yukino. I've left 9 strands of spiritual power with your family. Generally, if you don't go out, you won't encounter things like evil spirits. Yukino's emotions fluctuated wildly. She hadn't expected her family to possess 9 whole strands of spiritual power. Miku and Nino frowned slightly but quickly composed themselves. After all, the Yukino Shida family was bound to him, leaving this with them made sense. Only Ichika's brow creased imperceptibly, for she knew the true nature of Daiki's innate technique. He left so much spiritual power with the Yukino Shida family. Just how many times did he do it with Nino? A crushing weight settled on Ichika's heart. Though Daiki wasn't her boyfriend, she felt betrayed nonetheless. As she imagined Nino and him using the innate technique, her grip tightened on her chopsticks until they snapped with a sharp crack. Damn it! Never had she felt such frustration. Yet she could only swallow this anger in silence. It hadn't seemed so terrible before, but now she sensed Nino's presence all over Daiki, as if he bore her mark. Stay calm. Stay calm. I'm the one who came after. I stole from Nino, not the other way around, not the other way around. Better to maintain peace for now than to retreat and grow more upset. Forcing a warm smile, she asked, Daiki-kun, how many strands of spiritual power can you extract from one use of your innate technique? Daiki looked up and replied, 10 times for 1 strand. 10 times for 1 strand. A faint blush colored Ichika's cheeks as she secretly took out her phone and sent him 2 messages. Ichika-chan, red model. Daiki-kun, Why does the Yukino-Shida family get 9 strands while Miku and the others only get 1 each? Do you think I can't afford it? Let's start with 50 times tonight, to add 1 more strand each for Miku and the others. T/N. If you want more chapters like this, check out my Patreon. Take a look at my other translations too, you might like them. For just $1 you can access all the extra content, descriptive images, and the smuts. This one has a lot, costs only $2. That's it and happy reading. https://www.patreon.com/mrblackwing. Chapter 68, Chapter 68 The Parasite Attack. 1,382 words. 1 strand per person. A flash of shock crossed Daiki's eyes. He had to admit that Ichika was showing incredible bravery. Even Mrs. Yukino-Shida wouldn't dare say such things. Hopefully she would maintain this courage tonight. Daiki-kun, friend? Alright. The phone vibrated softly. Ichika's cheeks flushed sunset red. She tucked away her phone and resumed eating her lunch, pretending nothing had happened. Those without spiritual power, like Ginkgo and the others, hung their heads in resignation. In the distance, Yudaha gripped her chopsticks, her leg trembling slightly. Do evil spirits really exist? And is the stone shrine Yukino-Shida mentioned truly the one that was destroyed? Questions swirled in her mind. Initially, she had doubted Daiki, but Ginkgo and Yukino's behavior made her wonder. While Miko and Hana being deceived might be understandable, it seemed unlikely for the other 2 girls, both brilliant but proud and reserved. Earning their trust was no small feat still. Evil spirits, it seemed far-fetched, like something from an urban legend. Her keen eyes studied Ginkgo and the others carefully. I'll need to stay awake in class to observe Yatsuba-san. Yudaha and Yatsuba were classmates. She had witnessed the black and white energy enter her classmate's body. If spiritual power existed, Yatsuba would surely display some changes. This might be her chance to uncover the truth about evil spirits. The lunch break on the rooftop slipped away like a passing moment. Daiki and Ginkgo returned to their classroom. Mika took her lunchbox and left the rooftop with Itsuki and the others. A troubled Ichika was hesitating about what excuse to use to stay at Daiki's house. But no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't find an appropriate reason. As she sat distracted from her classwork, screams suddenly erupted from a nearby classroom. The commotion was clearly audible in both her class and Daiki's, where Mafuyu Kurisu paused her lecture mid-stride in her black high heels. Ginkgo instinctively glanced toward Daiki next door, a movement Fumino happened to notice as she turned around. When Mafuyu cautiously stepped toward the doorway and peered into the hallway, she discovered the corridor was already packed with a growing crowd of anxious students who had gathered to investigate the source of the commotion, their worried faces and hushed whispers filling the narrow space. Through the chaos came the distinct sound of shattering glass. Bang! A tremendous force shook the wall. Quick, run away! There's a monster in the classroom. The sharp explosion brought the entire school building to a halt. Before Mafuyu could grasp the situation, the hallway erupted into chaos. Panic spread through Daiki's class as well, with several students rising to join those fleeing in the hallway. Though uncertain of the situation, Mafuyu's primary concern was her students' safety. She directed the students evacuate through the back door. Meanwhile, she intended to head toward the classroom at the end of the hallway. Daiki-kun, should we leave? Fumino remained behind while others fled, looking to him for guidance. Ginkgo had instinctively grabbed onto his sleeve. You all leave first, I'll go check it out. Daiki's cursed energy detected a parasite that had infected a human. Then I'm coming with you. Ginkgo followed without hesitation. She knew staying with him was safest. After all, he is a sorcerer who had single-handedly destroyed a fully armed squad. Though frightened, Fumino decided to trust Ginkgo's judgment. The other girl must know something to act so decisively. Rizu Ogata, who had reached the door, turned back. Given her speed and small stature, she reasoned her chances of survival were better with Fumino and the others. Boom! A male student's head in the classroom had split open, bizarrely, without spilling a drop of blood. This is already two different species, right? Yutaha's legs trembled beneath her black clothes. The classroom walls were splattered with dismembered limbs and pungent blood. While some students near the door managed to escape when they noticed something was wrong, someone had maliciously locked the door latch from the outside. This trapped Yutaha, Saki, and others in the classroom. Within moments, the casualties were devastating. Even the balding math teacher had been decapitated. The classroom had become a slaughterhouse, causing even the normally cheerful Yotsuba to pale. She struggled with the back door, but it wouldn't budge. The monster blocked the front entrance. Yutaha, Saki, and the others cursed their unknown assailant. Someone had clearly intended them as sacrifices. The parasitized creature devoured intestines from the floor, regaining its strength before turning toward Yotsuba and the others. Bang! A blade, sharp as lightning, slashed toward the orange-haired girl. Clang! Before the horrified eyes of Yutaha and the others, a membrane of black and white light materialized around Yotsuba's body. The parasite's blade shattered upon contact with the membrane. She opened her eyes, marveling at the protective barrier. Oh! Is this the spiritual power Daiki-kun mentioned? The memory from lunch suddenly clicked into place. While the parasite's blade could slice through walls, a single strand of spiritual power had stopped it effortlessly. Yutaha and Saki sought shelter behind Yotsuba. Yumiko Miura huddled in the corner, weeping in terror. Yotsuba spread her arms wide, shielding everyone behind her. Don't worry, Daiki-kun will definitely save us, she declared with conviction. From the hallway, Miku watched in horror. While she trusted Daiki-kun would come, her sister's recklessness infuriated her. Instead of fleeing, here she was, brazenly protecting everyone. Didn't she have any sense of self-preservation? Miku recalled Daiki's warning about spiritual power's limitations. Though she hadn't learned the specifics, she knew it wouldn't last forever. Despite her anger, Mika rushed to unlock the back door. Most students in the hallway had already evacuated. Mafuyu ran up beside her, breathless. Students, quickly leave, let teacher. Her voice failed as she took in the bloody carnage, her pupils trembling. Nausea paralyzed her. Quick, leave. I'll hold the rear. Yotsuba's shout made Daiki, who was coming towards them, wince. He appeared at the classroom door, Ginkgo, Fumino, and Rizu behind him. His presence alone seemed to still the very air, making the gruesome scene freeze like a twisted photograph. The parasite's movements slowed as it sensed a predator far more dangerous than itself had arrived. Even without actively using his power, his mere presence was enough to make lesser beings tremble. He surveyed the bloody classroom with cold eyes, his expression darkening at the sight of the mangled bodies. Despite the horrific scene, he maintained perfect composure. I gave you spiritual power, but not for you to waste it like this. His calm words steadied the hearts of Yutaha and the others who were about to flee. If a single strand of spiritual power could render this monster helpless, then with the master himself here, weren't they essentially safe? Daiki-san? Mafuyu, now alert but pale-faced, stared at him. Daiki unleashed his spiritual pressure, releasing powerful waves of energy that rippled through the classroom like an invisible tide. The raw force of his power manifested as crushing waves that distorted the very fabric of space around them, making the air feel thick and heavy. The parasite's massive form shuddered violently as the overwhelming spiritual force washed over it. Its enhanced muscles, previously so deadly and swift, now locked up completely, rendered immobile by the sheer weight of his power. With measured steps that betrayed no hesitation, Daiki moved purposefully through the blood-stained classroom floor. Without a word, he raised his hand and spread his fingers wide, placing all 5 digits directly over the creature's grotesque head in a gesture that held both power and finality. Splat! An invisible slash cut through the air with impossible speed, cleaving the parasite vertically into 6 perfect pieces. As they fell apart, blood exploded outward like a crimson rose blooming across the classroom wall. Yutaha and the others' hearts thundered at the explosive sound. T/N, If you want more chapters like this, check out my Patreon. Take a look at my other translations too, you might like them. For just $1 you can access all the extra content, descriptive images, and the smuts. This one has a lot, costs only $2. That's it and happy reading. https://www.patreon.com/mrblackwing. Chapter 69, Chapter 69 Nakano Hospital. 1,311 words. The overwhelming spiritual pressure spread out uncontrollably. The hidden parasites revealed cautious expressions. The unbridled cursed energy felt like being watched by a bottomless abyss. The evil spirits that had entered Sobu High immediately retreated upon sensing the presence. At the classroom doorway, Mafuyu's face turned blank and pale. Yotsuba came to her senses and anxiously scanned the classroom. The strand of Inyang's spiritual power merged back into her body and vanished. The parasite's attack had failed to consume this strand of power in one attempt. Is this spiritual power? It's even more effective than shrine charms. This strand of spiritual power is like having multiple lives. A second, third, fourth, fifth. As long as the spiritual power remains, Yotsuba is safe. Yudaha and Saki watched in awe. Yudaha was a successful light novelist whose books had made her wealthy. Saki worked late shifts, making her vulnerable to evil spirit encounters on her way home. She worried not just for herself but for her sister. What if she brought evil spirits home? Unfortunately, Daiki could only refine a limited amount of spiritual power. Even someone as capable as Ginkgo couldn't qualify to purchase any. Neither of them was close to him either. Regret bloomed in Yudaha's heart. If she had known about evil spirits and these creatures earlier, she would have tried harder to befriend Daiki when they met on the rooftop. Now she could only watch others with envy. Her beautiful eyes swept over Yotsuba and Miku at the door. Those two had incredible luck. No one at Sobu High could match Daiki, and Miku had claimed him first. Yudaha felt frustrated, thinking how she'd written countless love stories but had never even held a boy's hand. Yotsuba, get up. Miku helped her weak-kneed sister to a clean spot. Yumiko emerged from her corner hiding place. After 2 steps, she stepped on a severed hand and immediately darted toward Yotsuba's group. Mafuyu, now alert, hurried to comfort the traumatized girl. Daiki-kun. Is this a monster? She asked hesitantly, speaking as the concerned homeroom teacher she was. A parasite, a peculiar species that inhabits human brains. They have superhuman abilities, but they're not particularly strong. Daiki said casually, shaking his hand. Yumiko, Saki, and the others stared in shocked fear. This monster had nearly slaughtered their entire class and could have caused an even worse disaster. Yet in his eyes, it wasn't even considered strong. When they saw the parasite's body vertically sliced into 6 pieces on the ground, they realized Daiki wasn't lying. For him, a creature that could be killed with just a wave of his hand truly wasn't formidable. Ring ring ring. Mafuyu's phone suddenly rang. Teacher Kurisu? Are you all right? Hold on. The Public Safety Devil Hunter Division has entered the school building, just hold on a little longer. Teacher Hiratsuka, we're fine, everything's mostly taken care of here. Mafuyu replied after a brief pause. Huh? Taken care of? Shizuka Hiratsuka sounded bewildered over the phone. Before the conversation could end, hurried footsteps approached. Don't move, hands up. Where's the monster? The Public Safety Devil Hunter Division members arrived immediately. Miku and the others raised their hands slightly, showing they meant no harm. The Devil Hunter Division members focused their attention on Daiki. Why? Shut up. Just as one member was about to raise his gun and shout, the captain with mechanical arms stopped him. This captain had encountered Daiki before. He had lost his last arm while hunting the ghost devil, but now sported 2 mechanical replacements and still maintained his post. T/N, for those who might have forgotten, he used his last arm in a contract to summon a hellhound devil, which was instantly killed by the ghost devil. After that, the MC appeared and saved everyone. The moment his gaze fell upon Daiki, he recognized him. That special-grade jujitsu sorcerer who could deploy domains. According to the Public Safety Devil Hunter Division's intelligence channels, he had single-handedly destroyed the Matsushita group and Zombie Devil. He had been classified as a high-risk sorcerer by the upper echelons of the Devil Hunter Division. This monster attack had likely been handled by him. Thank you for your assistance, Sorcerer-san. May we proceed with the cleanup? The mechanical-armed captain's gentle tone shocked the Devil Hunter Division members. Who knew their usually hot-tempered captain could be this gentle? Go ahead. Daiki waved his hand and walked out of the classroom. Miku, Mafuyu, and the others followed close behind. In the corridor, they saw several captured parasites, not an overwhelming number, but certainly not few. Fumino and Rizu stayed close to the group, still shaken by the horrific bloody scene they'd witnessed. Yatsuba, there are ambulances from Nakano Hospital at the injury site. Let's take your classmates for a checkup. Miku spoke while checking messages from Nino and the others on her phone. Seeing Yumiko's pale face, Yatsuba readily agreed. Daiki-kun, come with us. Miku grabbed his arm, her voice gentle. Her small face showed signs of exhaustion and pallor. All right, let's go. After such a major incident, resuming classes seemed unlikely. As they approached the Nakano Hospital ambulance, Daiki noticed two beautiful older women standing beside Nino. Kido-sensei. Hiratsuka-sensei. Miku greeted the infirmary teachers. Miku-san, the hospital is short-staffed, so we teachers will need to ride with your family. We can perform checkups on the way. Mrs. Kido adjusted her glasses, noting how Miku and the others had emerged unscathed. They had remained in the school building throughout the incident, yet suffered no injuries, even though the monster attack had begun in Yatsuba's class. Her gaze drifted to Daiki, but before she could speak, Nino rushed forward. Daiki-kun, are you hurt? Her delicate hands roamed over his body, nearly reaching for an inappropriate area. Miku quickly pulled Daiki away, giving Nino a puzzled look. Your own sister is standing right here, but you're more concerned about her boyfriend? Something's not quite right about that. Miku, I'm so glad you're okay. Nino said hastily, trying to cover her mistake. If she had said this earlier, Miku would have been touched. Now she could only suspect her sister's motives. Enough talk, let's go. Shizuka called out, raising her arm. They all crowded into the ambulance, which had originally come just for Itsuki and was otherwise empty. Being the only male in the ambulance made Daiki feel somewhat awkward. The situation quickly changed at Nakano Hospital. Mrs. Kido and Shizuka examined the Nakano quintuplets, Fumino, and the others who were mentally exhausted from their ordeal. Though physically unharmed by the parasites, they were advised to stay overnight for mental health monitoring. Under observation, Yutaha succumbed to her exhaustion and fell asleep. Even Miku, still shaken from the trauma, drifted off. Watching her sleeping sisters, Ichika felt a wave of relief. Had Daiki not given them protective charms during lunch break, she dreaded to imagine what tragedy might have unfolded. She realized now just how precious, and scarce, this spiritual power truly was. Due to the hospital being at capacity, Maruo Nakano, the quintuplet's stepfather, couldn't visit personally but arranged private rooms for Miku and the others. Fumino and the rest gratefully accepted the accommodation, informing their families of their safety. Only Saki hesitated to stay, worried about her sister at home. The situation finally resolved when Itsuki offered to personally pick up her sister. In a quiet moment amidst the chaos, Nino's mind wandered to mischievous thoughts. T/N, if you want more chapters like this, check out my Patreon. Take a look at my other translations too, you might like them. For just $1 you can access all the extra content, descriptive images, and the smuts. This one has a lot, costs only $2. That's it and happy reading. https://www.patreon.com/MrBlackwing. Chapter 70, Chapter 70 The Disappearing Nino. 1228 words. According to Nakano-san, there are evil spirits and cursed spirits in this world. To think Daiki-kun is already a special grade jujitsu sorcerer at such a young age, it's incredible. The fantastical claims left Mafuyu completely stunned. Fumino and Rizu stood there dumbfounded. Their classmate, whom they saw every day, had another hidden identity, a special grade jujitsu sorcerer standing at the pinnacle of the jujitsu world. Rizu barely knew Daiki. Their seating arrangement meant minimal interaction, and their only connection began when he started eating lunch in class recently. Fumino's case was different. Sitting directly in front of him, she often discussed difficult science problems with him during breaks. Yet she never suspected his mysterious identity. Yudaha and Saki sat silently on their hospital beds. They were merely acquaintances with Daiki, Yudaha even less so. Is that spiritual power something only jujitsu sorcerers have? Fumino asked with interest after a moment of silence. That's unique to Daiki-kun, derived from his innate technique. Ichika shook her head, giving an answer that confused the others. Seeing their confusion, she explained, an innate technique is a talent jujitsu sorcerers inherit through their bloodlines. It's Daiki-kun's unique ability, even his blood descendants might not inherit it. His innate technique is rather special. The conditions for refining spiritual power are quite strict. We only got it through Miku's connection. Ginkgo and Mafuyu nodded in understanding. Being Daiki's unique ability made it special. Naturally, outsiders couldn't simply purchase spiritual power. Such rare things were precious, even if available, they'd be unaffordable. Then isn't there anything that can suppress these monsters? Yumiko asked anxiously. She had witnessed the parasite's ferocity firsthand. Their power far exceeded human limits. Another encounter would leave her helpless against death. Closing her eyes brought back visions of her classmates' horrible deaths. Without protection, her trauma would persist. Well. Ichika scratched her head. Ginkgo spoke up. Daiki-kun mentioned that cursed tools can suppress and dispel evil spirits and cursed spirits, but they won't work on these monsters. The first two are supernatural events, the latter is an invasive species. Where can we buy cursed tools? Yumiko asked desperately, grasping at straws. Yudaha cut in, don't count on cursed tools for protection. According to Daiki-kun, when their surface seals fail, they actually attract evil spirits and cursed spirits instead. Yumiko's face turned pale as she curled up in her bedding, falling silent. Why hasn't anyone made this public? Saki asked, confusion evident in her voice. There were so many disasters in this world. As ordinary people, didn't they deserve to know? Daiki-kun mentioned before. That fear and negative emotions increase the number of cursed spirits and strengthen devil's power. At these words, everyone's eyes widened. There are devils too. Yes, Nino encountered one before. The revelation about demons sent another wave of panic through Mafuyu and the others. Saki sat there deflated, looking lost. Kawasaki-san, don't worry too much, devils are rarely encountered. Ichika quickly added, trying to lighten the tense atmosphere in the hospital room. I'm not afraid of demons, but my little sister is often home alone, and I'm worried. Saki's voice trailed off, her heart sinking. The others fell silent at her words. As the eldest of quintuplets, Ichika felt particular empathy. After a moment's hesitation, she said, I'll talk to Daiki-kun, when we get more spiritual power, we can give some to your sister. Yudaha and Ginkgo were the most perceptive. They noticed something telling in Ichika's choice of words, it was as if she had no doubt Daiki would agree. Thank you. Saki replied politely, tempering her hopes. Nakano-san, will Daiki-kun agree? That spiritual power seems quite precious. Mafuyu said, concern in her eyes. While she hoped they could get protection, she worried this request might strain Ichika's relationship with him. Don't worry, I'm just asking, it might not work out. Ichika said with a smile, rubbing her head, anyway, Itsuki should have picked up Saki's sister by now. You all rest first, I'll have an eye. Huh? Where's Nino again? Glancing around the hospital room, she couldn't spot her sister. She also noticed Daiki was missing. Could it be? Her relaxed demeanor instantly vanished. A silent fury began burning in her heart. Here she was, working hard taking care of their classmates, and Nino was making her look foolish? What kind of NTR plot was this? The most ridiculous part was that Miku was still sleeping in a nearby hospital bed. I'm going to have a talk with Nino. You all rest first, there's fruit over there. Ichika said with a forced smile before leaving the hospital room. Mafuyu pulled the curtain close to give Miku and the others privacy while they rested. Though there were only a few of them in the hospital room, it would still be awkward, they weren't very familiar with each other. It's getting late, remember to let your families know you're safe. I'll go outside and see if I can find some suitable dinner to bring back for you. With those words, she was about to leave. Teacher, please don't close the curtains, it feels a bit creepy. Fumino spoke up quickly, stopping her. Oh, all right then. Mafuyu simply reopened the curtains without further comment. Meanwhile, Ichika had left the room seething with barely contained rage. She scoured the hospital but found no sign of Nino. Where did she disappear to? Her heart clenched painfully as she stamped her foot in frustration. As she approached an unchecked bathroom, she heard distinct sounds coming from within. The soft sound of running water only fueled her mounting anger. Though she knew it wasn't her place to interfere, she couldn't suppress her fury. Her last shred of self-control kept her silent as she waited outside the door. What infuriated her most was how the two inside remained completely unaware of her presence. With trembling hands, Ichika pulled out her phone and called Nino. Hello. Ichika, what's up? Nino's voice came through shakily, breaking up between words. Nothing, where are you? Miku's about to wake up and she needs you to take care of her. At the mention of Miku, Big Daiki felt suffocated. That soon? I still have things to do, why don't you take care of her first, and I'll come when I'm done. What are you busy with? Do you need my help? And no. There's traffic. I'll be right back. Before Ichika could ask anything else, Nino quickly hung up. Sorry, Daiki-kun, we'll continue next time I stay over. Breathless, Nino gathered her clothes and hurried out of the bathroom. Well. Who knew the traffic was so bad it reached all the way to our hospital bathroom? The ghostly voice whispered in her ear like a spirit's murmur. As she adjusted her clothes while walking, Nino's body went rigid, as if an invisible giant hand had suddenly gripped her heart, nearly stopping it from shock. T/N, if you want more chapters like this, check out my Patreon. Take a look at my other translations too, you might like them. For just $1 you can access all the extra content, descriptive images, and the smuts. This one has a lot, costs only $2. That's it and happy reading. https://www.patreon.com/MrBlackwing. Chapter 71, Where is the peace and tranquility? 1184 words. Nino, you've really disappointed me. Sobuhai was attacked by monsters, and Miku hasn't recovered yet. Not only are you neglecting her care, but you're hiding here alone doing such things. How can you face Miku? How can you face the bond between us quintuplets? The harsh scolding left Nino feeling so ashamed she wanted to disappear into the ground. She hadn't expected Ichika to catch her like this. Her attempted phone call probe and shameless deception had failed completely. She thought she could fool everyone, but she had been transparent all along. She lowered her head helplessly, unable to meet her sister's eyes. Ichika's gaze held both anger and heartache at seeing potential wasted. I'm sorry, Ichika, I didn't know. I've wronged Miku, but we agreed before that everything would be fair competition. Thoroughly scolded, Nino had lost all sense of reasoning. Right now, she only feared that an angry Ichika would tell Miku about this. Enough. I'll keep this secret for you. Like a sudden turn in the road, Nino looked at Ichika with tears in her eyes, unable to believe it. She hadn't expected her sister would protect her secret. Miku's already traumatized, let's not give her any more shocks for now. As for you and Daiki-kun, let's put that on hold. Don't seek him out for a while. Wait until you've calmed down before contacting him. Her grim expression left Nino without the courage to object. What surprised her was Ichika's measured response, just a verbal warning and a request to calm down, rather than demanding she cut off contact completely. I understand. Nino said submissively. Alright, don't worry, I'll keep my promise. For now, think about how to make it up to Miku. And make it up to me as well. The last sentence, Ichika didn't say out loud. Then I'll go take care of Miku. Nino hurriedly left the area. After her figure completely disappeared, Ichika immediately slipped inside. Daiki-kun. Her tone was heavy, clearly showing her dissatisfaction with his earlier behavior. Was her appeal not as strong as Nino's? Well, I need to cultivate my spiritual power, don't I? Looking at the pouting girl, Daiki said with a smile. Ichika didn't speak, just forcefully pushed him against the wall. When she released Big Daiki, traces of moisture remained, carrying her sister's lingering presence. How infuriating. Her eyes darkened as jealousy and anger swirled within her. Want it cleaned? Daiki asked with a smile, his gaze hardening as he watched the redhead before him. I'll use some water. Ichika reached for the bidet, but he caught her wrist. Clean it. His meaning was unmistakable from his expression alone. Despite her anger, Ichika hesitated only briefly before bowing her head and parting her lips. Slurp. The sound echoed through the confined bathroom space. Now I can erase all traces of Nino. She whispered, warm breath ghosting across her lips as she began. Unbeknownst to them, their teacher Mafuyu had wandered in. The Nakano hospital is quite large. Where can I find dinner? Should I go outside? She walked into the bathroom area to alleviate herself. Suddenly, she noticed subtle movements. TCH, shameless. Mafuyu whispered, her face flushing red. To think they would use a hospital, of all places, for such activities. She was about to leave when a familiar voice reached her ears. Duh. Daiki-kun, how many strands of spiritual power have you extracted now? It's still early, it takes 10 times to extract one strand. It's not that simple. Mafuyu froze, as if struck by lightning. Daiki. Wasn't he Miku's boyfriend? And that voice, was that Ichika? Her face burned crimson, her eyes wide with disbelief. Who told Daiki-kun to give so much spiritual power to the Yukino Shida family at once? Add another 10 times to the original 50 times, Saki, MMPH, her sister still needs one strand. The sound of flesh meeting flesh sent warmth rushing to Mafuyu's abdomen. Yet she found herself more concerned about Ichika's spiritual power cultivation. 10 times for one strand? Was this what Daiki meant? This life-giving technique was truly peculiar. Ichika's actions deeply moved Mafuyu. Despite the enormous sacrifice required, she hadn't complained once. Where was the peace and tranquility? Here was Ichika, silently bearing this burden and pressing forward. Mafuyu wanted to blame Daiki but found she couldn't. If the life-giving technique truly worked this way, he had no choice. It made sense that spiritual power, capable of granting a second life, wouldn't come easily. T/N, she calls life-giving technique because everyone thinks that having the strand is like having a second life, a protection. But, this method. Mafuyu struggled to find words to describe what she'd witnessed. No. How can I hesitate? If Ichika can do this for students from other classes, then as the homeroom teacher of Sobu High, how can I stand by and do nothing? 10 times for one, then I only need. She began calculating how many students needed spiritual power. Yumiko, Yudaha, Ginko, Fumino, Rizu, Saki, Saki's sister, and herself. 8 people in total. Mafuyu wiped the sweat from her forehead. As an older single woman, this would be quite challenging. Plus, she wasn't sure if she matched Daiki's aesthetic preferences. If Ichika can manage 60 times, I should be able to handle it too, right? Her face flushed as she clenched her fists, uncertainty coursing through her. She hurried away, planning to explain everything tonight. Daiki-kun, who feels better? Me or Nino, MMPH? Daiki suddenly increased his speed, cutting off Ichika's words. Meanwhile, Nino continued caring for Miku, completely unaware. Looking at her sister's face filled her heart with guilt and pain. Time passed indeterminately. Mafuyu walked into the hospital room with a shy expression, carrying a bento box. At the same time, a tall woman with hair covering her eyes appeared outside Nakano Hospital. She entered and headed straight for the top-floor ward. In the sparsely populated corridor, she passed by a strange young man. As they crossed paths, a terrifying cursed energy shadow swept over her like a tsunami. Meimei halted, staring at the young man in disbelief. Is that the cursed energy of Ryaman Sukuna, the king of curses? Is he Sukuna's vessel, or? She wavered, doubting her own senses. The cursed energy she felt was too powerful for any human to possess. It matched perfectly with the aura she had encountered while collecting Sukuna's special-grade cursed finger. After a moment's hesitation, she quickened her pace without lingering. Who was that just now? Daiki turned to watch the retreating figure. Daiki-kun, is that lady so captivating you can't look away? Ichika asked with puffed cheeks, her voice sharp with jealousy. T/N, if you want more chapters like this, check out my Patreon. Take a look at my other translations too, you might like them. For just $1 you can access all the extra content, descriptive images, and the smuts. This one has a lot, costs only $2. That's it and happy reading. https://www.patreon.com/MrBlackwing. Chapter 72, Chapter 72 A Rare Collection. 1251 words. She's a grade 1 jujitsu sorcerer. Ichika's eyes widened instantly at these words. She had seen that lady quite a few times before, but had never realized she was a grade 1 jujitsu sorcerer. A grade 1 sorcerer? That's just one step away from becoming a special grade sorcerer. Her pupils dilated with shock at this revelation. However, she couldn't understand why such a person was at Nakano Hospital. A grade 1 sorcerer would have connections to the finest hospitals, yet they chose this private facility with its modest medical expertise. That's why I asked if you had seen that person. The calm words made Ichika's cheeks flush. Still angry about Nino wearing the green hat, she had mistakenly thought Daiki was interested in that person. I've seen her several times. She rented a room on the top floor of Nakano Hospital. The hospital celebrated that contract for weeks. The patient in room 14 up there seems to be her younger brother. She spoke carefully, piecing together her memories. Her brother? Daiki asked, puzzled. Yes, father mentioned that her brother suffered severe trauma at birth and became vegetative immediately. He was transferred here from a high-level hospital for some reason, barely surviving on nutritional fluids. The lady suggested euthanasia, but the family refused, claiming he was too important to let die. Ichika's expression grew troubled as she spoke. This incident had nearly caused a medical dispute at Nakano Hospital. The thought made her shudder. If jujitsu sorcerers had gotten involved, they might have reduced the hospital to rubble. A cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Is that so? Daiki nodded thoughtfully. He led Ichika to the ward where Miku and the others were staying. Nino maintained her vigilant watch over Miku and Yatsuba. Itsuki, fresh from dropping off Saki's little sister Kika, was now tutoring the girls' homework. Mafuyu sat in the corner, lost in thought. HM? Daiki's attention shifted to the little blue-haired girl. The sight of Itsuki, notorious for her poor academic performance, tutoring someone made even Saki's eyelids twitch. So, Kika, do you understand? Well, I understood some, but this answer doesn't match what Itsukine said. Did something go wrong? Eh? Let me check the question again. A flustered Itsuki quickly reviewed the answer and realized she had indeed taught it incorrectly. Ahaha. I misread the question earlier. Kika, remember this as a lesson, always double-check your work, okay? She scratched her head sheepishly, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Had her grades deteriorated so much that she couldn't even tutor an elementary school student? Rizu, sitting on the hospital bed, was speechless. How about I take over? I'm quite confident with science questions. Itsuki didn't protest. Otherwise, the little girl's grades would surely suffer. Meanwhile, Ichika found an empty hospital bed and sat down, too exhausted to continue speaking. Daiki-kun, could we talk for a moment? I have some questions about grades to discuss with you. After much hesitation, Mafuyu finally spoke up. Watching Ichika fall asleep immediately after lying down, she felt guilty. Even as their homeroom teacher, she had to let her students shoulder such burdens. She took a deep breath and called him out. Since she was the homeroom teacher discussing grades, neither Nino, who was watching over Miku, nor the others grew suspicious. Taking Daiki to an unoccupied room, Mafuyu closed the door. Her breathing quickened, her heart pounding against her ribs. Daiki-kun, I wanted to ask about that. She'd thought the words would come easily when she saw him, but now, facing him directly, they caught in her throat. How could there be such an improper profession as jujitsu sorcerer in this world? About spiritual power? Seeing her struggle, Daiki prompted. Mafuyu nodded rapidly, as if clinging to a lifeline. But spiritual power is limited, wanting to. I know. I can. The words tumbled out in a daze. She couldn't bear to imagine how red her face must be. After a few moments of silence, when she was already thinking he would reject her for not being attractive enough or being too old, she felt warmth near her. As you wish, madam. Daiki nodded with understanding, his gaze growing sharper. When a woman offers herself so courageously, what else could he do but accept? His heart would always have room for one who gave herself freely. Without another word, he drew her close. Seeing her willingness, he cradled her delicate face and claimed her virgin lips. As his strong hands held her in his embrace and he took her first kiss, Mafuyu's eyes fluttered closed. Had this been a comic, steam would have risen from her head from sheer embarrassment. Her figure-skating background had blessed her with height, powerful legs, and elegant curves that quickened the pulse. As Daiki's hands moved with gentle pressure, her trained muscles allowed perfect form, enhanced by her black heels and professional attire. The yin-yang primordial method reached its peak efficiency. Pure spiritual power flowed and concentrated. With Daiki's face mere inches from hers, Mafuyu squeezed her eyes shut, unable to contain her soft sighs. Host has collected Mafuyu Kurisu. Reward, 100 teachings. Time passed quickly. In the silent, dark corridor, Mafuyu walked unsteadily, supporting herself against the wall. Only 3 times, isn't that far too few compared to 80 times? A sense of despair rose in her heart. Although it had felt incredibly good, especially with how lovingly she was treated, such an impure relationship between teacher and student was too shameful. If Miku and the others found out, it would be disastrous. Still, Mafuyu hadn't left empty-handed. Daiki had given her a strand of spiritual power for protection. I should find a chance to give it to Kika Kawasaki first. She thought as she came to her senses, immediately concerned for the little girl. Meanwhile, Daiki headed to the hospital's top floor. There, he encountered Miss May in the corridor. Through the ward's window, he observed a boy lying motionless, his frail body entangled in 4 tubes, reduced to skin and bones. What happened to him? A cursed spirit attacked this child on the day of his birth. He's been in a vegetative state ever since, but he was born with an innate technique. The family refuses to let him die, keeping him on life support. They cling to hope that he'll wake up one day and pass on this technique. May observed the ward with a detached gaze, her expression devoid of emotion. Though he was technically her brother, they shared no real connection. She disapproved of her family's choices. In her view, euthanasia would be more merciful than this endless suffering. I see. The boy's life force had dwindled so low that even a gentle breeze might snuff it out. Keeping him alive placed a significant strain on Nakano Hospital. Yet his time was clearly running short. The transfer to this hospital itself was a tacit admission of defeat. The family simply couldn't bring themselves to let go entirely. Daiki narrowed his eyes. This soul would make a rare collection indeed. T/N, if you want more chapters like this, check out my Patreon. Take a look at my other translations too, you might like them. For just $1 you can access all the extra content, descriptive images, and the smuts. This one has a lot, costs only $2. That's it and happy reading. https://www.patreon.com/mrblackwing. Chapter 73, Chapter 73 Methods of Soul Manipulation. 1627 words. May stood shoulder to shoulder with Daiki. His attention was fixed on the comatose patient in the hospital room, while her focus remained entirely on his movements. The cursed energy emanating from his body resembled Sukuna's, enough to make anyone uneasy. It measured roughly equivalent to 3 of Sukuna's fingers. To May, this level of power wasn't particularly impressive. She was, after all, among the elite Grade 1 sorcerers. Yet the mere presence of Sukuna's cursed energy was unfathomable. More striking was how Daiki's gentle demeanor contrasted sharply with the mad king of curses. This contradiction left her uncertain. My name is Daiki Tsukasa, by the way. He turned to face her, shifting his attention from the room. May. She noted his solemn smile, as if he were naturally cheerful but subduing it for the somber occasion. Out of respect for both his power and his introduction, she nodded to him. I'm sorry about your brother. My girlfriend told me about the situation. Ah, yes. May responded hesitantly, studying his expression. You seem familiar with this kind of situation. Daiki's smile faltered momentarily, a shadow crossing his eyes. Let's say I have some experience with loss. He said softly, his gaze returning to the patient, but each case is unique, isn't it? Something in his tone sent a chill through May. Beyond his cursed energy, something deeper and more unsettling lay beneath. After a few moments of silence, Daiki spoke again. I won't delay much longer. You must already know about my status. I can release him from this suffering, if you'll allow me. Her gaze darted between Daiki and her comatose brother, the weight of the decision pressing heavily on her shoulders. And what exactly does this process entail? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Daiki's expression remained unchanged, but there was a subtle shift in the cursed energy around him. It's quick. Painless. I simply collect what remains of his essence. His soul, if you will. The clinical detachment in his voice sent a chill down May's spine. Though she had dealt with many cursed spirits and sorcerers before, something about this man's casual approach to soul manipulation felt fundamentally wrong. And what happens to the soul afterward? The question escaped her lips before she could stop herself. A ghost of a smile played across Daiki's features. That's not something you need to concern yourself with. May's muscles tensed instantly. Such disregard for life was exactly what she'd expect from Sukuna. Is this really necessary? Since he's going to die anyway, there's no need to rush it by a few days. As the words fell, crows descended near Nakano Hospital. Through the window glass, their flapping shadows danced against the panes. I'm not as cynical as you might think. And I'm not forcing you, Miss May. Daiki paused, his tone growing solemn. I am like you. I conduct my life through the opportunities that present themselves. The way he spoke about this, it was unfortunate, but it aligned perfectly with her own nature. If she were on a paid mission to eliminate a dying cursed child, she wouldn't have hesitated. This conversation wouldn't even be happening. And that was what prompted her next words. If you want it, then take it. May gave a dry smile. After all, he was only her brother in name, there was no need for excessive concern. It wouldn't be worth risking her life for someone already dying. Besides, she had unfinished business with her real estate and money in Tokyo. Once again, I am sorry about this. Daiki activated his ghost hand. The imperceptible hands drew out the soul of the comatose patient, UI. Beep. The heart monitor's fluctuating line went flat. Witnessing this, May fought the urge to flee through the window. She hadn't even seen how he'd done it. Could he take her life with such ease? Devour spirit. Daiki raised his palm, summoning a terrifying vortex. The soul, held by the ghost hand, swirled into it like smoke. In moments, it crystallized into a clear spirit sphere and appeared in his collection space. You have collected a UI soul. Reward, innate cursed technique, spatial transference. The spatial transference technique enables instant teleportation. By placing spatial markers, the user can transfer directly between points. Its range spans the globe and can transport multiple targets at once. It even allows the exchange of souls between bodies. This ranks among the most powerful spatial abilities. Combined with May's black bird manipulation, it would be devastating. With multiple crows, one could teleport endlessly across the battlefield, unless, of course, all the birds were eliminated at once. Clap. 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 Sharp applause rang from the corridor's end. Suguru Geto approached, loose sleeves swaying, his eyes narrowed in a smile. As expected of the newly appointed special grade sorcerer. These soul manipulation techniques far surpass ordinary sorcerers. Watching Daiki's display had clearly unsettled Suguru. Even he couldn't perceive the ghost hand's movements. This innate technique was unlike anything known before, completely distinct from Ryaman Sukuna's powers. Suguru found one small comfort: Daiki's total cursed energy remained modest. Only 3 Sukuna fingers worth. He may be special grade now, but I still have the upper hand. Reassured, he strode forward with casual confidence. People from the hospital are coming, I'll go drive them away. Sensing trouble, May decided to make a quick exit. Neither man paid attention to her. After she left, Suguru opened his loose sleeves, revealing 6 of Sukuna's fingers that the Star religious group had collected. You must be collecting these as well, right? Our Star religious group spent considerable time gathering them. I'll give you all of them, with one condition: you must consume every finger. He shook his sleeves with a persuasive tone. Though uncertain how Daiki had reached this level, Suguru was confident in the 1,000-year-old king of curses. Consuming all the fingers at once would surely overwhelm him. Once Sukuna's consciousness awakened, the massacre could begin. Even if it didn't, he could still overpower Daiki. Hand them over. Daiki said firmly, extending his hand. Suguru smiled and tossed them over. Acquiring 6 of Sukuna's fingers so effortlessly left Daiki stunned. His own careful collection paled in comparison to having them simply handed to him. He raised his hand, and all 6 of Sukuna's fingers vanished in an instant. Suguru's eyes narrowed, his warm smile turning cold. He hadn't invested all that effort collecting Sukuna's fingers just to see them wasted. This man might be formidable, but did he think he would be such easy prey? Detected host collecting special grade cursed object, Sukuna's finger. Reward, special grade sealing technique. Detected host collecting special grade cursed object, Sukuna's finger. Reward, cursed tool crafting method. Detected host collecting special grade cursed object, Sukuna's finger. Reward, innate cursed technique, spiderweb. Detected host collecting special grade cursed object, Sukuna's finger. Reward, innate cursed technique, divine flame. Detected host collecting special grade cursed object, Sukuna's finger. Reward, cursed technique, black flash. Detected host collecting special grade cursed object, Sukuna's finger. Reward, cursed energy burst enhancement. The 6 consecutive mechanical voices filled Daiki with a sense of newfound wealth. These rewards granted him mastery over Sukuna's divine flame and spiderweb techniques, along with the modern cursed technique black flash. His cursed energy also gained enhanced explosive power. Special Grade Sealing Technique. Cursed Tool Crafting Method. These collection rewards have far exceeded my expectations. By the system's rules, gathering all 20 fingers should yield a bond reward. The Yukishita family's 3 consecutive bond rewards had yielded the top-tier dual cultivation yin-yang primordial method. Surely the King of Curses' 20 consecutive bond rewards would be no less impressive? A smile curved on his lips. Unaware of Daiki's thoughts, Sugiru's anger began to rise. Tsukasa, what of our agreement to consume them? Is our friendship truly so meaningless? His smile remained sincere, but his tone turned ice-cold. The 4,000 cursed spirits under his cursed spirit manipulation weren't mere decoration. Though he hadn't mastered domain expansion, he had perfected maximum technique. Maximum technique occurs when a sorcerer develops their innate technique to its absolute limit. These specialized methods rival ordinary domains in power. Oh, I'd almost forgotten about you. Daiki scratched his head with feigned concern. Sugiru's eyes narrowed, interpreting this as pure arrogance. Did he truly believe mastering domain expansion made him untouchable? But before he could speak, his smile vanished, replaced by utter disbelief and shock. Mei, who had reached the hospital entrance and was about to hail a taxi, froze in terror. In an instant, terrifying cursed energy, matching Sukuna at his peak, erupted skyward like a pillar of light. While ordinary people remained oblivious, sorcerers felt their hearts stop as the suffocating pressure washed over them. Mei turned her head stiffly, her eyes wide with terror. This was no ordinary display. The cursed energy matched Sukuna at his peak, further amplified by the power of 9 collected fingers. Even if the King of Curses himself were to be reborn, his total cursed energy couldn't match Daiki's current level. Yet a fully conscious Sukuna would be the true nightmare. If Daiki managed to collect the fingers quickly enough, leaving Sukuna with just 1 finger upon awakening, one could only imagine this Demon King's reaction. T/N, if you want more chapters like this, check out my Patreon. Take a look at my other translations too, you might like them. For just $1 you can access all the extra content, descriptive images, and the smuts. This one has a lot, costs only $2. That's it and happy reading. https://www.patreon.com/MrBlackwing. Chapter 74, Chapter 74 Transcendent Cursed Energy Total. 1,372 words. What a terrifying amount of cursed energy, completely transcending ordinary special grade sorcerers by an entire dimension. Suguru felt a genuine sense of awe and helplessness. This is impossible. Is this guy a monster? Why does he have cursed energy at this level? When measured against Sukuna's fingers, Daiki's cursed energy could rival 29 of them. Even if the King of Curses Ryaman Sukuna were to revive, he couldn't surpass this level. What kind of terrifying power could such transcendent cursed energy unleash? Suguru didn't dare to think any further. Moreover, Daiki's innate technique could invisibly absorb souls. His threat level might surpass even the King of Curses. Even him, who possessed 4,000 cursed spirits, couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Daiki approached casually, walking forward as if taking a leisurely stroll. Suguru, intimidated by that vast cursed energy, couldn't even dare to move. According to intelligence gathered by the Star Religious Group's operatives, this young man had risen to special grade sorcerer status, mastering an open-type domain. Unlike closed domains with their limited strike range, open domains possessed a reach that terrified ordinary sorcerers. Moreover, they granted the sorcerer's technique a sure-hit effect. If Daiki were to instantly expand his domain and launch a technique strike, Suguru believed that even with 3 extra legs, he couldn't outrun the domain expansion. His soul-absorbing technique was already extremely bizarre. Just imagining that scenario made Suguru break out in a cold sweat. Could he win? He dared not ask such questions anymore. If he had known Daiki's cursed energy was this absurd, he wouldn't have walked into this trap even if beaten to death. Looking at the young man who was now at arm's length, his mind raced. We're continuously collecting Sukuna's fingers. Jujutsu High still has 6 of them hidden inside. Even though Tingan's space barrier is difficult to breach, I'm confident we can do it. The words tumbled frantically from Sugiru's mouth. He desperately tried using the information about Sukuna's fingers to hold back Daiki's surging killing intent. But the crushing pressure on his heart didn't waver. As terror gripped him, Suguru spun toward the window. Whoosh! Just as he lifted his foot, his shoulders crashed down as if a mountain had materialized above them. He turned his neck stiffly to find Daiki's spectral form behind him. A spatial transfer technique? The veteran sorcerer felt his mind unraveling. He thought Daiki's innate technique merely absorbed souls. Now he realized the truth, it let him steal others' techniques through soul consumption. How could such a horrifying power exist? Not only could he steal innate techniques, but he wielded them without any apparent limitations. Has he stolen Sukuna's technique too? Suguru remembered Mimiko and Nanako's description of Daiki. He'd initially assumed Daiki was simply Sukuna's chosen vessel, naturally inheriting the King of Curses abilities. Now he saw how wrong he'd been. Boom! His knees cracked as they hit the floor, buckling under the overwhelming pressure of that transcendent cursed energy. Daiki placed his palm on the back of Sugiru's head. One thought would be enough to rip out the soul of this notorious curse user. T/N, curse user are sorcerers who use jujitsu for evil and malicious deeds such as killing. Wait. I know something you'll want to hear. While gathering Sukuna's fingers, I learned about an immortal witch on Sardinia Island in Italy. She has a stone tablet, they say it can steal even divine powers. Daiki's hand froze. Sardinia Island, immortal witch, stone tablet, power theft? Could this world of supernatural and slice of life have merged with Campione? If it truly had merged with Campione's universe, that would be fascinating, especially considering the Prometheus grimoire held by the Witch of Sardinia. The potential rewards from acquiring it were intriguing. Suguru noticed the terrifying cursed energy gradually receding. Beads of sweat rolled down his face onto the ground as he breathed heavily, relieved to be alive. This world was too damn dangerous. Please find and bring back that tablet as soon as possible, Mr. Ghetto. Daiki's cold gaze sent shivers through Sugiru's body. Of course. He forced a gentle smile. His dream wasn't yet realized, how could he fall here? Daiki patted his shoulder, leaving a spatial mark. Get up. At those words, Suguru realized he'd lost track of how long he'd been kneeling. Though humiliating, his defeat was justified. Beyond his vast cursed energy, Daiki had mastered at least 3 innate techniques. Each technique alone would be considered incredibly powerful, yet he had mastered them all, with the potential for even more. Then I shall take my leave. With permission granted, Suguru limped away. May emerged from her hiding place in the corner of the hallway, where she'd been trembling. You haven't left yet? Daiki turned slightly, his tone calm. Yeah, I just went to send away the doctors outside. She laughed nervously. After feeling such terrifying cursed energy, how could she have dared to run? Thinking back to their previous encounter, she remembered a girl by his side, Director Nakano's daughter, if she recalled correctly. Her brother had died peacefully at Nakano Hospital, and she still needed to handle the aftermath. Otherwise, tracing her family line would lead to her whereabouts, and her end. Don't you hate me? How could I? A peaceful death was already the best outcome. May's words were sincere, reflected in both her eyes and expression. Indeed. Daiki's voice resonated with quiet certainty. Her heart relaxed, believing he had no intention to kill. But his next words introduced her to an entirely new reality. Do you have some free time? I'd like to talk with you in a more private manner. Hearing this, May fell silent. She understood exactly what he wanted. One didn't need to be a genius to know what a powerful man with burning desire would want to discuss in private with her. What else could he want to discuss? Money? Besides her tens of billions in Tokyo assets, she had only herself left. He could do anything to her person, but her money was absolutely off limits. Not even a penny. Should I find a quiet hospital room? May raised her eyes, asking carefully. No need, here will do. Huh? Here? She was shocked. This was the hallway of Nakano Hospital. What if someone saw? May couldn't detect the ghost hands forming a curtain. The initially resistant woman suddenly noticed white strands falling. Her carefully styled hair had somehow come completely loose. An invisible force made her heart tremble violently. As he drew closer, she realized their heights were nearly identical, with him being just slightly taller. Don't worry, the conversation might not be quick, but you'll enjoy it. May just nodded slightly, looking into his blue eyes as he held her chin. And as he approached, she closed her eyes without resistance. She never expected her night to unfold like this, but at least she was with a handsome and powerful man, right? And most importantly, one who wouldn't touch her money. She wouldn't allow it. Thus, on the top floor of Nakano Hospital, a violent storm went unnoticed by everyone. Host has collected May. Reward, innate cursed technique, blackbird manipulation. The cold mechanical voice sounded again. Daiki frowned slightly, contemplating the reward for collecting Mafuyu. He hadn't yet found time to examine the ability description thoroughly. He'd check it properly later when he had time. Outside Nakano Hospital, Suguru found Miguel waiting with the car. As soon as Suguru slid into the back seat, Miguel turned around eagerly. Did you win? The forced smile on Suguru's face cracked. He spoke with icy coldness. From now on, add a new rule to the Star religious group: family members are strictly forbidden from uttering anything resembling that phrase. T/N. If you want more chapters like this, check out my Patreon. Take a look at my other translations too, you might like them. For just $1 you can access all the extra content, descriptive images, and the smuts. This one has a lot, costs only $2. That's it and happy reading. https://www.patreon.com/MrBlackwing. Chapter 75, Chapter 75 One Flower's Secret Exposed. 1,638 words. Night slowly descended over the sky. Outside Nakano Hospital, crows with obsidian eyes gathered. At Daiki's command, the crows shot forth like arrows. The dense flock soared above Chiba, and through his blackbird manipulation technique, he shared their vision of the cityscape below. Each crow bore a spatial mark within its body, allowing him to teleport to any of them instantly. The technique required barely any cursed energy. Daiki smiled at how perfectly his spatial ability complemented the blackbird manipulation. Meanwhile, the woman in his arms watched in shock as he simply manipulated two crows to enter through the window of the room they were and land on his hand, only to fly away again. May, who was completely spent after giving her virginity and having the hottest encounter she had ever experienced in her life, stared at Daiki in shock. This man. Not only had he taken advantage of her, but he had also somehow copied her innate technique. It didn't matter that he was caressing her waist now and sending shivers throughout her body, this was still unacceptable. What could this sorcerer's copying restriction be? Surely such acts couldn't be the key to stealing techniques? Suguru's face flashed through her mind, but she quickly banished the thought. It was too frightening to contemplate. Besides, this man beneath her who still seemed eager to ravish her didn't appear to be the type who swung that way. He had made it very clear that his interest was solely in women, especially in her, for some reason? Can I leave now? May had already decided to flee to Malaysia, never to return to Chiba if she could help it. She was afraid of falling into this man's arms again and being unable to escape. What if she actually became bound to him? Not by force, but of her own free will? She had always been terrified of sharing her money with anyone else. Until Daiki came along. Of course. But I believe I deserve something for us. You know, couples share everything 50-50, so I'll be humble with you and ask for something simple. Transfer your Tokyo real estate and stocks to me. He replied with composure. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock as she brushed aside her hair. This scoundrel wasn't satisfied with violating her, he wanted her wealth too. How did he even know about her assets? Had they met before? Had she accidentally revealed too much? Her mind raced, but one thing was certain, she wouldn't surrender her fortune. It meant more to her than life itself. Why don't we continue instead? May forced an awkward smile. She couldn't. She wouldn't. She absolutely would not give her money to anyone. So her goal now was to drain this fearless and powerful man until he felt pity, or love, and let her go far away. Even if it took all night, she felt she could do it. Besides, she noticed, perhaps imagined, that her cursed energy had increased slightly. Whether this had anything to do with him or not she didn't know, but it was worth testing. Daiki could only shake his head at her obvious greed. My dear May, you're not willing to share something so simple with your first and only man. He smiled while holding her chin, giving a soft kiss to her red lips. May was about to retort when she felt his kiss and his tongue enter her mouth. That simply heavenly taste he possessed again infiltrated her palate, making her mind wander with closed eyes for a while. Especially when his thick and firm hand caressed her hair, making the woman's mind drift back to previous events. But soon the kiss ended, and May snapped back. I'd rather die than give them up. When it came to stocks and real estate, her stubbornness emerged. Her defiance made him laugh, making him pinch her cheek. Then don't blame me for using you to cultivate. Biting the little pouch she was making, he lay down on top of her on the hospital bed where they were. Supreme dual cultivation, yin-yang primordial method activated. Daiki advanced forcefully, causing May's expression to change as waves of sensation overcame her. Wait. Please, before she could finish, another wave crashed through her. Daiki focused on the technique, his power steadily growing as he pressed forward relentlessly. His hips moved with firm purpose while the woman beneath him could only feel the pleasure overtaking her. An intense pressure enveloped him, in May's futile attempt to also try to defeat him. But no matter how much cursed energy she used to reinforce her body and grip, could she really overcome someone with cursed energy several times stronger like Daiki? Then defeat was certain once again, and May only felt her legs shake as if they were convulsing. The burning energy nourished his body, calming his mind. Another strand of yin-yang power was extracted. May gasped heavily, her body trembling, eyes unfocused. Daiki remained silent, preparing to extract more power. Stop. The stocks, you can have them. He didn't respond, so she added desperately, the real estate too. Her poor money. She had worked so hard for them. But if she didn't give this voracious man what he wanted, they would spend the night here, with her spilling so many fluids she could die of dehydration. Or worse, she might start wanting more of him. See how easy that was? He whispered in her ear, sending another shiver. Next time you disobey me, I'll show you why you should comply quickly. At this, Daiki finally released her and took out her phone. Furious at his distress, she made the urgent calls to have her staff transfer the assets. She looked at him helplessly, disbelief in her eyes. She still couldn't believe she had actually handed over her possessions to him. Just when she thought it was over, Daiki continued. Damn you. You untrustworthy bastard. MMPH. A tingling sensation overwhelmed her body, leaving her limp and powerless. I'm sorry, dear May. You're too irresistible for me to let this opportunity pass. Daiki held her waist, savoring the moment. Her flexibility rivaled Mafuyu's. Nino, who was watching over Miku, lifted her guilty eyes. Itsuki was gently shaking her shoulder. You need to rest. Nino, don't exhaust yourself, let me take over. Nino glanced around. Mafuyu and the others were still hard at work. Yudaha was drafting a light novel on her phone, Fumino drowsily worked through a complex science problem and Saki had stepped away briefly to comfort her sister Kika. The main reason for her absence was that the little girl had received a strand of spiritual power, secretly given to her by Mafuyu. Though uncertain of its origin, Saki remained discreet about it. Looking at the exhausted teacher beside her, she felt deeply grateful. Sorry for making you worry. I lost track of time. The blood vessels in Nino's eyes betrayed her fatigue. It's fine, just make sure to rest. I bought you a face mask on my way here. Itsuki proudly displayed the face mask, bringing a smile to her sister's face. It wasn't the face mask that made her happy, it was Itsuki's thoughtfulness. Thank you. Nino said warmly, accepting the face mask. Hee. By the way, Nino, is this face mask okay? I'm not familiar with the brands, so tell me if I chose poorly. Itsuki held a meat bun, looking uncertain. Face masks are mostly psychological, they're fine as long as they're decent quality. Nino explained with a relaxed smile. But Itsuki shook her head. That can't be true. Your face masks must be working, your skin is smoother and more delicate than before. Did you switch brands recently? Her fingertip brushed Nino's cheek admiringly. She wasn't exaggerating, Nino's skin had indeed changed subtly. Really? I hadn't even noticed. Nino touched her cheek in surprise, knowing she hadn't changed face masks. The only change was her intimate relationship with Daiki. Could it be? Her fair cheeks flushed crimson. How could such a thing be possible? But besides this change, nothing else was different. I'll tell you a secret, Ichika must have been using your face masks. Her skin changes are even more noticeable than yours, but she denied it when I asked. Itsuki whispered in Nino's ear. She didn't notice her sister's smile suddenly freeze. Nino turned abruptly to look at Ichika sleeping peacefully. The changes in her skin were unmistakable, like precious jade. She had been too flustered to notice before. Now, all her confusion came rushing back. Suddenly, everything clicked into place. She walked to her sister's side in disbelief and sniffed. Damn it. That's Daiki-ku's scent. Nino's small fists clenched with a crack. To think she had been sitting there feeling guilty, even thanking Ichika. She'd been betrayed while counting her blessings. Her guilt, troubles, and depression vanished, replaced by pure anger. No wonder Ichika and Daiki had stayed out so long before returning. No wonder her sister was willing to keep her relationship with him secret. Of course she kept it secret, how else could she steal him away? How laughable that she had sat there thanking Ichika for keeping quiet. She probably started the affair the moment Nino's back was turned. Her face burned with rage at the betrayal. Did they think she would let this slide? Did they take her for a fool? T/N, if you want more chapters like this, check out my Patreon. Take a look at my other translations too, you might like them. For just $1 you can access all the extra content, descriptive images, and the smuts. This one has a lot, costs only $2. That's it and happy reading. https://www.patreon.com/MrBlackwing. Chapter 76, Chapter 76 To launch Black Flash, I only need my hands. 1,412 words. The moon hung high in the sky. The bright lights of Nakano Hospital pierced through the hazy darkness of night. Mei sat in the hospital room explaining the world of cursed techniques to everyone. When Yutaha and the others learned they all had potential to become jujitsu sorcerers, even Mafuyu, whose legs were too tired to close, they were shocked. If they could all become sorcerers, they wouldn't have to fear monsters anymore. Of course, there are differences between sorcerers. Innate techniques are the most fundamental and crucial aspect of being a sorcerer. Regular sorcerers lack both cursed energy and effective means of attack. According to Mei's explanation, cursed techniques in the jujitsu world were hereditary. Even simple domain expansions that could briefly counter other domains were tightly controlled. Regular sorcerers were limited to basic techniques like barriers, supportive abilities that couldn't inflict meaningful damage. Is there really no hope for regular sorcerers? What if they overwhelm enemies with vast amounts of cursed energy? Yutaha asked earnestly. Though she had never witnessed sorcerer battles, her imagination ran wild. She believed these fights shouldn't be restricted to innate techniques alone. Unfortunately, reality proved cruel, just as their talents remained forever beyond ordinary people's grasp. Mei covered her mouth and laughed softly, "You're being naive. Being a sorcerer is all about talent. 99% of regular sorcerers can't even surpass grade 3. The cursed energy they can refine doesn't compare to those with innate techniques, let alone qualify as vast. Fumino gasped, the gap between sorcerers is that enormous? Saki stroked her sleeping sister's head, her thoughts scattered. According to Miss May, regular sorcerers had no path forward at all. Then how do regular sorcerers fight each other? Without vast cursed energy or powerful innate techniques, I can't imagine how they manage. Well, they rely on fighting techniques, of course. May pressed her fingertip to the corner of her mouth, revealing a wicked smile. Yudaha and Saki both looked utterly confused. They enhance their fists with cursed energy. One punch can shatter walls, the power is quite something. May dismissed the topic of regular sorcerers' combat methods. With her innate black bird manipulation technique refined into a killing move, she could dominate among grade 1 sorcerers. It was rumored to be powerful enough to grievously wound even special grade sorcerers. Just brute force? Regular sorcerers' fighting style seems too simple. Isn't there any attack that could rival innate techniques? Yudaha pressed on, her ideals shattered but her spirit unbroken. May glanced at Daiki sitting beside Miku, there is one. Regular sorcerers have a chance to master a single ability. However, it's incredibly difficult to grasp. In the entire jujitsu world, those who understand this technique can be counted on one hand, and it can't be used at will. Her gaze shifted to the side, she actually wanted to tell this to Daiki. She had planned to leave, but since he had taken all her assets, she decided to stay to ensure they wouldn't vanish into thin air. And if she was staying, she naturally had to give a serious performance. Yudaha and Saki immediately perked up. What is it? Black Flash. May said firmly. Fumino and Rizu looked at each other in confusion. How could they possibly have encountered Black Flash? They hadn't even heard of it. The principle behind Black Flash is spatial distortion that occurs when physical impact and cursed energy impact synchronize within 0.000001 seconds. Its strength is calculated by raising the base of cursed energy amount and physical strength to the power of 2.5, making it one of the most formidable abilities. However, no one in the jujitsu world can use it deliberately. The record for most consecutive black flashes is held by grade 1 sorcerer Kento Nanami at 4 times. Her attention fixed on Daiki's face. As she explained, Black Flash used cursed energy amount and physical strength as its base. And his cursed energy amount was said to be the highest in history. If he could unleash Black Flash, its power would be devastating. Yudaha and Saki noticed her focus. Following her gaze, they found Daiki resting beside Miku. Daiki-kun, you're a special grade sorcerer, so you must understand Black Flash, right? Yudaha's question startled May. She immediately realized the girl had misunderstood. This has nothing to do with being special grade. Black Flash requires long-term training. Daiki-kun's innate technique is too powerful, so he probably never had the chance to comprehend it. After all, whether extracting souls or launching invisible slashes, he was an extraordinary being who could overwhelm others with just his innate technique. She didn't believe he would comprehend Black Flash. Even if he did comprehend it, he wouldn't be able to use it deliberately. Black Flash, you mean this? Daiki lightly threw a punch at the air. Black Flash. Flash. Black lightning instantly spread and exploded in the air. The lightning bolts were composed of an obviously black color, with red edges. But none of the girls noticed this small detail. Seeing this, May stood up in disbelief. How is this possible? A coincidence? Sorcerers can't use Black Flash deliberately. And how could you produce it just by punching the air? His Black Flash strike completely overturned her understanding. Black Flash? Isn't it just about having hands? Daiki raised his hand and unleashed another Black Flash. The Black Flash rewarded by the collection system wasn't intermittent. He had completely mastered the cursed technique. Every casual punch could unleash the terrifying striking effect of Black Flash. Black Flash is just about having hands? Have I not had hands since birth? May raised her hand stiffly, her face filled with existential doubt. Daiki's Black Flash strike carried too much meaning. Is this really that amazing? The ease with which he produced Black Flash made Yutako mistake it for being simple. May smiled bitterly, didn't I say? Black Flash can't be used deliberately. Moreover, its strength is based on physical strength and cursed energy amount. And Daiki-kuan's cursed energy amount. She fell silent, her heart filled with terror at the thought. Daiki-kuan must have quite a lot of cursed energy, right? Yutaha probed. The Nakano quintuplets turned their gazes toward him. Daiki remained silent, but May's response shocked everyone. It's not just quite a lot. Daiki-kuan's cursed energy level is the highest in recorded history. Even the king of curses, Ryaman Sukuna from 1,000 years ago, couldn't compare. Everyone's eyes widened in unison at this revelation. They knew Daiki was a special grade sorcerer and understood his strength, but they never imagined his talent was this extraordinary. The highest cursed energy in history, and he could produce Black Flash at will. His enemies stood no chance. Regular cursed spirits and evil spirits would likely crumble after a single Black Flash. May doubted even special grade cursed spirits could withstand his consecutive strikes. That's incredible! Fumino and Rizu exclaimed, their eyes filled with wonder. Nino's lovesick gaze made the newly awakened Miku uneasy. What's this about? Is she trying to steal him away? She nestled closer to her boyfriend. The advantage is mine. Daiki-kuan's Black Flash would drive any sorcerer mad with envy. Such unmatched talent. May said, brushing aside her white hair as her eyes glistened. With his abilities, she'd never recover her assets, but at least she had powerful protection. As she considered his strength and power, her cheeks flushed. It's not unmatched. I can teach you Black Flash, though the training is intense. Most people can't endure it. His words struck the hospital room like lightning. Could Black Flash truly be taught? In theory, yes, but almost no one had ever mastered it. But then he recalled his system reward for collecting his teacher Mafuyu, 100 teaching. T/N. Previously I made a translation error saying that he collected something like system points, already corrected that. But I was wrong and it was actually a real ability. And to better understand this ability, its name is derived from the 100 schools of thought that emerged in China. T/N. If you want more chapters like this, check out my Patreon. Take a look at my other translations too, you might like them. For just $1 you can access all the extra content, descriptive images, and the smuts. This one has a lot, costs only $2. That's it and happy reading. https://www.patreon.com/MrBlackwing. Chapter 77, Chapter 77 Divine 100 Teaching. 1,386 words. It would be incredible if one could master Black Flash through persistence alone. May said with a wry smile, brushing her white hair aside. The power unleashed by Black Flash rivaled most innate techniques. If sorcerers could master it, it would become their ultimate trump card. Yet in the jujitsu world, everyone knew it couldn't be used at will. Could Daiki truly break this rule through his own power? Can we really learn this? Ichika asked from her corner, unable to contain her excitement. Nino's expression darkened slightly, but she let her sister's question stand. If anyone else were teaching, it would be impossible. However, I possess a special ability that allows me to teach things quite easily. The special ability Daiki mentioned was the system reward 100 teaching. This ability let him impart knowledge directly to others. While inherited innate techniques couldn't be taught, Black Flash, with its theoretical foundation and widespread applicability, could be. However, the activation conditions of 100 teaching made his face darken. 100 teaching, there's no knowledge in the world that can't be learned with one strike. If there is, then strike again. It consisted of 2 teaching methods. First was the disciplinary course, wielding a rod-like ruler to strike students. Through spiritual pain stimulation, the knowledge would imprint in their minds if they endured. Daiki's expression turned strange when he learned of the second method. This was the punishing course, using his rod of flesh and blood to discipline students through physical and mental study. Theoretically, it could transmit all knowledge during the disciplining process. Isn't this ability rather improper? Though its effect is divine, directly infusing the concept of black flash without any prior training. He thought for a moment before remembering his own perverted nature. Well, actually it suits me quite well. Of course, he kept the second method's explanation a secret, just mentioning that it existed. Could this be from Daiki-kuen's hidden technique? May ventured, knowing his ability to copy techniques. Daiki-kuen, how long will the training take? Nino raised her hand, voicing everyone's main concern. The normal disciplinary course depends on individual comprehension. But with the punishing course, anyone can understand it, regardless of talent. His words left everyone wide-eyed in amazement. Did this mean anyone could learn Black Flash? Daiki-kuen, can I try the punishing course? Sensing something unusual, Nino quickly raised her hand before anyone else could speak. You can, your cursed energy has reached the required level. Ichika's cursed energy also meets the standard, but the other's cursed energy is too weak, and their physical strength doesn't meet the requirements for using Black Flash. Through practicing the Yin-Yang primordial method, the two girls' cursed energy and physical strength had reached the necessary threshold. Those without this training naturally fell short of the requirements. I want to try the punishing course. Ichika exclaimed, her face flushing red. Though she had wanted to volunteer, Nino had spoken first. Then you'll need to wait a moment. Daiki placed his hand on Nino's shoulder, activating the spatial transference technique. Their figures vanished before everyone's eyes. Looking at where they had disappeared, Ichika suddenly realized something. Could his disciplinary course be another improper technique? She had guessed correctly. Back in the familiar place, the love bathroom, Nino clenched her small fists. She knew her earlier suspicion wasn't wrong. Daiki possessed quite a few improper cursed techniques. Choose, punishing course or disciplinary course? Looking at him and then at the teaching rod, Nino rolled her eyes coquettishly. Of course the punishing course. She lifted her clothes from behind, obediently leaning against the wall. Good girl. Daiki approached her before putting his hands in her hair and gently pulling her head back, making her look directly into his eyes. Or should I say good student? Taking his teaching rod, which was already fully firm and dying to teach the path of happiness to a certain student, he lightly tapped twice on her exposed skin before connecting the tip with the entrance. The sudden thrust made Nino gasp as pleasure coursed through her body. Her legs trembled as she tried to maintain her position against the wall. Tight restraints wrapped around Big Daiki, Black Flash knowledge flowing through the impact. As nearly an hour had passed, Yudaha and the others was already dozing off in their wait. Finally, Daiki and Nino leisurely reappeared. At that moment, Nino stepped forward and, with an unpracticed stance, since she knew nothing about fighting, she clenched her fists and threw a punch forward at a remarkably high speed for an ordinary person. Black Flash. Boom. She punched the air with all her might, and black lightning instantly arced through the space around her. Though her Black Flash wasn't particularly strong due to her low cursed energy, it still made Yudaha and the others widen their eyes in excitement. Even May, witnessing the Black Flash burst forth, couldn't hide her amazement. Being able to control Black Flash at will could revolutionize the jiu-jitsu world. How had he managed this? Her gaze shifted to Daiki and Nino. Huh? As a grade 1 sorcerer, May's perception was extremely keen. She immediately noticed Nino's rapid breathing and flushed cheeks. More intriguing were her involuntarily trembling legs. The earlier scenes between herself and Daiki flashed through May's mind. Really, how could such an outrageous innate technique exist? She realized the slight increase in her cursed energy wasn't imagined. Ichika, watching with narrowed eyes, had noticed the same details as May. Having predicted this outcome, she'd specifically noticed Nino's unsteady legs. Damn it. I should have gone first. The furious girl caught sight of Nino's upturned lips, her irritation growing even stronger. Mafuyu pondered quietly. If she could master Black Flash, wouldn't she be better equipped to protect her students? Unfortunately, her cursed energy hadn't reached the required level. Still, she wondered why Nino and Ichika's cursed energy met the standard. Though her training before left her physically drained, she'd noticed that refining spiritual power gradually strengthened one's constitution. If it enhanced not just physical strength but also cursed energy. Mafuyu's eyes widened in shock. She could somewhat understand how Ichika's cursed energy met the standard. But Nino's? That was harder to explain. No way. Daiki-kun's relationships are this complicated. Even though sorcerers can't be judged by normal standards, these improper relationships. Her face flushed, and she couldn't bring herself to continue that train of thought. Just as Ichika opened her mouth to speak, two people entered from outside. Kika Kiyotaki, here to visit Ginkgo, and Haruno Yukino Shida, here to see Daiki. Nino-san, that just now was. Having witnessed the Black Flash, Kika stared at Nino in disbelief. Haruno, with her gentle smile, also looked at the red-haired girl with surprise. It's like this. Ginkgo spoke up to explain the whole process. Hearing this, Haruno immediately fixed Daiki with burning eyes. A trace of resentment flickered across her face. She, being renowned as the beauty of all directions, had paid such a price yet hadn't heard about this ability. And now Daiki had simply transformed the Nakano sisters into jujutsu sorcerers. How unfair. While Haruno simmered with resentment, Kika was simply amazed. She asked a question that left even Mei torn between laughter and disbelief. Does this mean Daiki-kun could teach me shogi with his special ability? Her shogi-focused mindset made Yutaha and the others' mouths twitch. Did she not grasp how valuable this ability was? Using such a divine power to teach someone shogi, they couldn't think of it as anything but a waste of resources. Even Ginkgo fell silent after hearing this. That's possible. Daiki's answer made Kika's face light up with joy. Nino puffed up her cheeks, secretly raising her hand to pinch his waist. But suddenly another hand caught hers. She turned to see Miku staring at her with a gloomy expression. This was her boyfriend. Don't casually touch someone else's boyfriend. T/N, if you want more chapters like this, check out my Patreon. Take a look at my other translations too, you might like them. For just $1 you can access all the extra content, descriptive images, and the smuts. This one has a lot, costs only $2. That's it and happy reading. https://www.patreon.com/MrBlackwing. Chapter 78, Chapter 78 Miku's Jealousy. 1551 words. Nino's face suddenly froze, large beads of sweat threatening to roll down her cheeks. Fortunately, Ichika, who had been watching from the sidelines, stepped into this tense situation. Nino, couldn't you be more subtle with your warnings? There's no need to pinch Daiki-kun's waist just to keep him at a distance. The gentle words made Miku's eyes flicker with uncertainty. Could she have misinterpreted her sister's intentions? Though this thought crossed her mind, Miku remained wary. She was still upset that Daiki had suddenly left with Nino. Even with her limited cursed energy and physical strength, she couldn't help but think, wasn't it inappropriate to whisk away another girl right in front of his girlfriend? For a whole hour, no less. Plus there was that lovesick look Nino gave him. The usually observant Miku hadn't missed those subtle glances. Even with Ichika's reassurance, something still felt off. I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking. Nino said, pressing her hands together apologetically. This made Miku's resolve waver. Her sister's care for her was clear to everyone, especially today. If Yotsuba hadn't mentioned it, she wouldn't have known Nino had been watching over her all day. Perhaps those looks were understandable. Daiki was exceptional, so exceptional it made her feel inadequate. Anyone would be moved after meeting someone like him. It's fine. Miku muttered, her sullen tone betraying her words. After all, with teachers and students nearby, they couldn't let others witness their family discord. Nino's tense posture relaxed as she stepped away from Daiki. This small gesture gave the detail-oriented Miku some relief. Yotsuba and Itsuki remained focused on him, fascinated by his description of the 100 Teachings ability. So as long as you can endure the pain, you can understand it. And the pain must come from cylindrical objects? These restrictions on the 100 Teachings ability are so peculiar. Mei had never encountered such an unusual innate technique before. She wondered if it truly belonged to a jujitsu sorcerer. Fumino and Rizu's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was a blessing for struggling students. If Daiki would teach them, their grades would soar. Yotsuba and Itsuki shared their enthusiasm. To be honest, Miku's great improvement had made Itsuki extremely anxious. Despite trying her hardest to absorb knowledge, her own results weren't showing much progress. If Daiki helped, grades might no longer be an issue. Yudaha couldn't help but feel exasperated at everyone's priorities. Here they were, surrounded by supernatural mysteries, yet all they could think about were grades. If Daiki hadn't intervened in time, Sobu-hai would have been destroyed. Haruno, wearing a gentle smile, quietly brought over a plate of fruit. Though she remained silent, her intentions were clear. Mafuyu's face flushed red at the strange technique, involuntarily recalling that odd sensation of not being able to close her legs. Mei surveyed the group carefully. Though she wanted to learn Black Flash more than anyone else, she couldn't read the room well enough to speak up yet. Kika's thoughts were much simpler. Daiki-kun, can I experience the 100 Teachings ability? Her obsession with becoming an official female shogi player made her heart restless with anticipation. Sure, but we don't have a shogi board here. Ginkgo must be carrying one with her. Kika looked expectantly at the expressionless Ginkgo. The girl silently opened her bag and took out a shogi set. What about a teaching rod? Kika's gaze swept around. This will do. Daiki casually pulled out a chopstick. For the disciplinary course of this ability, the tool made little difference. After that, he taught her how to play shogi. The crisp sound of the chopstick hitting palms made Nino blush in embarrassment. Miku stood up and hugged his waist from behind. Daiki had Kika put away the shogi set and returned his girlfriend's embrace. Her soft, fragrant body made him unable to resist burying his face against her and taking a deep breath. Miku's face turned red, but unusually, she didn't push him away. Instead, she gently guided his head toward her magnificent peaks. The elastic peaks bounced and deflected his head. Seeing this scene, others tactfully looked away. Yudaha even rolled her eyes helplessly. Looking at how easily satisfied Miku was, Nino silently shook her head. As night fell, Kika's shogi lesson came to an end. Her reddened hands made even Ginkgo slightly furrow her brows. Unfortunately, there was no time to see the results, they would have to wait until morning. After all, everyone needed rest and couldn't be disturbed by the two of them. Since it wasn't safe to return at midnight, Haruno and Kika stayed as well. They arranged curtains to create privacy as everyone settled in for the night. Miku held Daiki firmly at her side. An overwhelming sense of unease filled her heart, whether about Nino or anyone else, compelling her to assert her claim tonight. They lay quietly together, sharing each other's warmth. Miku's heart pounded. Despite their time dating, intimate moments like this were rare. As she traced his muscled abdomen, breathing in his scent, she glanced up to find him smiling at her. Driven by a need to please him, and perhaps to secure her place, her hands ventured lower. In the darkness, her small hands grew bold. She carefully unzipped his pants, trembling at the warmth beneath her fingers. Gathering her courage, she revealed what had filled her most intimate dreams. Her fingers couldn't meet around its thickness, and even with both hands stacked, she couldn't reach its full length. She estimated it would take 4 hands to span it completely. She began with gentle strokes, moving carefully up and down. Despite her nervousness, she wanted to demonstrate her affection. Her delicate touch explored every contour, every throbbing vein. Its heat and firmness made her shiver with anticipation. Looking up once more, her eyes bright in the darkness, she met his gentle smile as he stroked her hair in silent encouragement. She stole a kiss, and they remained like that for some time. Yet despite her efforts, whether due to her inexperience or his self-control, the outcome she'd read about eluded her. Though it continued pulsing in her grasp, nothing more came of it. Mika sighed with disappointment, but Daiki softly kissed her forehead to comfort her. "Don't worry about it," he whispered tenderly, "you were wonderful." His words made her heart melt. She snuggled closer, basking in his comforting warmth. The soft breathing of others sleeping around them reminded them they weren't alone. Reluctantly, they shifted into a more appropriate position for rest. "Daiki-kun, may I hug you from behind?" Miku whispered. Daiki silently turned to his side, and her right arm immediately encircled him. The scent from his shoulders made her jealousy and unease fade away. She wished this moment could last forever. But she wasn't the only one harboring such thoughts. Ichika crept to Daiki's side and peeked out her head, pressing a finger to her lips to signal his silence. "Miku, let me handle what you couldn't." Without hesitation, she took him into her mouth. Daiki drew in a sharp breath as her warm mouth enveloped him, causing him to grow even larger, which briefly challenged Miss Nakano. He hadn't anticipated Ichika being so daring, especially with Miku still awake. If discovered, this would certainly create chaos. Meanwhile, Suguru had barely returned to the Star religious group when he began preparing to leave again. "What? You're going back to Italy?" Mimiko and Nanako's eyes widened. Their sensei had been home for mere hours, and now he was departing again? Suguru sighed helplessly. He didn't want to go to Italy, but what choice did he have when the immortal witch of Sardinia possessed that mysterious tablet? "Ghetto, you can't seriously believe that tablet exists. Stealing divine power from gods? Are there even gods in this world? If gods existed, how could they allow such suffering?" Miguel's voice dripped with skepticism. He'd never encountered any deities. Gods. Sugiru's gaze grew distant. Not only had Miguel never seen one, neither had he. The principal at Jujutsu High had once told him, "This world is far more complex than what you've seen. Be grateful you were born in an era free from chaos and demon kings." Though Suguru couldn't grasp the full meaning, he knew the witch legend was no mere fiction. Someone had sworn their ancestor had seen her, had witnessed her using the tablet to steal a heretic god's divine power. Heretic god. Could it be the yokai from Onmyoji, or? Suguru rubbed his chin, letting the thought trail off. On another note, there have been shifts in the Onmyoji realm lately. It's causing cursed energy levels to rise in most ordinary people, so we might witness the emergence of numerous low-level jujutsu sorcerers. Miguel, take the followers and start gathering potential candidates immediately. With a wave of his hand, he departed the shrine grounds. T/N, if you want more chapters like this, check out my Patreon. Take a look at my other translations too, you might like them. For just $1 you can access all the extra content, descriptive images, and the smuts. This one has a lot, costs only $2. That's it and happy reading. https://www.patreon.com/MrBlackwing. Chapter 79, Chapter 79 Competition and Tutoring Plans. 1,275 words. An unfamiliar ceiling loomed above as the sharp smell of disinfectant permeated the hospital room. Nino, who had been planning her revenge, now found herself in a dilemma. If I don't get revenge, I'll look like a pushover. But if I do, how can I repay my debt to Ichika? Without her intervention, Miku would have taken this to the bitter end. The indecisive girl wrestled with her thoughts. This bitter pill was impossible to swallow if she abandoned her revenge, yet pursuing it meant she couldn't repay the favor she owed. Caught between impossible choices, Nino's head spun until, exhausted from overthinking, she drifted off to sleep. Little did she know that Ichika had already set her own plans in motion. While Nino grappled with her predicament, Haruno harbored her own concerns. Chief among them was the deepening bond between the Nakano sisters and Daiki. She acknowledged that her initial investment had been purely for maximum benefit to access his powers, so the lack of emotional connection was natural. However, Daiki's treatment of the Nakano sisters was extraordinarily generous. Her Yukino Shida family hadn't even glimpsed a jujitsu sorcerer, yet he used his special ability to teach Nino Black Flash directly. Through her inquiries, she'd learned of Black Flash's significance. It was the only way for sorcerers without innate techniques to land critical hits. Not a single sorcerer in the entire jujitsu world could deliberately use Black Flash, yet Nino was taught its constant form simply because of her sister. Wasn't this showing too much favoritism? Moreover, Miku and Daiki's relationship remained purely platonic. If their relationship progressed further, wouldn't his favoritism become even more apparent? Unaware of the full situation, Haruno's heart grew heavy with worry. But that wasn't even her biggest concern. What troubled her most was the long white-haired beauty who, according to Mafuyu, was a grade 1 sorcerer. This woman was tall and elegant, with refined features and a perfect figure. More importantly, she chose to stay by Daiki's side, teaching basics to ordinary people like them. Worst of all, this beauty's role directly overlapped with Haruno's position. Was she about to be cast aside? Perhaps time had already found her replacement, and she would slowly fade into distant memory. Such a devastating prospect was unthinkable. The Yukino Shida family couldn't afford to lose their connection to Daiki. I refuse to wait passively for my downfall. I must reclaim my position. The thought of competing with a grade 1 sorcerer made Haruno's stomach churn with anxiety. In the quiet of night, she rose silently and crept across the floor. Following her memory, she made her way to where she thought Miku would be. Haruno carefully lifted the curtain, planning to surprise Daiki. But the sight before her left her frozen in shock, Ichika kneeling on the ground beside the sleeping Miku. In her mouth was a long thing that she craved right now. What in the world is this scandalous scene? Understanding struck Haruno like lightning. Now she knew why Nino had received direct training in Black Flash. 5 against 1? No wonder our Yukino Shida family was thoroughly defeated. She thought, stunned by the revelation. Meanwhile, Ichika was mortified beyond belief at being discovered. She curled her toes in embarrassment and turned to flee. But Haruno, being the heir to a prestigious family who had seen her share of shocking situations, remained composed. After recovering from her brief shock, Haruno made a beeline for Daiki, demonstrating to the stunned Ichika the art of snatching victory from a tiger's jaws. She was determined to become a sorcerer, holding nothing back in her pursuit. In that moment, Ichika recognized a formidable rival before her. Daiki found himself caught between their twin advances, enduring an overwhelming situation. Meanwhile, Miku stirred from her sleep, her drowsy eyes scanning the ceiling above. With a deep breath, she wiped perspiration from her brow. In her dreams, she'd been pursued by a creature called the Green Hat Devil, which had relentlessly chased her, threatening to crown her with its hat. Relief washed over her, it had only been a nightmare. Finding comfort, she reached out to touch Daiki's back, her fair arm settling around his waist as her fingers naturally relaxed. If her nails grew even a millimeter more, the two kneeled girls would be unable to hide. Haruno and Ichika shared a haunted look before Haruno made another bold move, reigniting their competition. As the first light of dawn painted the sky, the older woman emerged victorious. The next morning, the peaceful atmosphere was shattered by an exclamation. Yutaha and the others drew back the curtain to look toward Ginkgo's position. Kika stared in disbelief at the intense shogi match before her. "Senior, your shogi skills have improved remarkably. You'd have an 80% win rate if you took the women's professional player exam now." Ginkgo's typically expressionless face showed both satisfaction and surprise. She was pleased that Kika could finally realize her dream, and amazed that Daiki had improved her senior's shogi skills so quickly. Though she had initially hesitated upon seeing her reddened hands, Ginkgo now recognized what a rare opportunity this had been. When Kika moved to seek out Daiki again, Ginkgo pulled her back. The newly awakened woman immediately understood her mistake. He had already granted her one unconditional teaching session, asking for more would only breed resentment. Sigh, Sobuhai's administration has announced a week-long holiday. When we return at the end of the month, we'll head straight to the mountain training camp. Mafuyu said, checking the notice on her phone. Upon hearing they wouldn't have school, Fumino lazily reclined. How much longer do we need to stay in the hospital? Asked Saki as she stroked her sister's head, looking confused. Though their stay was free, they couldn't remain indefinitely. I just checked with Kido-sensei, we can leave today. Yudaha held up her phone to show everyone. Despite this news, everyone's eyes drifted toward Daiki. Without his magical protection, they felt vulnerable to whatever might come next. Fumino and Rizu still needed his help with their studies. Kika had just glimpsed the possibility of becoming a professional player, how could she give that up now? And Mafuyu still owed Daiki more than 70 unreturned favors. Although everyone had regrets in their hearts, there was nothing they could do about it. Mei smoothed her white hair, contemplating a visit to Daiki's residence. After all, she had transferred all her assets to him. I must get some return on my investment. Meanwhile, Haruno remained focused on her goal of becoming a sorcerer with his help. Daiki-kun, would you like to stay at my house as a guest? Absolutely not. Daiki-kun needs to come tutor me. Miku grabbed his arm, firmly rejecting Haruno's suggestion. In the next room, Nino and Ichika's eyes sparkled at this exchange. What a brilliant idea. They could use tutoring as an excuse to. Cough 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 cough. Itsuki and Yatsuba nodded enthusiastically. With their poor grades, they desperately needed help from the 100 teachings ability. Haruno started to protest but paused. Yukino's presence offered the perfect legitimate reason to stay at her apartment. Yudaha and the others could only sigh in resignation as they prepared to return to their own homes. T/N, if you want more chapters like this, check out my Patreon. Take a look at my other translations too, you might like them. For just $1 you can access all the extra content, descriptive images, and the smuts. This one has a lot, costs only $2. That's it and happy reading. https://www.patreon.com/MrBlackwing. Chapter 80, Chapter 80 The Sleepless Iroha Ishiki. 1170 words. After leaving Nakano Hospital, Daiki didn't go directly to the Nakano sisters' apartment. Instead, he arranged to resume tutoring them tomorrow. He declined Haruno's invitation and departed with Mei. Since she was likely staying at Yukino's apartment, the woman didn't press further. Nino and Yatsuba took the others to buy ingredients at the supermarket. Daiki and Mei left by taxi, leaving Miku looking uncertain. Don't worry, Miku. By tomorrow, you two will be lovey-dovey again, said Ichika, noticing the concern in her eyes. She gently patted her sister's head to console her. Though Mei's relationship with Daiki remained unclear, she was still a grade 1 sorcerer, far from ordinary. Whatever happened between them was beyond their control. They had more reason to be wary of Haruno. Her brazenness was enough to make even Ichika blush. Her sister, the genius Yukino from Class 2J, was another matter entirely, an ice queen with an emotionless demeanor and an overwhelming aura. If she became involved, the situation would grow more complicated. Fortunately, Yukino's pride would prevent that, which gave Ichika some peace of mind. Otherwise, an image of Yukino flashed through her mind, kneeling with disdain, serving dutifully Big Daiki. What normal man could resist that, let alone the passionate Daiki? After bidding farewell to Ginko and Kika, Haruno turned toward the Nakano sisters. Meeting Ichika's watchful gaze, she subtly wiped her lips, as if savoring a memory. This action infuriated Ichika, but she had to remain composed for Miku's sake. After all, she and Haruno were no different, both like greedy cats stealing food. The only difference was that this older vixen had better luck and managed to steal a taste, while Ichika had lost at the last moment. What's wrong? Miku asked, glancing at her with concern. Nothing. Miss Yukino Shida must be hungry, helping herself to others' leftovers without shame. The sarcastic remark only made Haruno smile brighter. Well, Ichika-san's food was exquisite. If I'd had more time, I would have savored it properly. You eat so freely, yet you're so stingy about sharing. I taste it once, and you become furious, as if you were the one who prepared it. Her cold mockery carried a subtle threat. Neither could truly criticize the other. After all, was the dish rightfully theirs to begin with? And Miku, the true owner, remained oblivious. Miku tilted her head, confused by their exchange. She couldn't understand why they were arguing about breakfast. Besides, Ichika had been with her the whole time. When could she have eaten? Never mind, I'm off to visit little Yukino. Next time, I'll treat Miku-san to breakfast. Haruno winked and departed cheerfully in her luxury car. Ichika could only seethe in helpless frustration. Don't be angry. Come help me buy ingredients. We can't let Daiki-kun go hungry when he tutors tomorrow. Besides, it's just one dish. We can let Miss Haruno have it. Miku's innocent words left her sister speechless. At this rate, Haruno might end up with 3 children. That won't do. What's ours is ours. Ichika protested as Miku pushed her from behind. Since Miku was unaware, it was her duty to step up. She, Ichika, would protect her sister's happiness. Miku, let me ask you something. If you had a dish you really loved, but before you could eat it, I secretly tasted it, would you forgive me? Though Haruno was unlikely to reveal her transgression, there was no guarantee it wouldn't come out eventually. So she carefully probed Miku's feelings on the matter. No need to forgive, we're quintuplets. What's mine is yours, Ichika. Miku shook her long hair and smiled reassuringly. Her gentle demeanor left Ichika, who had turned to face her, momentarily stunned. That's right. They were quintuplets. What belonged to Miku belonged to her, Ichika. Miku. With tears welling in her eyes, Ichika gripped Miku's shoulders. Just as Miku was about to offer more comfort, her expression froze. Ichika's next words, whispered near her shoulder, made her pause. But there's one important thing of mine that I can't share with Miku in the future. Miku's breath caught as she realized her earlier reassurance had backfired. She simply shrugged, her expression resigned. That's fine. Thank you so much, Miku. It's nothing. For once, Miku found herself in the role of the older sister, doing her best to be comforting. Despite being the third of the Nakano quintuplets, such moments were rare. Yotsuba's boundless energy and perpetually cheerful nature meant she rarely needed consoling. And Itsuki, ever composed and striving to emulate their mother, was more likely to offer comfort than seek it. Ichika nestled her head closer, feeling a twinge of guilt toward her sisters. But matters of the heart, they were both sacred and despicable. Meanwhile, Iroha, who had moved next door to Daiki, found herself suffering from unusual insomnia. During Sobuhai's break, Iase and Karino came to visit. They couldn't help but show concern when they noticed the dark circles under her eyes. Iroha, are you okay? Were you affected by the gas explosion in the school's second year? Iase's deadpan question made Iroha pause. The school administration had explained the break was due to a cafeteria gas tank explosion. According to reports, one of the gas tanks had been blown into a second-year classroom. The scene was allegedly so gruesome that some body parts remained missing. Second-year students who knew about the incident had to sign confidentiality agreements. Of course, due to Daiki's status, some people hadn't signed. Instead, the Public Safety Devil Hunter Division had sent requests for secrecy. No, I'm just sleep-deprived. I moved here hoping to get closer to that second-year senior. But he's never home at night. Really? Aha. Iroha ran her fingers through her chestnut-colored short hair in frustration. Iase and Karino exchanged knowing glances. Is this the second-year senior you mentioned in class? You never told us his name. Iase said, her curiosity piqued. Iroha was Sobuhai's famous cute beauty, and now she had moved next door just to chase after a senior. Just a playboy. Even if I had the chance now, I wouldn't look at him again. When he misses his chance, he'll know what regret means. She touched her chestnut-colored hair near her ear with confident defiance. Just then, Ice looked toward the window. Is that the senior you're talking about? Carino and Iroha rushed to join her at the window. Yes, that's. Before she could finish, a white-haired beauty stepped out of the black car. Ice and Carino's eyes widened as their breathing grew faint. Their gazes drifted unconsciously upward toward Iroha. T/N. If you want more chapters like this, check out my Patreon. Take a look at my other translations too, you might like them. For just $1 you can access all the extra content, descriptive images, and the smuts. This one has a lot, costs only $2. That's it and happy reading. https://www.patreon.com/MrBlackwing. Chapter 81, The Misunderstanding Deepens. 1172 words. Don't look at me like that. There's nothing going on between Senpai and me. Iroha protested, noticing their suspicious gazes. She waved her hands frantically, desperate to deny any hint of a relationship. Ice and Carino, not once for gossip, exchanged understanding looks and changed the subject. That gas tank explosion at the academy was terrifying. If it had happened during first year, the casualties would have been devastating. Ice smoothly steered the conversation, and Carino followed her lead. Yeah, things have been eerie lately. This morning, I had hallucinations. I even saw what looked like an evil spirit floating in midair. Her delicate face twisted with fear, though mercifully the vision hadn't lasted long. Really? Just last night, when I went to the bathroom, I saw a shadowy figure through my window in the moonlight. Ice touched her chin thoughtfully, while Iroha's eyes widened in shock. One person's experience could be dismissed as coincidence, but two friends having strange encounters made it harder to ignore. That impossible senpai. Why can't he just stay home? Always out all night, what was even the point of me moving here? I'll make him a bento later and demand some answers. Iroha's thoughts spiraled as she brooded. Iroha? Iroha? She snapped back to reality. Blinking in confusion, she found Ice and Carino watching her with concern. What's wrong? Should we go out to eat later? Let's not, it's dangerous outside right now. Iroha said, wary of the uncertain situation. Why don't you eat at my place? You can try my cooking. Ice and Carino, already hesitant about going out, happily accepted. They had only suggested going out to help cheer Iroha up. It was rather cruel to see her beloved senpai paired up with someone else. I can help too. Home economics was one of I's strong subjects. At first, she had only wanted to cook for her best friend Carino, but family circumstances and other factors gradually led her to develop a genuine passion for it. I bought lots of ingredients we can use. Iroha said with a smile, pointing at her fully stocked fridge. The quantity was far more than a normal girl living alone could consume. The truth was, she had planned to move next door to the Daiki house, hoping that flirtatious senpai might cook elaborate meals for her. That's why she had spent so much on expensive ingredients. But that flirtatious senpai had been staying out all night. For 2 straight days, she hadn't caught even a glimpse of him, let alone had the chance to ask about those meals. Ice and Carino, unaware of her true intentions, felt their hearts sink at the sight of the packed fridge. Carino, don't you think this is concerning? Ice whispered, this is far too much food for one person. Could she have bought all this for that senior? Carino stood there, stunned into silence. They approached the fridge and casually retrieved a steak. My goodness, this steak is incredibly expensive, I wouldn't even splurge on this. Carino said, her face registering shock at the price. Even Ice, who came from a wealthy family and understood the value of money, was taken aback by the cost. It wasn't just the steak, nothing in the fridge could be considered budget-friendly. Could she really afford all this? Ice wondered, covering her mouth in disbelief, was it all meant for him? She must be in really deep. Carino said, swallowing hard as she surveyed the fridge's contents again, Though maybe we shouldn't jump to conclusions, perhaps Iroha comes from a wealthy family. Maybe this is just her normal lifestyle. She spoke firmly, shaking her head. She refused to believe that someone as shrewd as Iroha could become so love-struck. She preferred to think these expensive ingredients were simply part of Iroha's regular shopping habits. But soon, this fantasy was shattered by Iroha herself. "Ace, help. How do I cook this thing?" She burst out of the kitchen coughing, enveloped in smoke. Despite living alone for some time, cooking wasn't her strong suit. She usually dined out with classmates. When she did cook at home, it was just instant meals and natto. Ace and Carino exchanged shocked glances, their hearts sinking. Ace especially could picture the heartbreaking scenario: Iroha, spending all her money on expensive ingredients to impress her senpai, waiting patiently for his return while he was out with someone else. How tragic. Simply tragic. She couldn't bear to think how much pain Iroha must be hiding behind her brave face. Ia squeezed her hand sympathetically. "Iroha, you're being foolish." Carino scolded, her expression pained. Iroha, who had just walked out, looked utterly bewildered. What's going on? While they'd correctly guessed about the expensive ingredients, they'd misunderstood her plan. Iroha hadn't intended to make the food last a month. Her strategy was simple: once the ingredients ran out, she'd turn to Daiki. She'd spend everything except basic living expenses. Though he was a bit of a flirt, he was kind-hearted. She'd happily become his freeloader. "Don't worry, Iroha. We'll teach that flirtatious senpai a lesson." Ia's declaration sent Iroha into a panic. All three of them together wouldn't stand a chance against even one of his hands. "Please don't do anything rash. There's nothing between Daiki-senpai and me." "So his name is Daiki?" "Don't worry, we won't do anything rash," Ia said, mentally noting his name. Iroha's concerns were unnecessary. Their upbringing and values would never allow for reckless behavior. Their actual plan was far more subtle: to torment that flirtatious senpai with their delicious cooking aromas. Just leave it to us. With such premium ingredients at their disposal, success was inevitable. Ice opened the window, letting the enticing aromas drift outside while Carino arranged ingredients in the kitchen, meticulously planning each dish. They would show that flirtatious senpai the true power of determined girlfriends. Little did they know they were mere challengers, and their neighbor was the final boss. "Shouldn't I do the cooking?" Daiki asked while in the kitchen, holding Mei's waist as he watched her cook. The beautiful woman in front of him turned to face him, giving him an enchanting smile. "Why not savor my cooking while also savoring me?" Mei purred, her fingertip trailing along his back. Being a young special-grade jujitsu sorcerer was remarkable enough. With his unique ability 100 teaching, allowing him to pass on experience to others, she doubted he'd had time to master cooking. Besides, she needed to demonstrate her own capabilities to earn the Black Flash technique. After all, she deeply envied Nino's mastery of the constant Black Flash. T/N, if you want more chapters like this, check out my Patreon. Take a look at my other translations too, you might like them. For just $1 you can access all the extra content, descriptive images, and the smuts. This one has a lot, costs only $2. That's it and happy reading. https://www.patreon.com/MrBlackwing. Chapter 82. Chapter 82. Did he drug the food? 1271 words. If your food is as delicious as you are, then it's all fine. Daiki smiled, leaning close to whisper in her ear, "But I think you might want to try my food. After all, you were eagerly tasting me not too long ago." His suggestive whisper made Mei brush aside her cascading white hair, her cheeks flushing as his hands grew bolder. Though she had liked her previous unique braided hairstyle, Daiki had mentioned that while he enjoyed her braids, she looked even more beautiful with her hair loose. Her waist-length white hair swayed as she inhaled the cooking aroma. Those three girls next door have decent cooking skills. With her senses heightened by cursed energy, May could clearly hear everything Ice and the others were doing in the neighboring apartment. The enticing aroma from next door was impressive. By normal standards, their cooking was quite good, better than her own cooking skills, she had to admit. She simply smiled at their unexplained hostility. Not bad, good quality beef, though slightly overcooked. Daiki's nose twitched as he assessed the cooking. May's eyes widened in surprise. Looks like I can just sit back and enjoy. She gently traced the corner of his mouth, her expression softening. Since Daiki-kun won't let me cook, I'll have to reward you differently. Her lips curved into a mischievous smile as she lowered herself. Daiki maintained his steady rhythm with the kitchen knife, its blade leaving afterimages as it rose and fell. The hot oil bubbled, releasing fragrant seasonings into the air. From her position below, May breathed in the mixture of Daiki's scent and cooking aromas. The scents filled her nose with each breath, while her persistent mouth moved steadily, leaving trails of saliva along the full length. Next door, Ice and Karino worked together confidently while Iroha, inexperienced with cooking, stood by to assist. Wow, Ice, your cooking must have improved. The ginger pork smell is so strong I can smell it with my eyes closed. Karino exclaimed from her cooking station. Huh? I'm making braised beef. I thought that was yours. I'm making eel rice. Karino and Ice turned to each other in surprise. It must be from next door. Iroha raised her hand timidly from her assistant position. Actually, Daiki-senpai is quite skilled at cooking. Even head chefs at high-end restaurants might not match his skill. The embarrassed girl could only remind them helplessly. She had tried mentioning this before, but they never listened. It's fine, I still have steak. Ai's face flushed as she recalled her earlier boasting. Right. Steak only needs black pepper and seasonings, it's more about the meat quality than cooking skill, Karino added quickly, trying to salvage their pride. But as they cooked their steaks, an enticing aroma wafted from next door. We've got this. Karino and Ice exchanged determined looks. According to Iroha, their senpai hadn't been home for 2 days. He couldn't possibly have high-grade steak sitting in his fridge. With Iroha having bought such expensive ingredients, they just needed to rely on their superior beef quality to win this cooking battle. But then a magnificent beef aroma mixed with rich oil fragrance hit them, the black pepper perfectly complementing the meat. Most surprising was the subtle fresh aroma weaving through it all. Could that be rosemary? How is his beef aroma so rich? I can smell distinct layers of rosemary, black pepper, and beef. Did he drug the food? The steak's ingredients were simple enough. Daiki had used rosemary, but hadn't they used it too? Though Iroha had thoughtfully prepared all the same seasonings, the gap in cooking skill was devastatingly clear. Ice couldn't help but question whether she was even cooking beef anymore. The recipe says rosemary enhances the steak's aroma and has antioxidant properties that maintain the beef's freshness and texture. I never thought it made much difference before. Could my recipe be missing the most crucial cooking technique? No matter how hard she thought, the black-haired girl couldn't figure out what made the difference. Not just at Iroha's house next door, even passers-by stopped in their tracks. We're completely outmatched. Karino wiped the sweat from her cheeks, her expression grave. When the steak was finally served, they realized how far they'd fallen short. What they once would have considered perfect in appearance, aroma, and taste now seemed mediocre compared to the heavenly smells from next door. Ice hadn't even noticed her braised beef had burnt. The whole living room fell into dead silence. She refused to believe there weren't drugs involved. Click. Both kitchens turned off their stoves almost simultaneously, but the contrast in presentation and aromas was stark. Daiki's cooking had thoroughly overwhelmed the three next door. My eel rice should still be okay. Karino quickly consoled the crestfallen Ice. As the host, Iroha remained attentive despite her disappointment. I'm fine. Ice forced a smile. What puzzled her most was Daiki's cooking method. The aroma alone revealed his extraordinary culinary skills, as Iroha had said, even high-end restaurant head chefs couldn't compare. May, wiping the corners of her mouth and nose, walked to the window and invited the three next door. "Little ones, would you like to come over and eat together?" "Humph, no way." The proud Carino immediately refused. She didn't notice Iroha's face stiffening beside her. She wanted to. She wanted to. She wanted to. But with her friend's refusal, she couldn't contradict her. After all, Iase and Carino were trying to help her save face. Though they might have misunderstood something, their intentions were good. The refusal came quickly, but eating became torturous, smelling such rich aromas while eating such bland food. After finishing all the food, the three still felt unsatisfied. "Should we order takeout?" Iroha patted her stomach and asked tentatively. "Won't we get fat? I still have a running competition." Carino hesitated, but the lingering aroma made her unable to refuse. "Let's just order one portion from that good udon place nearby. They do deliveries now, we can share it between the three of us." Hearing they would split one portion, Carino and Iase hesitantly agreed. Soon after, the Ogata udon delivery arrived. Iase opened the door to find a petite mascot girl. "Hello, here's your udon order." Rizu Ogata held out the packaged meal. Her eyebrows lifted slightly. What a wonderful smell. Despite having just left the hospital, Rizu couldn't stay idle. With the recent low customer flow, she had started making udon deliveries. She hadn't expected to find such an enticing meaty aroma in this area. It made her stomach growl with hunger. "Thank you," Ie said politely. "Ah, why won't this smell go away? Daiki-senpai is so annoying." As Rizu turned to leave, she heard the commotion from inside. "Excuse me, that Daiki-senpai, is it Daiki Tsukasa-senpai?" she asked suddenly. "Huh? Iroha, is the senpai next door called Daiki Tsukasa?" Iase asked, turning toward the living room. "Yes, why?" "Nothing, just seems like she's a friend of next door's senpai." Ie studied Rizu carefully. The girl was petite but perfectly cute, like Thumbelina from the fairy tale. "Wait, are you, second-year Rizu Ogata-senpai?" Recognition dawned on Ie's face as she blurted out the question. T/N, if you want more chapters like this, check out my Patreon. Take a look at my other translations too, you might like them. For just $1 you can access all the extra content, descriptive images, and the smuts. This one has a lot, costs only $2. That's it and happy reading. https://www.patreon.com/MrBlackwing. Chapter 83, Chapter 83. Rizu wants to join the tutoring sessions. 1140 words. Rizu Ogata-senpai? Carino and Iroha poked their heads out curiously. Rizu was one of the most renowned students at Sobu High. Her grades in science subjects far surpassed her peers. With her petite figure and sweet demeanor, she had earned the nickname Clockwork Thumbelina among her fellow students. Yet this science prodigy wanted to apply to a psychology university. This was a mirror image of second-year student Fumino Furuhashi, who excelled in humanities but aspired to study astronomy. The board of directors at Sobu High found themselves at wits' end over this situation. Carino had heard these two mentioned as cautionary examples, making the faculty worry that she, an athletic prodigy, might follow a similar path. "Are you also students at Sobu High?" Rizu asked, her expression characteristically stoic. "Yes, we're first years." Iase replied, unsurprised by the senpai's reserved demeanor. Her analytical personality perfectly matched her scientific aptitude. "Daiki-senpai is next door. What business do you have with him, senpai?" The sweetness in Iroha's voice made Iase and Carino stiffen. They knew from experience that her sugary tone often masked darker intentions. "That jerk senpai. Where did he find another cute girl? Always flirting with someone new. Can't he ever behave himself?" While Iroha maintained her innocent junior facade, internally she was seething with frustration at Daiki. If things progressed according to her senpai's usual pattern, she'd have no chance of surpassing Nino, let alone avoiding relegation to a mere spectator. I just need to see Daiki about something. Rizu retreated, unnerved by their intensity. Seeing this, Iase and Karino quickly restrained Iroha, exchanging knowing glances and sighing helplessly. This second-year Daiki-senpai was becoming quite the troublemaker. Even a cunning fox like Iroha had fallen hopelessly under his spell. The two held on to their friend to prevent her from losing control. That senpai is next door, just knock. But he has a guest, so be prepared. Iase said, pointing to the adjacent door. A guest? Rizu clenched her hands hesitantly. Though she and Daiki were merely acquaintances, she hoped to join the Nakano quintuplets tutoring sessions. The recent school attack didn't worry her as much as her chances of getting into a liberal arts university. Since Daiki was a jujitsu sorcerer with the power of the 100 teaching, studying with him would be more effective than with her teacher Mafuyu. But she wasn't sure if he would agree. Standing inside, Ia's eyes gradually widened. Could it be, this petite senpai was in a similar situation to Iroha? Thank you. Rizu bowed gratefully. With nervous anticipation, she knocked on the next door. Come in. Mei stood up to open the door, welcoming the cute girl inside. Rizu was surprised to see this older, beautiful woman, especially since she knew Daiki was dating Miku. The surprise passed quickly. She turned to Daiki and bowed, pleading, Daiki-kun, please let me join tomorrow's tutoring sessions. I'll study hard. Mei's expression was both amused and exasperated. It wasn't about studying hard. She realized this petite girl might struggle with social interactions. Tomorrow's tutoring? If you want to join, then join. Eh? Thank you. Rizu's expression froze in surprise before she bowed again gratefully. Don't mention it. Haven't eaten yet? Why not join us? Mei pressed on her petite shoulders, noticing her swallowing. No need, the store might still have deliveries to make. Rizu hurriedly waved her hands. Getting permission to join the Nakano family tutoring was already enough, she couldn't impose further by staying for meals. Though determined to leave, her gaze lingered. Just try one piece? As classmates, give me some feedback. Seeing her cute demeanor, Daiki picked up some beef with clean chopsticks and held it to her mouth. Though Rizu meant to refuse, she found herself accepting the bite of beef. Thank you, Daiki-kun. I'll bring you udon, tomorrow at tutoring, she mumbled between bites of the hot beef. Steam puffed from her mouth as her small face turned rosy. After swallowing, she bowed and thanked him once more before leaving. She's really cute. I wonder if our future daughter will be that adorable. Mei gently brushed her white hair, her tone playful. Of course she will. Daiki glanced at her. Then, my dear Daiki-kun, when can you teach me Black Flash? She crawled onto his lap, tracing his cheek with her fingertip. Tonight. He held her chin, then slowly moved downward. A blush spread across Mei's face as she closed her eyes to savor the moment. Next door, the three girls saw Rizu leave with a flushed face. What could Senpai have done in less than a minute? Iroha asked with a serious expression. She refused to believe Rizu had merely come for a visit. Knowing that jerk Senpai, he'd probably start staying out late again starting tomorrow. Iase and Karino exchanged complicated looks. The scene felt oddly like wives suspecting their husband of infidelity. Iroha, maybe it's time to give up on that senpai? Iase suggested gently after a moment's hesitation. I don't have any relationship with that jerk senpai, I'm just curious. Don't you want to know what's going on between those two? Iroha protested breathlessly. Iase and Karino shared knowing looks. Why don't we stay at your place tonight, just to keep an eye on things? Karino suggested, raising her hand. A sleepover? Let me check with my mother first. Iase pulled out her phone to send a message. Karino patted her head and reached for her phone as well. Iroha could only watch helplessly as her friends ignored her protests. When their mothers responded with approval, Iase and Karino clapped with excitement. It wasn't often they got to have a sleepover at a friend's house. Tonight will be unforgettable. They pictured themselves huddled under blankets, sharing scary stories by flashlight. Little did they know they were celebrating prematurely. Night gradually descended upon the earth. They quickly finished dinner and prepared a spare bedroom. Just as Iase and Karino settled in to whisper together, the poorly soundproofed walls taught them an awkward lesson. Faint moans and sighs from next door made both their faces flush bright red. Iase stammered and buried her head in her hands, steam practically rising from her face like a train whistle. Karino's face burned crimson. Being a closeted otaku, she knew all too well what those sounds meant. It's fine, young boys are like monkeys at the zoo, they'll quiet down in a couple minutes. T/N, if you want more chapters like this, check out my Patreon. Take a look at my other translations too, you might like them. For just $1 you can access all the extra content, descriptive images, and the smuts. This one has a lot, costs only $2. That's it and happy reading. https://www.patreon.com/MrBlackwing. Chapter 84, Chapter 84 Caught Eavesdropping. 1,443 words. 3 hours later. Iase and Karino stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Doesn't this jerk senpai ever take a break? 3 hours. Isn't he tired at all? Karino cried out exasperatedly, running her fingers through her messy waist-length light brown hair. Iase's face turned scarlet as her thoughts raced. Don't books say that even 10 minutes is incredibly impressive? How can this senpai keep going for so long? Is Iroha really going to have to live in this kind of place until graduation? A hint of worry appeared in her eyes. It was painful enough that her beloved senpai didn't know her feelings. For Iroha to have to live in such a terrible environment every day. Isn't it too cruel? Someone with a fragile spirit would probably break down crying, right? Karino, do you think Iroha might do something rash? Because the master bedroom's bed wasn't big enough for 3 people, Iase and Karino were staying in the cleaned-up second bedroom. After her question, Karino's face showed hesitation. Judging by the food situation in the fridge, Iroha was probably in too deep. The senpai she yearned for day and night was now doing that kind of thing with someone else. She didn't dare imagine how heartbroken her friend must be. Should we check on her? If she's really upset, we should comfort her. Even though this senpai is good at cooking, he's way too much of a player. We can't just stand by and watch Iroha sink into this pit. The two exchanged glances, strengthening their resolve. In the dark master bedroom, Iroha remained completely unaware. Her ear was pressed firmly against the wall as she strained to listen. Why does this wall have such terrible soundproofing? There she was, a cute junior, pressed so ungracefully against the wall. It was outrageous enough that she was eavesdropping on her jerk senpai and some mysterious woman, but the wall's poor soundproofing made everything sound muffled. 2 hours earlier, she had been lying in bed, silently cursing her senpai. Through the distance, she caught fragments of conversation, words like jujitsu sorcerer and transferability. These made her realize that whatever the two were doing wasn't simple. Suspecting deeper meaning, she desperately wanted to hear more clearly. Even holding her breath didn't help, the sounds remained intermittent, and the strange woman's speech was unclear. As the sounds became even harder to distinguish, she had no choice but to get up and press her ear tightly against the wall. Daiki. When can, comprehend. The unclear words made Iroha grit her teeth in frustration. If the soundproofing was good, it wouldn't keep her up at night, and if it was bad, she should at least be able to hear clearly. Thud. The wall suddenly vibrated, making the eavesdropping girl jump. After that came more of the same fragmented, unclear words. Is this woman leaning against the wall? Realizing something, Iroha's face reddened as she muttered, shameless. She must be another one who fell for that jerk senpai's tricks after just a few sweet words. When this ends, we'll be able to comprehend, ugh. The The voice suddenly stopped. This made the eavesdropping Iroha clench her small fists. What are you ing about? What can people master? Tell me. She was dying of frustration from the conversation next door. Angry, she raised her delicate foot to kick the wall. But her small toes accidentally hit the edge of the bedside table. Bang! Sharp pain shot from her toes straight to her brain. Ow! I forgot to wear shoes, it hurts so much. Damn you, senpai, I'll remember this grudge. Clutching her foot, tears streamed down Iroha's face from the pain. It was painful enough that senpai was with another woman. Now, up in the middle of the night eavesdropping, she'd hurt her toes too. Her luck lately had been absolutely terrible. Why did senpai always prefer other women? Wasn't she cute enough? She had even subtly expressed her feelings last time, but he. Pouting with dissatisfaction, she pressed her ear harder against the wall. This time she caught fragments about Black Flash and can really use it. Just as she was about to hear more clearly, the bedroom door suddenly opened. Click. White light illuminated the master bedroom as Iase and Karino concernedly pushed open the door. They found Iroha pressed against the wall, eavesdropping, with clearly visible tears in her eyes. The eavesdropping girl's face froze. The atmosphere in the master bedroom suddenly became awkward. Would Karino and Iase think she had some weird fetish? Iroha, you. Iase fell silent as she stared at those glistening tears. Pain. It was just too painful. Her heart being torn apart, yet still eavesdropping with tears in her eyes, Iroha's heart must have been crying out, begging that strange woman to take it slow. Don't let her beloved senpai exhaust himself, right? Iase covered her nose, overwhelmed by how pitiful the scene was. Though this behavior was unsettling, what else could she do? They were best friends after all. Karino stood silent, reminded of that NTR game she'd bought because of its cute little sister characters, the one whose content had left her unable to eat for 3 days straight. She imagined Iroha must be feeling exactly as she had back then. Karino held back Iase, who was about to speak, her expression grave. Let's give Iroha some space. With that, she tugged her friend's arm and pulled the bedroom door shut. Creak. The master bedroom door closed. The eavesdropping Iroha's eyes grew wide as her voice rose to a shriek. Wait, no. You've got it all wrong. I can explain. The newly aware girl's face flushed crimson. Her cheeks burned as she realized what Iase and Karino must be thinking. Those pitying looks they'd given her before leaving. It was a devastating blow to her little devil pride. Forgetting all about eavesdropping, she scrambled to her feet to chase after them. If she couldn't clear this up, her reputation would be ruined forever. Next door, May gently brushed aside the sweat-dampened hair from her cheeks. She collapsed powerlessly on the floor, ignoring the pool of water gathered there. Her hands formed loose fists as she punched the air with cursed energy. Black Flash. Boom. Black lightning exploded forth. The Black Flash, a technique ordinary sorcerers couldn't deliberately use, had just manifested. Its strike force could even be adjusted according to the cursed energy output. Even the money-obsessed May was momentarily dazed. What an absurd reality. The effects of 100 teachings were beyond ridiculous. Daiki's striking techniques could be taught to others with remarkable ease. Daiki-kun, I've been wanting to ask something. Can your innate technique enhance my cursed energy? Not just that, my physical strength is much greater than before. She stared intently at him. If her guess was right, what Daiki represented was terrifying. Indeed it can enhance, with no upper limit, and grant eternal youth too. Like the effects of an immortality spring? Daiki helped her up from the floor. His casual explanation left the blushing May dumbfounded. Didn't this mean that as long as they maintained their current lifestyle, even an ordinary sorcerer could become a grade 1 sorcerer at worst? Or rather, a semi-special grade sorcerer. The threshold for special grade sorcerer was understanding one's domain expansion. While 100 teachings couldn't awaken her domain, it could raise her cursed energy to the required standard. Combined with her ability to regularly use black flash, she had already surpassed grade 1. May let out a deep breath, her gaze toward Daiki growing more intense. Does Daiki-kun have any other techniques that rival black flash? Her tone was gentle and charming, enough to make one's blood boil. No. He replied with a casual glance. His decisive answer made May pout. She refused to believe he only knew how to use black flash normally. This guy had way too many secrets and treasures hidden away. Then please help me increase my cursed energy some more, Daiki-kun? She pleaded in a soft, sweet voice, putting on her most pitiful expression. Seeing this, Daiki's interest was piqued, and he began the yin-yang primordial method once again. T/N, if you want more chapters like this, check out my Patreon. Take a look at my other translations too, you might like them. For just $1 you can access all the extra content, descriptive images, and the smuts. This one has a lot, costs only $2. That's it and happy reading. https://www.patreon.com/MrBlackwing. Chapter 85, Chapter 85 Senpai, Save Me. 1623 words. A black curtain shrouded the earth, and the dim starlight drowned in endless darkness. The atmosphere in Iroha's house felt particularly heavy and oppressive. Ayase and Karino listened intently to her explanation. Look, that's all that happened. I was crying earlier because I accidentally hit my toe, nothing else. I wasn't sobbing over anyone. Don't you understand? With a parched throat, Iroha looked at the two expectantly. Ayase said seriously, Iroha, how could we not believe you? The reason you moved next door to Senpai was because you encountered a ghost at night, not because you admired him and went through the trouble of moving. The reason you bought expensive ingredients was because you wanted to ask Senpai to cook, not because you wanted to do something nice for him. The reason you eavesdropped at night was because Senpai is some kind of sorcerer, not because you were worried about him being with other women. The reason you were sobbing was because you hit the corner of the cabinet, not because you were heartbroken hearing Senpai with other women. After saying this, even Ayase fell silent. I wasn't sobbing. I just hit my toe and cried from the pain. And when they got to that crucial moment, I hadn't even had time to wipe my tears. Iroha felt utterly numb. She could imagine how she appeared in her friends' minds. Her beloved senpai being claimed by another woman, eavesdropping until she sobbed. This wasn't her at all, damn it. But how could she explain it? Karino and Ayase didn't believe in ghost stories, especially Ayase, who dismissed every word. We believe you. Ayase showed an angelic, gentle smile. You clearly don't believe a single word. Fine. Iroha slumped in defeat. She collapsed in her seat, drained of all energy. The bright lights made her feel like she belonged in some dark corner. Iroha, you mentioned that the gas tank explosion in Sobuhai's second year might have been caused by an evil spirit. Is that true? Karino couldn't help asking as she remembered seeing the monster. At first, she'd dismissed it as an illusion, but now she wasn't so sure. She had definitely seen something that day, even if the encounter was brief. She'd convinced herself it was just exhaustion playing tricks on her mind. Now that Iroha brought it up, her doubts returned. It must be false, right? Otherwise, wouldn't those shrines be packed with visitors? Even Ayase, the skeptic, felt chills discussing such eerie topics late at night. It's not false. Iroha retorted, her cheeks puffed in indignation. But realizing she had no proof, she deflated once again. If evil spirits are real, then... Karino shuddered, remembering the grotesque monster. Don't worry, Karino. Even if evil spirits exist, we're safe. I have these consecrated prayer beads from the shrine that ward them off. Ayase lifted her snow-white wrist, jingling her bracelet. Ayase, didn't you say you didn't believe in evil spirits? Why did you buy a protective bracelet then? Karino asked, surprised. Oh, I didn't buy it for protection, I thought it was fashionable. I saw 2 senior students buying prayer beads at a shopping district stall, and they said it was the latest trend. I was too busy to buy then, but I found a shrine on my way home and bought one there. I originally planned to buy 3 bracelets, one for each of us, but the shrine maiden said they only had one left. So I had to get just that one. See the fox pattern carved on the beads? It's still vivid, even though it's starting to wear away. Ice touched the fox-carved beads regretfully. Iroha, who had been sitting quietly nearby, suddenly perked up. Ice, does your bracelet have a fox pattern? Yes, it does. Have you bought one before? The black-haired girl asked, surprised. She recalled Iroha wearing a bracelet for a while but hadn't thought much of it at the time, assuming it was just another of her interests. Not just bought one, that bracelet was what made me encounter ghosts. Daiki-senpai explained that its seal wears off easily, and once it completely fades, it starts attracting terrible impurities. Iroha sat up straight and examined the prayer beads closely. Just as she suspected, they were from the Senko shrine. Without hesitation, she pulled out her phone and showed them photos and comments about the shrine. Karino's brows furrowed as she sensed something amiss. When Ie saw the comments, the color drained from her face. These photos showed a completely different Senko shrine from the one she remembered. Iroha proceeded to share her experiences with them. By the time she finished, both the 2 girls were chilled to the bone. Though skeptical, they couldn't deny the evidence before them. Something was undeniably wrong with the Senko shrine. Next door, Mei, who was devouring Big Daiki, furrowed her brows. Senko shrine. I've heard about it before. Daiki stroked her head, saying softly, I've heard about it too. More than just heard about it, he had once wanted to visit there himself. If he could somehow collect the god of the mountain sealed in the shrine, the reward from the collection space would surely rival that of Sukuna's finger. T/N, just to make it clear that this god of the mountain is a spirit from the anime Miruko-chan. Senko shrine is just the made-up name for the unnamed shrine that appeared. But now he was hesitant. Sugiru's words had revealed that the world was far more complex than it seemed. The immortal witch of Sardinia possessed a mysterious tablet that could steal divine power. Since merging with the Campione world, everything had become even more complicated. The god of the mountain lay sealed in the shrine's depths. Whether it was an evil spirit, a yokai, a devil, or perhaps a heretic god remained unknown. It would be wiser to wait until Suguru obtained the Prometheus grimoire before taking any action. Mei, besides the Jujutsu world, what other similar forces exist? Daiki asked while stroking her head. I remember quite a few. First is the most visible public safety Devil Hunter Division. Next are the Onmyoji and Onmyo Agency, who are responsible for guarding various spiritual veins. T/N, I'm unsure whether it's actually called Bureau of Onmyo or Onmyo Agency. While the former is the name that exists in our real world and might have been used, the latter is from the anime Tokyo Ravens. No character or related event has appeared yet, so confirmation of which one it is will only come in the future. Jujutsu sorcerers get along fairly well with both, but the most mysterious are the mage associations, arrogant groups who claim to serve the Devil King. Their true strength remains unknown, though their great knights are said to be powerful. These associations keep to themselves and maintain a low profile. I've heard this generation's Copper Black Cross and Bronze Black Cross both have prodigies. T/N, all these terms come from Campione. Mei took a deep breath and shared everything she knew. The Devil King? I'm not sure which Devil King they mean, I've never seen one. It might be something they made up. She spoke vaguely, her pearly teeth gently touching, her tongue unusually nimble. Such prestigious mage associations wouldn't deceive themselves, would they? Daiki tilted his head up, pondering the world's mysteries. What about the recent changes? Changes? You mean the incidents with the Onmyoji, Daiki-kun? Mei paused before continuing. Someone unauthorized activated the Onmyoji's forbidden technique, breaking the spiritual vein seals. This caused outbreaks at various spiritual veins. Daiki nodded. That sounds quite troublesome. It is. I once heard Tengen mention that the spiritual vein seals were meant to contain something, they shouldn't be tampered with. She thoughtfully brushed away hair that had fallen on Big Daiki. What thing? He raised his eyebrows in surprise. Not sure. At the time it seemed to be about a well, cough cough cough. May choked on the white essence, her knowledge of these matters unclear. It was something she'd overheard by chance while supervising at Jujutsu High. During the chat with May, the three girls' faces had turned pale. What should we do? Iase and Karino were starting to believe. Fortunately, nothing terrible had happened yet. Let's just throw it away. Their senpai next door was shamelessly occupied at the moment. Going to find him now wouldn't be appropriate. Better to dispose of it before evil spirits found the three of them. Should we bury it somewhere? What if someone else finds it? Iase took off the bracelet, concerned about simply throwing it away. Anyone who carelessly picks up discarded items deserves what they get. Iroha didn't hesitate, she grabbed the bracelet and threw it. Crack! A sharp breaking sound echoed as the fox-patterned prayer beads shattered against the ground. Are these prayer beads really this fragile? She recalled her previous prayer beads being much more durable. Before she could finish her thought, blood-red spatial cracks spread outward from the shattered beads at an alarming speed. Daiki's eyes shot up, and May hastily dressed herself as they watched the approaching cracks reveal glimpses of ruins. Iase and Karino stood paralyzed with fear. But Iroha, having been through this before, screamed, "Senpai, save me!" T/N, if you want more chapters like this, check out my Patreon. Take a look at my other translations too, you might like them. For just $1 you can access all the extra content, descriptive images, and the smuts. This one has a lot, costs only $2. That's it and happy reading. https://www.patreon.com/MrBlackwing. Chapter 86, Chapter 86 The Field of Misfortune Manifests. 1166 words. Senpai. Save me. The piercing scream cut through the air. Iase and Karino believed her story. The heartbreaking familiarity in her voice suggested she had experienced this before. Whoosh! The world transformed into a blood-red hue, revealing a devastated wasteland of ruins before their eyes. The three of them stood horrified at their sudden transportation. The otherworldly sight shattered Iase and Karino's reality, causing them to clutch Iroha's arms for comfort. Stop shouting. What about the noise complaints tomorrow? Daiki emerged wearily, surveying the eerie ruins. Wow, senpai. I thought I'd never see you again. Iroha rushed over at the sight of him. Iase and Karino were pulled along into the embrace. Senpai, I'm so glad to see you right now. Her pitiful expression barely concealed a hint of craftiness. Ahem, little girl, don't get so handsy with my man. Standing nearby, May's lips curved into an amused smile. Her narrowed eyes betrayed her displeasure. Ah. Sorry. I was just excited and didn't notice you, Wani-san. I'm hugging Daiki-senpai, and he's not resisting. You won't get angry, will you? Don't blame senpai, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me. Iase forced a smile as she covered Iroha's mouth. The girl struggled fiercely, bewildered why her friend would betray her like this. Following Karino's pointing finger, she spotted the sharp poleaxe in the tall, cold beauty's hands. The weapon's chilling gleam made Iroha wisely fall silent. She suddenly realized this senior lady might be extraordinary. Could she be a powerful sorcerer like Daiki? Where is this place? If I'm not mistaken, this might be the field of misfortune the Onmyoji mentioned. May answered Daiki's question. T/N, through extensive research, I was able to confirm that these terms impurities, field of misfortune, and Onmyoji, or exorcist, are all from the anime Twin Star Exorcists. There might be other elements mixed in about the same subject, but at least know that this chapter specifically deals with this anime. Megano, field of misfortune? Iase and Karino repeated in confusion. The Megano is where the impurities dwell. According to Onmyoji lore, it's a realm inhabited by monsters unlike humans. Any humans or Onmyoji who stray here become prey for the impurities. In ancient times, Onmyoji could freely travel between worlds. Later, in the modern era, the Onmyoji built spiritual vein seals to cut off the pathways between our world and here. Modern Onmyoji haven't entered the Megano for ages. This forbidden technique's influence reaches far indeed. Mei's expression grew serious as her palms grew sweaty around the poleaxe. With the Megano cut off from the real world for so long without Onmyoji to keep things in check, the number of impurities could have grown beyond imagination. Having to protect 3 vulnerable civilians, Iroha and the others, only complicated matters. Daiki's eyes flickered as he noticed the spatial marking connection remained intact, meaning his spatial transference technique could still provide escape. This knowledge eased his concerns. Impurities? Are they like evil spirits? Iase asked, her pale face betraying her terror. Something like that. Information about the field of misfortune wasn't secret, it was standard history at Jujutsu High. Who would have thought the spiritual vein burst would cause its reappearance? Even Mei wasn't entirely sure what impurities truly were. They're coming, Daiki suddenly announced. The ground began to violently shake. Iase and the others stared toward the distant ruins. A tide of black impurities surged forward, taking bizarre forms, humanoid, mantis-like, spider-like. That spider-shaped one must be at least 10 meters tall. Karino said, despair creeping into her voice. Even a casual blow from such a massive creature would be devastating. With their human frailty, the 3 of them were helpless. Senpai. Iroha pulled the other 2 behind Daiki. Mei gripped her poleaxe tightly as cursed energy enveloped her body. Her other fist clenched, readying for black flash. The numbers here are truly ridiculous. Daiki swept his fingertip across the distant sky, sending out an invisible slash. Innate technique dismantle. The frontmost impurities split cleanly in 2. Mei launched forward like an arrow, her cursed energy-covered poleaxe slicing through an impurity. She pivoted swiftly, following with a black flash strike. Black flash. Boom. The ordinary impurity exploded, unable to withstand the cursed technique. Mei's tall figure wove between the impurities like an illusion, her poleaxe splitting each one it touched. Iase and Karino watched in amazement while Iroha pouted, casting a resentful look at Daiki. Senpai. Step it up. Don't lose. Hiding behind him, she poked his waist. She didn't want the woman who had scolded her to steal all the spotlight. She immediately regretted her action as punishment came swiftly. Ouch ouch ouch. I'm sorry. Her cute face was casually pulled and stretched by Daiki. Feeling the pain, Iroha quickly apologized. Senpai, you only know how to bully me. Escaping his grip, she backed away and spoke angrily. Who told you to stay up late eavesdropping? Daiki's words made all 3 girls' faces turn red. That's not. Senpai, instead of talking about that, let's think about how to get out of here. Iroha avoided his gaze stubbornly. Getting out isn't difficult. You're lying, Senpai. If it's so easy to leave, why are we still here? I just thought I could use this place to test my full power. Daiki stretched and gestured for Mei to fall back. Daiki-kun, don't you need my help? The number of impurities in this Megano is overwhelming. She asked worriedly. Though a jujutsu sorcerer's power surpassed ordinary humans, the number of impurities here was simply too vast. Even deploying a domain might not allow escape. A closed domain would be easily shattered by the impurities outside, while an open domain wouldn't cover enough range. Even Sukuna, called the King of Curses, had a domain that only extended to a radius of 200 meters. No need. Daiki formed hand seals, and his domain began expanding. Domain expansion, spiritual enhancement Malevolent Shrine. The yin-yang spiritual power refined through the primordial technique merged with the domain. The malevolent shrine rose from the ground, expanding rapidly in an eerie manner. May's eyes widened in disbelief as the domain, initially covering a 200-meter radius, continued to spread until it stabilized at a radius of 1 kilometer. Ice and the others couldn't understand the source of the older woman's shock. However, when they saw the malevolent shrine rising from the ground, its fierce and bizarre form shattered their understanding of reality. Their eyes could only reflect boundless horror and overwhelming shock. T/N, if you want more chapters like this, check out my Patreon. Take a look at my other translations too, you might like them. For just $1 you can access all the extra content, descriptive images, and the smuts. This one has a lot, costs only $2. That's it and happy reading. https://www.patreon.com/mrblackwing. Chapter 87 Open, Divine Flame. Mushroom Cloud. 1287 words. Domain Expansion, Spiritual Enhancement Malevolent Shrine. The terrifying cursed energy made May tremble in body and soul. The Malevolent Shrine domain, enhanced by yin-yang power, radiated an overwhelming presence that made the impurities in the wasteland freeze in their tracks. Innate Technique Dismantle. Before the domain, Daiki unleashed his strikes. The invisible slashes filled the sky, blooming like brilliant lotus flowers. Innate Technique Cleave. With Daiki at the center, ethereal slashes formed beautiful petals layer upon layer, spreading in all directions. Hills crumbled instantly, and cursed energy particles dispersed toward the contaminated areas alongside the invisible slashes. Roar. A spider-like filth, over 10 meters tall, let out a wail before its massive body was stripped to bone by the slashes and reduced to dust. Within a kilometer radius, everything was swept clean in a single breath. The wandering impurities, drawn by the commotion, surged toward the area. The three people behind Daiki swallowed dryly. The destructive power of the malevolent shrine domain was terrifying. The army of impurities before them had vanished instantly. Even as mere observers, they could feel the filth's despair. May, who had just mastered the Black Flash technique, was even more shocked. Though Black Flash's striking power was formidable, it remained a single-target technique, incapable of such devastating destruction. Against a domain like this, it would crumble instantly. Wait. Isn't Daiki-Kuin's domain the same as Ryaman Sukuna's? Historical records say Sukuna's domain radius was only 200 meters, why is Daiki-Kuin's domain nearly a kilometer now? Sorcerers capable of domain expansion were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Most sorcerers used closed domains, even Satoru Gojo, the strongest in the current Jujutsu world, with his unlimited void, was no exception. These closed domains had one obvious flaw: while incredibly sturdy inside, they were vulnerable from the outside. Open domains solved this weakness, possessing overwhelming long-range attack capability that other sorcerers could only dream of. Yet even this long range meant only a 200-meter radius, a domain that only Ryaman Sukuna, the king of curses, could comprehend. Now Daiki was using Sukuna's domain and exceeding its limits. This left May speechless. What puzzled her even more was his innate curse technique. What kind of technique could display such world-shaking power? T/N, she's talking about the sex technique. Soul-taking technique, Sukuna's slashing technique, spatial transference technique, the 100 teachings technique that transfers abilities to others. Her racing thoughts sent chills down her spine. With Daiki's abilities, he could dominate the entire Jujutsu world. Ryaman Sukuna. King of Curses. Merely a mortal who happened to live in an era without Daiki-Kuin. If Sukuna were to be reborn, his expression upon seeing Daiki would be something to behold. May's expression turned peculiar as an image formed in her mind, Sukuna with one finger, facing Daiki with 19 fingers. No, wait. She had to account for his own vast cursed energy. Which meant, a one-fingered Sukuna would face a Daiki with 39 fingers equivalent in power. May couldn't help but laugh at the thought. Perhaps it was better for Sukuna to have died 1,000 years ago. The three girls stared at the older woman's sudden laughter in surprise. Sorry, just thought of something interesting. May waved her hand, focusing back on the wasteland ruins. Countless impurities retreated, only for more to surge forward. Domain expansion consumed far more cursed energy than Black Flash. With Daiki's domain filled with countless slashes, he couldn't maintain it much longer. Huff, he exhaled heavily. Since obtaining cursed energy rivaling Sukuna at his peak, he had never released it so freely and pleasurably before. Stand behind me. Setting aside thoughts of continued release, the four others obediently stood behind Daiki. Though their first impression of this senpai had been poor, his displayed power made Iase and Karino's hearts surge with excitement. His mere presence filled them with security. Senpai, are we leaving now? Iase asked before Iroha could speak. Her gentle tone made Iroha turn her head stiffly. If she didn't know Iase's personality, she might have grown wary. When she spoke, Iroha was reminded of Itsuki's manner of speaking. Almost, let me try one last technique. Daiki's hands came together slightly. The cursed energy particles from the invisible slashes had already covered the ruins. A terrifyingly high-temperature flame suddenly rose up, briefly illuminating the blood-red wasteland. Fuga, open. The restless impurities sensed their impending doom. Like boiling water, they surged toward the enemy. The divine flame possessed extreme heat but lacked speed and range. Sukuna had used binding to alter the domain structure and seal space, allowing his high-temperature flames to explode within a fixed domain range. He then used dispersed cursed energy particles to achieve an explosion-like effect. Daiki didn't need such complexity. The 6 Sukuna fingers contributed by Suguru had given him 6 rewards, one being the ability to enhance his cursed energy's burst power, its explosiveness. He wanted to test the extent of this enhancement. If it proved insufficient, he would abandon the technique. Even Sukuna faced restrictions with this ability. It required dispersed cursed energy particles and could only be used within a domain. It served as an unexpected killing move, though against equal opponents, opportunities to use it were rare. At that level, battles typically came down to domain competitions. Daiki could strike with his domain from 500 meters away. Closed domain expansions would shatter before it, while open domain expansions couldn't match his range. This technique was merely an extra tool. As his fingers spread apart, a flaming arrow appeared. Innate technique Divine Flame. Whoosh! The high-temperature flame arrow tore through the sky, instantly igniting the cursed energy particles dispersed throughout the wasteland. The next moment, terrifying flames shot skyward. Daiki and Mei's pupils contracted instantly. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the wasteland, the white light blazed so bright that no one could keep their eyes open. The sweeping heat wave vaporized the massive impurities instantly. A majestic mushroom cloud rose from the wasteland ground, the released storm sent even the largest impurities flying. Daiki carefully controlled his cursed energy and domain to protect a 3-meter radius around him. Let's go. His words vanished in the roar. Iase and the others felt their bodies lighten. When they came to their senses, they found themselves back in the original room. Mei and the others remained stunned by the terrifying sight of the mushroom cloud, a primal fear gripping their hearts. Wow! This cursed energy burst enhancement is incredible. I didn't even use binding to constrain the cursed energy particle's explosion range. The power could have been even more devastating. Daiki's throat was parched, and he reached for a water cup. Daiki-kun, I'll. The ever-attentive Mei immediately understood, kneeling to offer him the cup. Her overly deferential manner left Daiki at a loss for words. Senpai, drinking like that might make you choke, let me help you. Iroha interjected, her voice honeyed and warm. Though Iase and Karino remained still, their eyes betrayed a mix of awe and wonder. Back at the field of misfortune. In the desolate wasteland ruins, several figures materialized, gazing in disbelief at the massive crater. Has the power of the outside world's Onmyoji truly reached such heights? If there were a few more Onmyoji of this caliber. T/N, if you want more chapters like this, check out my Patreon. Take a look at my other translations too, you might like them. For just $1 you can access all the extra content, descriptive images, and the smuts. This one has a lot, costs only $2. That's it and happy reading. https://www.patreon.com/mrblackwing. Chapter 88, Chapter 88. So now I have to beg like a beggar? 1027 words. Senpai, are you tired? Let me offer you my lap as a pillow. Senpai, what were you talking about with Wani-san earlier? Senpai, this world is so dangerous, can I become a sorcerer too? The affected tone sent a shiver down Daiki's skin. Iroha's snow-white hands gently massaged his shoulders, her touch surprisingly skilled and measured. Her chestnut-colored short hair occasionally brushed against his earlobe, carrying a subtle fragrance. Her eagerness to become a sorcerer was unmistakable. Ayase and Carino blushed at her behavior. Despite claiming to dislike this senior, here she was, practically throwing herself at him. The three remained wide awake, still processing their encounter with disaster and impurities. Their bodies trembled at the memory of that mushroom cloud. The true power of sorcerers had shattered their previous understanding of reality. Who could have imagined their second-year senpai was a sorcerer? Ayase and Carino studied Daiki carefully. With his refined features and mysterious aura, he seemed flawless. No wonder Iroha is so fixated on Daiki-senpai. Besides being a bit of a playboy, he's perfect. Ayase sighed, concerned for her friend. After all, both Mei and Daiki were powerful sorcerers. Mei, the beautiful woman who could effortlessly slay massive impurities with just a poleaxe, possessed both cold beauty and an imposing figure that put her charm off the charts. Next to her, Iroha seemed diminutive. Still, their primary concern remained whether they too could become sorcerers. How amazing would it be to possess such power? The path of a sorcerer is far more challenging than you imagine. Mei stated bluntly, eyeing their eager expressions. Though the spiritual vein outbreak had granted some ordinary people sorcery talent, becoming a true sorcerer was no simple feat without innate techniques and unable to use black flash. Such sorcerers were mere cannon fodder, destined to spend their lives as support staff for true sorcerers. Senpai. Undeterred by these warnings, Iroha clutched Daiki's sleeve with coquettish charm, her fair, rosy face nearly touching his. Her bright eyes sparkled with an endearing look. Mei speaks truth. Ordinary sorcerers are nothing but cannon fodder on the battlefield. The crucial element is innate technique, which you lack. Daiki's resolve stood unshakable. How could it waver so easily? The light of hope slowly dimmed in Ayase and Carino's eyes. So that's how it is, senpai. The world is so dangerous, you won't abandon your cute kohai, right? Taking advantage of the conversation, Iroha leaned close to his ear and whispered in a cold, flat voice that only they could hear. Cut it out, senpai. What you did with Miss Mei earlier wasn't innocent at all, was it? I know everything now, about teaching Black Flash and doing it again. Your ability is quite improper. If you don't want Miku-senpai to know about your relationships with other women, you'd better help me become a powerful sorcerer. As her chestnut hair moved away from his nose, Iroha maintained her cute expression, betraying nothing of her cold words. Ayase and Carino only saw her lean forward, her chestnut-colored short hair concealing Daiki's cheeks. They briefly marveled at her boldness but thought nothing more of it. Mei raised her eyebrows, watching the bold girl with amusement. Such an interesting character was quite rare. You really can't judge a book by its cover, or measure the ocean with a bucket. Iroha guessed correctly. I have a special ability called 100 Teachings that can infinitely increase a sorcerer's cursed energy and physical strength through that kind of thing. While it can't make one a special grade sorcerer, over time it can make a sorcerer's power directly overwhelm special grades. Acknowledging the 100 Teachings ability confirmed Iroha's suspicions, but his sudden change in tone cooled her excitement. But, why should I teach you? This is a mysterious technique that can keep ordinary people eternally young. Your threats as a junior aren't enough to make me waste my time. His fingertip lifted her chin, his playful gaze making her heart flutter. Senpai, how mean. Such a cute kohai is keeping you company, yet you still want something else. Iroha's face flushed slightly as she retorted. After a pause, she said softly, does Senpai have any other thoughts? As long as it doesn't involve others, I can agree to anything. Her gentle, vulnerable appearance stirred violent thoughts. Beg me. Huh? Iroha's breath caught. She had expected some outrageous demand. But just this? As expected of a small fry senior, he's no match at all. Senpai, please help me become a powerful sorcerer. Playing the role of a cute, weak kohai, Iroha's acting was flawless. Daiki's lips curled into a smile. I said beg, not make a wish. Iroha looked confused, not understanding his meaning. Remember how Mei begged me earlier? Use that same format. A storm of thoughts swept through Iroha's mind, and her face turned crimson. Senpai, can't we have Iase and Karino leave first? Though they were speaking quietly, someone might overhear. If those two heard, she might as well move to another planet. No way. His words were gentle, but in her eyes, he was nothing short of a demon. Her gaze drifted toward Mei, who watched the scene with leisurely interest. When their eyes met, Mei turned her head with deliberate slowness. Damn it. That woman must have heard everything. Iroha shifted uncomfortably, her teeth catching her lower lip. Iase and Karino exchanged glances, noting the heavy silence. In this stillness, where even a pin drop would echo, how could she possibly utter such shameless words? When Daiki had used his ability on Mei, he'd clearly been the one deriving pleasure from it. Now he not only wanted more, but he demanded she beg for it. Wouldn't that make her, Iroha, no better than a beggar on her knees? Senpai. T/N, if you want more chapters like this, check out my Patreon. Take a look at my other translations too, you might like them. For just $1 you can access all the extra content, descriptive images, and the smuts. This one has a lot, costs only $2. That's it and happy reading. https://www.patreon.com/MrBlackwing. Chapter 89, Such a Gentle Senpai. 1368 words. The first step to becoming a sorcerer is to refine cursed energy. Cursed energy comes from your negative emotions, it's not sourceless. Extracting cursed energy from negative emotions is the foundation of being a sorcerer. After hesitating for a long time, Iroha still couldn't overcome her overwhelming sense of shame. Just when she'd given up hope of becoming a sorcerer, that bastard senpai had the old woman teach them sorcery basics. The detailed tutorial made her suspicious of Daiki's ulterior motives. Hey little one, focus. Concentration is the most important part of refining cursed energy. Without it, you won't be able to extract cursed energy from negative emotions. Mei bent slightly forward, her swaying peaks making the girl clench her teeth. Cow. Iroha muttered under her breath. If the old woman hadn't made her senpai stay out all night, she might have succeeded already, instead of having to practice these basics now. Eternal youth, surpassing special grade sorcerers, either achievement alone would drive others crazy. These were heights she could never reach even if she practiced sorcery her whole life. However, that phrase the bastard senpai wanted her to say was just too embarrassing. If they'd been alone, if Iase and Karino hadn't been there, she definitely would have said it. Thinking about it now, Iroha couldn't help but feel regret. It was just one phrase, how could she not say it? I think I've refined a bit of cursed energy. Iase's beautiful eyes flew open as she exclaimed excitedly. This suddenly snapped Iroha out of her regret. Well done. You've indeed refined a thread of cursed energy. Mei, who was teaching the three, examined briefly and nodded with satisfaction. A shocked Iroha stared blankly at her friend. She hadn't even sensed her own negative emotions, yet Iase had already succeeded. This speed of refining cursed energy seemed impossible. Mei Wani, does Iase have high sorcery aptitude? The sweet voice made Mei glance over. She calmly replied, "You can't determine sorcery aptitude from refining cursed energy. Let me restate the two most important points for sorcerers. First is innate technique, which determines combat power. Second is total cursed energy. Refinement speed isn't important, capacity is key. Even with fast refinement, a grade 4 sorcerer can't contain more than their body allows. Still, compared to ordinary sorcerers, Ia's talent is indeed notable." Her words made Iroha's understanding clearer. Ice wasn't discouraged, being able to become a sorcerer was good enough. "I've refined cursed energy too." Another excited voice rang out, making Iroha, who had just started feeling relieved, tense up again. If she were practicing alone, the speed wouldn't matter. What's scary is comparison, that becomes deadly. Ice and Carino had both successfully refined cursed energy, while she couldn't even find the threshold. This made her emotions instantly turn anxious and uneasy. "Stay calm. Stay calm." The old woman said, "These are just sorcerer basics. Can't let negative emotions take control, have to look at this calmly." Despite telling herself this, who could truly keep their heart calm in such a situation? Her heart was already in turmoil from her friend's success. As the night wore on, weariness set in. Ice and Carino couldn't suppress their yawns. Refining cursed energy was mentally draining enough, especially in the middle of the night. Once the initial excitement from encountering the Megano and impurities wore off, exhaustion took over. "Let's go back and rest." Daiki noticed their fatigue and spoke gently. "Thank you, senpai." Ice and Carino bowed gratefully. Their earlier poor impression of him had been completely wrong. They realized this after actually getting to know him. Ice felt ashamed and guilty about her previous behavior. "Senpai, I'm sorry for my childish actions before." She bowed again suddenly. "Me too, I'm sorry." Remembering the cooking incident, Carino quickly bowed an apology. "It's fine." Daiki waved dismissively, not even sure what they were apologizing for. Relieved by his forgiveness, the two left the room happily with Iroha. "You two go rest first. I need to ask senpai about some tips for refining cursed energy," Iroha said to them. You haven't refined any cursed energy yet?" Ice paused. "Should we really bother senpai now? Maybe we could visit tomorrow instead?" A slight blush colored her fair cheeks. After all, before their encounter with the impurities, Mei's sounds had been quite noticeable. "It's fine, just go rest," Iroha said, turning away before they could protest further. Ice and Carino exchanged glances and thought nothing more of it. Seeing Iroha return, Mei tactfully went to the adjacent bedroom. Senpai, please let me become a sorcerer, please teach me." Her words trembled, her face flushed crimson. She never thought she'd find herself saying such things. "No. Thank you so." "Huh? Why?" "I followed senpai's request," Iroha asked, dumbfounded. "My request was for you to say it at that moment, but you didn't obey." His cold attitude made her heart sink. "Senpai, please, give me another chance. This time I won't refuse anything you ask me to say." She put on her most pitiful expression. Daiki's eyes flickered, there was still room for remedy. Carino and Ice had already returned to the adjacent bedroom. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew the bedroom door open. Carino, didn't you close the door?" "Ah? Maybe I didn't close it properly?" Ice walked to the door, casually glancing at the pitch-black living room. A chill ran down her spine. Could there be more impurities? A quick scan revealed no abnormalities, except for an odd smell that caught her attention. She sniffed the air, following the scent, but found nothing unusual. Still uneasy, she quickly closed the bedroom door and hurried back. "Don't worry, senpai next door will protect us, there's no danger," Carino said with a laugh. With Daiki's strength, even if some impurity appeared, it would have to leave on its knees. That's true. After considering this, Ice felt much more at ease. Iroha felt strangely at ease as the ghost hand cradled her body, though something impossibly large pressed against her small frame. "Senpai." Her tiny voice rang out in mild protest. Her cheeks flushed as she watched the ethereal barrier of invisible hands. "Can I become a sorcerer now? You mischievous senpai." Her playful expression seemed designed to provoke. As the ghost hand shimmered faintly, it became clear neither would find rest that night. By the next morning, Daiki had left with Rizu Ogata. The three girls, Iase and the others, continued refining cursed energy at home under Mei's instruction. "Senpai is so gentle, spending time tutoring classmates like this." Iase leaned close to Iroha's ear and sighed softly. The hot breath made Iroha's face flush crimson. It reminded her of last night's incident, that nose sniffing everywhere. If Daiki hadn't blocked it with his technique, she dreaded to imagine what might have happened. Yet the oblivious Iase still thought that bastard senpai was a good person. Iroha's legs trembled as she snorted coldly. Who knows if that bastard senpai's tutoring is really tutoring? He probably only teaches pretty girls. Eh? Iroha, you're being too harsh on senpai. Ie scolded disapprovingly. Even Karino, focused on refining cursed energy, nodded in agreement. Looking at her two friends who had turned against her, Iroha had complaints she couldn't voice. Refining cursed energy was just the most basic knowledge in the jujitsu world. That bastard senpai had won over her two best friends with just this simple lesson. Could he be teaching this because he's targeting Iase and Karino? Iroha suddenly realized, alarm bells ringing in her head. She glanced sideways at her two friends praising that bastard senpai and fell silent. These two. They'd probably help count the money even if Daiki sold them. T/N, if you want more chapters like this, check out my Patreon. Take a look at my other translations too, you might like them. For just $1 you can access all the extra content, descriptive images, and the smuts. This one has a lot, costs only $2. That's it and happy reading. https://www.patreon.com/MrBlackwing. Chapter 90, Chapter 90 Yatsuba grows a brain. 1152 words. Welcome. Eh? Rizu Ogata? At the entrance of the luxury apartment. Ichika opened the door expecting Daiki, but found second-year student Rizu standing behind him. "I'm so sorry. I ran into Daiki-kun yesterday while delivering takeout and asked if I could join the tutoring sessions. Please forgive my presumption, Nakano-san." Rizu bowed deeply, fidgeting nervously. Though she knew the quintuplets were wealthy, the apartment's luxury overwhelmed her. Being in such a high-end place for the first time made her anxious, and she worried the Nakano quintuplets wouldn't welcome her presence. "It's fine. Come on in." After a brief pause, Ichika put on a gentle smile. She led Daiki and Rizu toward the elevator on the first floor. "I'm really sorry." Rizu apologized again after a few steps. "Don't be nervous, you're not the only one joining the tutoring sessions." At this topic, Ichika's cheek twitched slightly. A shameless woman had shown up at dawn, and the quintuplets couldn't say a word about it. Haruno represented the Yukino-Shida family's investment in the Nakano hospital, with her talk of potential and investment value. The Yukino-Shidas hadn't fought for control, they'd simply provided money. The quintuplets had to suppress their anger. All that talk of investment prospects was mere pretense. The Yukino-Shida family's investment served only to curry favor with Daiki. Next to Haruno's shamelessness, Rizu's presence seemed trivial. "Daiki-kun, please teach us properly. My passing this year depends entirely on you." Ichika moved closer, clasping her hands in a pleading gesture. When Rizu wasn't looking, she parted her lips slightly. "I'll teach properly." Ichika smiled happily at his promise. When they reached the Nakano's floor, the three stepped out of the elevator. Opening the apartment door revealed a room filled with beautiful girls. "Daiki-kun." Miku, who had been waiting eagerly, rushed over, staking her claim before the uninvited guest. Yukino's eyes dimmed as she held her teacup. She was supposed to be closest to Daiki, yet here she sat in silence, unable to show any sign, uncertain if he held real feelings for her. Lost in thought, she failed to notice Haruno's smirk. Unlike her brooding sister, Haruno was quite cheerful. The bizarre scene before her was simply too amusing. That stubborn girl, Miku, thought keeping the cat outside would maintain order, unaware that the mice were already scurrying about inside. Miku's possessive display seemed weak to Haruno. If she weren't concerned about Daiki's reaction, she would have shown them all how to properly stake a claim. Nino watched her boyfriend with puffed cheeks and resentful eyes, wondering when she could finally be honest with Miku and the others. Itsuki sensed the strange tension in the air. Meanwhile, Yotsuba stood waiting, wooden stick in hand. Despite her energy, she struggled with academics. Like her sisters, she had one strong subject, Japanese literature, but performed poorly in everything else. She showed the least progress among her sisters. Even with group study sessions, she remained most likely to fail. This was why she eagerly anticipated Daiki's 100 teaching ability. Don't just stand there, sit down. Ichika broke the tense atmosphere, having Miku guide Daiki to his seat. The spacious living room was filled with textbooks of various subjects. Haruno and Yukino examined the comprehensive tutoring plan. Without Daiki's 100 teaching, would they all face repeating the year? As top students themselves, neither Haruno nor Yukino could truly grasp the struggles of poor performers. Daiki surveyed the subject books and drew a deep breath. Daiki-kun, your weapon. Please discipline me thoroughly. Yotsuba knelt before him, presenting the wooden stick. Miku tilted her head, barely recognizing her foolish sister. Let's start with Japanese literature. This was Yotsuba's strongest subject and the easiest to pass. It also aligned with Rizu's needs, as she struggled most with humanities. Starting here made the most sense for everyone. Take out your Japanese literature books. I'll begin with a basic explanation, then we'll practice with some questions May printed. Daiki retrieved the textbook and instructed them to listen carefully. Daiki-kun, wouldn't covering the entire book take too long? Perhaps we should start with tests to find their weak areas? Haruno questioned his approach to teaching the whole book. Besides, for a humanities subject like Japanese literature, simply explaining concepts wouldn't be effective, right? She had clearly underestimated the power of 100 teaching. They're all weak points, so we'll cover everything. He opened the book and began explaining Japanese literature. Yotsuba was already yawning at his first sentence. This was her best subject, one could hardly imagine her performance in other subjects. Smack. The wooden stick struck her arm sharply. With the strike, knowledge and understanding flowed from his mind to hers. Ow. The stinging pain jolted Yotsuba awake. Sorry, Daiki-kun, I'll be serious. Then explain what the first sentence means. Staring at the first sentence, Yotsuba's expression gradually turned vacant as she scratched her head in confusion. Finally, she looked up at him with a sheepish grin. Smack. Don't just grin stupidly, keep thinking. Daiki showed no mercy with another strike of the stick. This unusual teaching method left Yukino and Haruno speechless. Miku and the other struggling students shrank back, trembling in fear. I think I got it. The sharp pain made Yotsuba's head tingle as strange knowledge suddenly materialized in her mind. In that moment, she felt her brain actually expanding. I understand. This sentence means. Her fluid explanation left everyone wide-eyed. No way. Yotsuba really was developing intelligence. Just 2 strikes with the stick and she'd had an epiphany? From her seat on the sofa, Haruno rubbed her chin thoughtfully. Was this how Nino had become a sorcerer too? Though it seemed straightforward enough, those strikes must hurt. Perhaps she could ask Daiki to strike somewhere other than the arm? Air. Haruno's cheeks flushed pink as she gazed at him with misty, expectant eyes. I really did it. Yotsuba stared at the Japanese literature book in disbelief. She understood the first sentence with remarkable clarity, and glimpses of understanding extended to the rest of the text, something that would have been impossible before. Sit down and continue. Daiki occasionally questioned Miku and the others. As the stick fell repeatedly, they experienced true knowledge firsthand. Yukino fell silent. Sorcery truly defied scientific explanation. What principles governed the 100 teaching ability? How could strikes from a stick lead to instant enlightenment? And since this was a sorcerer's ability, could it perhaps teach sorcery itself? Yukino's analytical mind immediately turned to questions of sorcerer righteousness. T/N. If you want more chapters like this, check out my Patreon. Take a look at my other translations too, you might like them. For just $1 you can access all the extra content, descriptive images, and the smuts. This one has a lot, costs only $2. That's it and happy reading. https://www.patreon.com/mrblackwing. Chapter 91. Chapter 91 I Want to Become Stronger. 1144 words. Wah! I passed my Japanese language class. Yotsuba exclaimed, jumping around with her test paper in hand. She could hardly believe she'd passed so easily. Though Japanese was her strongest subject, that wasn't saying much, it was just slightly better than her usual 0 scores in other subjects. Thanks to Daiki's wooden stick taps, passing had become possible. Now she wouldn't have to worry about holding her sister's back anymore. Nino sipped her tea, a slight smile playing on her lips. Her own test scores had improved significantly as well. Stop bouncing around and come here for some medicine. Your arm is all red. Setting down her teacup with a sigh, she called out to her energetic sister. No need for ointment, I'll handle this. Daiki gently took Yotsuba's small hand, where the stick marks were clearly visible. This was unavoidable, getting hit was fundamental to the 100 teachings. If someone could withstand his full power strike, they could master techniques in sequence, reverse cursed technique first, black flash twice, and constant black flash 3 times. The catch was that no one could withstand his full power. What's this? Reverse curse technique, a skill jujitsu sorcerers can master. It's primarily a healing technique, though it can also kill curses. A warm flow envelopes the area, instantly healing any skin damage. Eh? Is it like Black Flash? All eyes turned to Nino, who had mastered Black Flash. Ichika, especially, looked at her sister's achievement with envy. Yes, it's another skill taught through the 100 teachings. Daiki's answer sparked thoughts in both Haruno and Yukino. Haruno, already familiar with the 100 teachings ability, showed natural interest. Yukino, though less informed, had pieced together enough about the 100 teachings to understand its basics. She felt a twinge of annoyance that her sister had deliberately kept her in the dark. She had talked with her sister half the night, yet important topics remained unspoken. How can I convince Daiki-kun to teach me this ability? Though the Yukino-shita residents possessed some spiritual power against evil spirits, the reverse curse technique's healing abilities offered far more protection. If her mother or sister ever got hurt, such power could save their lives. These thoughts swirled in Yukino's mind, leaving her restless. Watching her sister's contemplative state, Haruno let out a quiet sigh of relief. She had feared Yukino would become fixated on learning the healing ability. I'll master it myself, that should be enough. I'll protect both Yukino and mother. Haruno made a silent vow, her fist clenched, determined to shield her sister from this dangerous path. Unknown to her, Yukino sat with bowed head, harboring the very same thoughts. Daiki finished healing Yotsuba's injuries, leaving her delicate skin unmarked. Amazing. She grabbed his hand, awestruck. Such mysterious healing power from an ordinary-looking hand left Yotsuba's mind buzzing with questions. Miku's death glare sent chills through the room. At Nino's warning cough, Yotsuba quickly released Daiki's hand, scratching her head sheepishly. After healing everyone else, the Japanese tutoring session concluded. Let's take a break for lunch, Nino announced, noticing the time. I'll help with the cooking. Haruno, their houseguest, volunteered. In that case, I'll join too. I'm quite good at making udon noodles. Daiki-kun, please make sure to try my cooking. Rizu, while tidying up the books, thought of the beef she had eaten at his place yesterday. She had brought udon noodles specifically for this kitchen. Miku was supposed to stay with Daiki, but when she heard Rizu's offer, she bristled. Wasn't this a challenge to her cooking abilities? Though she knew she was terrible at cooking, how could she simply admit defeat? I'll help too. Miku's declaration surprised everyone. After all, they all knew she was hopeless in the kitchen. Letting her cook would likely result in disaster. In that case, Daiki-kun, let's continue with the tutoring. Yotsuba seized the chance. Such rapid improvement in grades was too rare to waste. Being less academically inclined than her sisters, she knew she needed to work harder. Me too. Itsuki adjusted her glasses as she spoke. Aspiring to become a teacher like their mother, she held herself to higher standards than her sisters. Daiki picked up the wooden stick and continued with the Japanese language tutoring. At that moment, Ichika called from the bathroom. Daiki-kun, could you help? The bathroom seems to be clogged. Her brazen request shocked Haruno and Nino. They couldn't believe she would dare make such a move in front of everyone. Wasn't she concerned about Miku's reaction? Clang. In the kitchen, the innocent girl was locked in an intense battle with a cabbage. Nino and Haruno could only watch in stunned silence. Taking advantage of the distraction, Ichika pulled Daiki to the bathroom. Meanwhile, Itsuki and Yotsuba diligently returned to their test papers, determined to fill the gaps in their knowledge. Daiki-kun, this teaching method is too slow. I want to become stronger. I want better grades than Nino. As the door closed, Ichika's demeanor grew bolder. As you wish, my red model. Daiki smiled, taking her arm and guiding her to lean against the mirror. 100 teachings, activate. Standing in the open kitchen, Nino nearly ground her teeth to dust. Fortunately, Haruno spoke up, I'll go take a look too. I'm quite good at handling these matters. With that, she walked to the bathroom. Kuchiki-kun, I'm coming in. Then, she slipped inside. Nino felt relieved. With 3 people in the bathroom, surely Ichika would show some restraint. What she didn't know was, Daiki-kun, it's my turn now. Let Miss Ichika rest. Hold on. This was just taken from me. Don't you know your limits, you old woman? Gulp. Ichika stood speechless with shock. Haruno's ability to draw Daiki to her family was clearly well earned. Big Daiki emerged from Haruno's body, sweat dripping to the floor. After a moment's hesitation, Ichika gritted her teeth and followed suit, refusing to be outdone. Half an hour later, the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Ichika emerged, her face flushed crimson. Haruno clenched her fist as cursed energy surged through her, producing a faint black flash. Yet the duration proved too brief for her to fully master the technique. Tonight we'll continue, and I'll master the reverse curse technique as well. The determined woman glanced toward the kitchen, where Yukino was attempting to teach Miku. Even the brilliant Yukino appeared overwhelmed trying to guide the girl's clumsy cooking attempts. T/N, if you want more chapters like this, check out my Patreon. Take a look at my other translations too, you might like them. For just $1 you can access all the extra content, descriptive images, and the smuts. This one has a lot, costs only $2. That's it and happy reading. https://www.patreon.com/MrBlackwing. Chapter 92, Chapter 92 In Your Face. 1055 words. Everyone's cooking skills are so impressive. Miss Miku's tempura shrimp looks absolutely mouth-watering. I wonder who'll be lucky enough to marry someone as caring and skilled at cooking as her. The dishes placed on the table filled the air with an enticing aroma. Haruno, fresh from the bathroom, couldn't help but gush with praise, her hands pressed to her cheeks. The naturally shy Miku became too embarrassed to look up. Her face flushed crimson, making everyone's mouths water even more. The direct praise left her with mixed feelings, happiness that Haruno's words might make Daiki see her in a better light, but guilt because the tempura shrimp had actually been made under Yukino's careful guidance. She couldn't even distinguish between sugar and salt on her own. No, not at all. It's really thanks to Yukino's expertise. I just followed her instructions. Miku stammered through her shyness, deflecting praise to the others' cooking abilities. Don't be so modest. Little Yukino's cooking is decent enough, though she needs more practice. Poor me, being her sister, I've never even tasted her cooking. Harano lamented. That's because you're always pestering me. It's annoying. Yukino replied icily. Ichika, exhausted beyond words, watched in silence as Haruno continued chatting cheerfully, her expression unchanged. Setting aside the woman's shameless food-snatching habits, she truly lived up to her universal beauty title in other ways. This was precisely why Ichika felt so uneasy. Haruno could manipulate Miku with just a few choice words. Without her big sister around to protect this innocent girl, who knew how often they'd take advantage of her. Haha, let's sit down quickly, I'm famished. Ichika's sudden interjection redirected everyone's attention to the dining table. Miku naturally took her place beside Daiki. The real question was who would claim the remaining empty seat beside him. As Haruno stepped forward, the sharp-eyed Yukino yanked her back. If she couldn't sit next to him, neither could her sister. Hee hee. Ichika snickered behind her hand, eyeing the woman smugly. She could tell both sisters were interested in Daiki, with Haruno clearly having the upper hand over the naive Yukino. Though the finer details escaped her, she could see the sisters had reached an uneasy equilibrium. Miss Haruno, since you don't want to sit, I'll help myself. Just as Ichika took a step toward the empty seat, she felt herself being pulled back. It was Nino, wearing a fake smile. After the incident at the hospital, Miku had grown wary of her, who naturally couldn't sit next to Daiki. But Nino hadn't forgotten Ichika's bold move earlier and wasn't about to let her sister take advantage again. Miss Ichika, why aren't you sitting? Don't you like sitting next to Daiki-kun? Haruno said with barely contained laughter. The pot calling the kettle black, they were all equally guilty. While the four remained deadlocked, Rizu simply sat down. Why is everyone still standing? The udon and tempura shrimp will get cold. She asked with genuine curiosity. They all knew this science genius didn't understand social cues. Having her sit next to Daiki would actually help neutralize the others' schemes. Haruno and the others finally took their seats, each choosing what they considered a strategic position. Daiki-kun, try my family's udon. The noodles are firm, and we're known for their quality. I think you'll enjoy the taste. Rizu lifted some noodles with her chopsticks and offered them to him. She was simply returning his kindness from yesterday when he had fed her beef, believing in fair exchanges. Miku, who had just picked up some tempura shrimp to offer, froze mid-motion. She stared at the famous Sobu high school genius, wondering if her social obliviousness was genuine or an act. Thank you. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Daiki accepted and tasted the noodles. The udon's rich flavor stood out compared to others in the market. Rizu's family shop clearly had a special touch. Miku's tempura shrimp is also excellent, you should try some. Daiki's words slightly soothed Miku's jealousy as he picked up a piece, intending to feed his girlfriend. Really? Thank you, Daiki-kun. But Rizu assumed it was for her and opened her mouth expectantly, just as she had done with the beef. Daiki hesitated, taken aback by her innocent gesture. Not wanting to embarrass her unintentional mistake, he placed the tempura shrimp in her mouth. Oh, delicious. The little girl's face lit up at the taste. Sitting nearby, Miku watched in disbelief, feeling she belonged not at the table but underneath it in some dark corner. Who was the girlfriend here anyway? Daiki picked up another piece of tempura shrimp for Miku, but she turned her head away, her cheeks puffed up like a steamed bun. She was jealous. Without some comfort from him, she wouldn't speak to him for the rest of the day. Before Daiki could speak, Rizu poked her head out again. Miku-san doesn't like it? I think Miku-san's cooking is really good. If you don't want it, why don't you give Daiki-kuen's tempura to me? I think this tempura shrimp pairs perfectly with our udon. Rizu savored the tempura shrimp, already planning to add this dish to their shop's menu, sensing it would sell well. Not knowing her thoughts, Haruno and the others could only stare wide-eyed. Though they often stole food themselves, at least they did it discreetly. Who would have thought this science genius could be so bold and fearless? She was openly asserting dominance right in front of Miku, the actual girlfriend. As she spoke, Rizu even started to stand up to bite the tempura. Catching this from the corner of her eye, Miku panicked. I want it. She blurted out, quickly biting the piece of tempura shrimp from Daiki's chopsticks. Rizu paused, genuinely confused by her agitation. Then I'll let Miku-san have it. Being a guest, she thought she should be polite. This was mine to begin with. Miku's eyes grew as wide as bells, leaving her speechless. T/N, if you want more chapters like this, check out my Patreon. Take a look at my other translations too, you might like them. For just $1 you can access all the extra content, descriptive images, and the smuts. This one has a lot, costs only $2. That's it and happy reading. https://www.patreon.com/MrBlackwing. Chapter 93, What Complicated Relationships. 1018 words. It's rare to see someone who's both naturally airhead and cunning. Even the experienced Haruno was left speechless by Rizu's expression. With her sharp eye for detail, she couldn't detect a single flaw. The girl truly seemed to have no concept of it. Ogata-san, you shouldn't be so close with boys. People might say you're sharing an indirect kiss. Miku warned, her heart aching as she suppressed her jealousy. Her eyes fixed intently on Rizu, searching for any reaction. Rizu stared blankly at Daiki, then looked at Miku. What's an indirect kiss? Her words made Haruno and the others weak in the knees. Her expression showed nothing but pure innocence. Miku's jealousy and anger vanished like steam hit with cold water. Never mind, it's nothing. After a moment's hesitation, Miku decided to drop the subject. This science genius from Sobu High was simply too innocent. It was like punching a cotton ball. If she didn't even understand kissing, what else could they expect? But I'll remember what Miku said. I've never done this with other boys, only with Daiki-kun. Miku's small fist clenched unconsciously. Even knowing Rizu was naturally dense, it still stung. With nowhere to direct her burning anger, her left hand moved quietly under the table and grabbed Big Daiki. This is Daiki-kun's punishment for others. She whispered into his ear, her face flushed. Daiki's expression was helpless, he was suffering undeserved misfortune. I still need to thank Daiki-kun. Without you, I might have had no hope. Even though Kurisu-sensei has been helping us, the tutoring hasn't worked, and I can tell her patience is wearing thin. Speaking of their homeroom teacher Mafuyu's tutoring, Rizu's eyes clouded with melancholy. Initially, Mafuyu had genuinely wanted to help them achieve their goals. But as time passed, the teacher's attitude shifted. During tutoring, she would subtly probe their intentions, essentially suggesting they should give up their dreams. Rizu didn't blame her but felt hopeless about the future. Yes, Daiki-kun's tutoring is incredible. My Japanese literature score improved right away. If we keep this up, passing all subjects isn't just a dream. Yotsuba agreed enthusiastically, pumping her fist. Indeed, it is quite remarkable. Haruno said from her seat, quietly raising her jade-like foot. Her perfect toes brushed lightly against Daiki's leg. The subtle touch made Big Daiki twitch. Gripping firmly, Miku's face reddened. Daiki-kun, behave yourself. Yet even as she scolded him, her hand demonstrated its ultimate dexterity. She might not know much, but this she could do. What's Haruno up to now? Ichika, noticing the change in the older woman's smile, instantly became alert. She experimentally raised her foot, touching the other leg directly. When she looked up, she caught Haruno's challenging smile. The proper Nino and Yukino remained oblivious to this unusual behavior. Miku, her face flushed red, buried her head in her bowl, unsure how to react. Sigh, if it weren't for me, Miku would have way more than 3 hats on her head. With that thought, Ichika boldly extended her foot. Yes, Yatsuba-san, let's work hard together. Encouraged, Rizu and Yatsuba exchanged warm smiles. It was always delightful to find like-minded friends during study sessions. Of course. I've passed Japanese literature now. Ogata-san, feel free to ask me any questions. The two fell into easy conversation. Before, I couldn't understand character relationships and emotions in literature. But thanks to Daiki-kuin's teaching, I can now analyze character relationships. I'm sure we'll pass our literature subjects soon. Rizu's face lit up as she spoke to Yatsuba. In her excitement, she accidentally dropped her chopsticks. The sudden clatter made the 3 mischief-makers jump. Haruno and Ichika, worried about drawing attention, couldn't withdraw their feet in time. Miku, despite sitting next to Rizu and having the chance to move, deliberately kept her hand in place after a moment's hesitation. After all, she was Daiki's official girlfriend, what was there to hide? This was the perfect opportunity to make their relationship clear to this girl and prevent future misunderstandings. As Rizu bent down to retrieve her chopsticks, she witnessed everything. 2 feet were playing against Daiki's legs, occasionally nudging each other furtively, while Miku's hand remained poised for its decisive move. Question: what exactly was the relationship between these 4 people? Her mind whirled frantically, nearly overheating as she tried to comprehend these intricate interpersonal dynamics. These relationships and emotions are so complicated. Literature is impossible. Her newfound confidence crumbled instantly. Rizu lifted her head, her thoughts completely scrambled. Seeing her bewildered expression, Miku's lips curved into a triumphant smile. That's right, little girl, this is what real power looks like. Luckily for them, she failed to notice Haruno and Ichika holding their breath. When Miku paused her movements, the restless feet resumed their game. Ogata-san, are you okay? Yatsuba and Itsuki asked with concern, noticing the girl's distraction. I'm fine. Rizu replied quickly, though her mind kept replaying the previous scenes. What was the relationship between these 4 people? Why was Miku's hand doing that to Daiki? And what were Ichika and Haruno trying to accomplish? This glimpse into an unfamiliar world left her mind swimming with questions. Even as lunch came to an end, she remained puzzled. Let's solve another practice paper to refresh ourselves. Yatsuba declared energetically, unwilling to waste even their break time. Nino and Itsuki shook their heads helplessly but accepted the papers. Everything seemed fine at first, until they saw the scores. Huh? How did Ichika's Japanese literature score suddenly get so high? Itsuki asked, glancing up from her own passing grade. A quick look showed her sister's score had far surpassed hers. Their scores had been equal just that morning. Somehow, in the brief span of lunch, Ichika had pulled dramatically ahead. T/N, if you want more chapters like this, check out my Patreon. Take a look at my other translations too, you might like them. For just $1 you can access all the extra content, descriptive images, and the smuts. This one has a lot, costs only $2. That's it and happy reading. https://www.patreon.com/mrblackwing. Chapter 94, Chapter 94 A Natural-Born Scholar. 1054 words. The sudden lead in Japanese language scores left everyone puzzled. Yatsuba stared with wide eyes, despite her own improvement being modest. Even her current progress was remarkable compared to before. But who could resist such a quick path to better scores? Why take small steps when bigger leaps were possible? The excited gleam in her eyes made others uneasy. Nino's fingers whitened as she gripped the test paper, her eyes narrowing. How had Ichika managed to take the lead after just 30 minutes of tutoring? And this was despite Haruno's interruption. Without it, the improvement might have been even more dramatic. Caught off guard, Nino could barely contain her fury. She regretted calling off her revenge plan earlier. Haruno's lips curled into a slight smile as she watched the drama unfold. Rizu peered out, adjusting her glasses curiously. The complex dynamics between Haruno and the others highlighted her own shortcomings. If they could accelerate this improvement rate further, that would be perfect. Itsuki studied the test paper carefully, noting that Ichika's answers demonstrated significantly better comprehension than before. Yukino glanced at it with exasperation. Had their regular classes at Sobu High taught them nothing? Even with the 100 teaching ability, they barely scraped by with a 673 passing score. Without Daiki, they'd likely all fail. Using the 100 teaching ability this way seemed wasteful. She was already planning how to convince him to visit her room tonight to teach jujitsu techniques. Avoiding her sister Haruno would be tricky, after all, sounds carried easily under one roof. Besides, even if Daiki stayed over, he'd likely remain with the Nakano family. Ahaha. Maybe I'm just naturally gifted at studying, Ichika explained awkwardly, scratching her head. Nino and Haruno nearly laughed with rage. Her, gifted at studying? The former was her sister and housemate, she knew better than anyone. The latter might not be family, but as a fellow warrior who'd shared both a man and juice flavors with her, she knew just as well. They said nothing, only laughing coldly to themselves while the others, oblivious to the truth, believed her. As expected of Ichika. Yotsuba exclaimed with an admiring thumbs up. Ichika, who had taken her abilities for granted, suddenly felt ashamed. She knew her own capabilities better than anyone, how could she pretend otherwise? When it came to studying, her supposed talent was laughable. Rizu and Itsuki doubted these claims but couldn't come up with a better explanation. Daiki-kun, are there any other ways to improve scores faster? Having found no help from her sister, Yotsuba turned to him hopefully. Miku sighed and pinched Yotsuba's cheeks. It's not that simple. The fact that anyone can improve regardless of talent is already unbelievable. What next, asking Daiki-kun to cast a magic spell to make you a top student? Yotsuba's fair cheek stretched under her sister's fingers. I know, I was just asking. Miku's bullying me before Daiki-kun even answered. Yotsuba pulled away and rubbed her stinging cheeks. Daiki-kun, isn't there any other way? She whispered, still not giving up. Everyone nearby heard her clearly. Stop pressuring Daiki-kun. Yotsuba. Nino suddenly jumped up and shouted. She knew Daiki possessed exactly the ability Yotsuba mentioned, they just needed a quiet place to lie down, and knowledge would flow into them. She couldn't let her other sisters become entangled in this complicated relationship. There is another method to enhance the effect, but it's rather inconvenient. Daiki said. His calm words made Nino and Ichika's hearts flutter. What is it? I want to learn. Yotsuba bounced excitedly in front of him. Are you certain? It might be embarrassing. Despite his repeated warnings, she kept nodding. Go lie on the sofa over there. Nino and the others' eyes widened at his words. Yotsuba hesitated briefly, but her determination to improve her grades won out. After all, he was Miku's boyfriend, surely he wouldn't trick her. Daiki-kun, don't do anything foolish. Nino tensed, fearing he might act rashly. Daiki simply picked up a wooden stick and delivered a sharp smack to Yotsuba's backside. Smack. Ow. She jumped up immediately, covering the spot where she'd been struck. A red mark must have formed beneath her clothes. Daiki-kun. Miku called out disapprovingly, seeing her sister's flushed face. This enhances the effect. That's why I mentioned it wasn't very convenient. Daiki explained calmly. Nino and the others let out sighs of relief, though their expressions remained uneasy. Why did his abilities always have to be so inappropriate? So, does this really enhance your ability? Yotsuba asked, face crimson as she rubbed her sore bottom. Her question sent Nino and Miku into a panic. Yotsuba, you can't seriously be considering this. I won't allow it, Daiki-kun is my boyfriend. Let's just forget this happened. This is too much, Yotsuba. We should stick to the original method. All four Nakano sisters rushed to dissuade her. There's nothing inappropriate between Daiki-kun and me, it's just a wooden stick. We're getting hit either way, so why waste time? We only have 7 days for tutoring before returning to Sobu High for the mountain retreat. We need to make every moment count. Her unexpected reasoning left her sister speechless. Don't worry. I'll test it first and clear the path for everyone. She stood firm against their protests. Though embarrassing, at least he wasn't using his hands directly. Her sisters watched helplessly as she committed to her decision. The tutoring session took a strange turn. While the others received strikes on their palms, Yotsuba lay face down on the sofa. Smack. 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 Each sharp sound intensified Miku's jealousy. Yotsuba's face had turned apple red, and she couldn't suppress her occasional whimpers. Oh. My Japanese scores are holding steady at 80 points. Daiki-kun was right, this method works. Her announcement met with silence. Everyone could see how Miku's expression had darkened. First Rizu's dominance, and now Yotsuba stirring up trouble. This situation couldn't continue. T/N, if you want more chapters like this, check out my Patreon. Take a look at my other translations too, you might like them. For just $1 you can access all the extra content, descriptive images, and the smuts. This one has a lot, costs only $2. That's it and happy reading. https://www.patreon.com/mrblackwing. Chapter 95. Chapter 95. This tutoring session seems rather improper. 1099 words. He. My literature score has finally stabilized at 80 points. With Daiki-kun here, I'll never have to worry about failing classes again. Yotsuba, clutching her test paper and ignoring the pain, bounded around the living room. Miku watched this scene with a dark expression and sighed helplessly. Rizu's aggressive approach had already stirred her jealousy, and her sister's innocent actions only intensified these feelings. Yet when she saw the genuine joy on Yotsuba's face, her lips quivered, but she couldn't bring herself to scold her. After all, her sister had long struggled with her academic performance. The quintuplets had never been content with staying at the bottom of their grade. They had all tried their best before, only to fall short. Yotsuba, especially, had shown the most admirable effort initially. Unfortunately, her limited aptitude meant her grades remained stagnant. Eventually, she became so discouraged that she gave up trying. Seeing her surrender, the other four sisters followed suit. After all, the quintuplets had sworn to stay together forever. What concerned Miku most was the distance between Yotsuba and Daiki. Though their teaching methods seemed inappropriate, at least there was no physical contact. The stick they had chosen overnight particularly touched her. This proved that Yotsuba simply wanted to improve her grades while maintaining proper boundaries. Seeing Miku's anger suddenly dissolve, the others were taken aback. Well, it's no wonder you're wearing that green hat. Even Haruno, who prided herself on being magnanimous, was stunned by the girl. Her composure earlier in tasting Ichika's juice stemmed purely from being a latecomer with no way to retreat. Had she been in Miku's position, she wouldn't have allowed herself to be made a fool of, certainly not repeatedly. After all, hadn't they witnessed how her own fortress-like defense prevented any interaction between Yukino and Daiki? Looking at Miku's defense, riddled with gaps and weaknesses, Haruno leaned back slightly, feeling superior. If this girl wasn't exceptionally weak, she must be remarkably strong. Her gaze now held a hint of condescension. Nino and Ichika simultaneously let out heavy sighs of relief. This showed that Miku's tolerance was quite strong. When they confess in the future, perhaps she would accept it quickly. The composed Miku picked up her green tea, savoring the sweetness that followed the bitterness. After suffering comes joy. It was time to show Daiki her magnanimous nature. Let those vixens eyeing him feel what true pressure is. Miss Miku, you're truly admirable. Enduring what others cannot. Even your choice of tea shows such refinement. T/N, green tea, green hat. Haruno's flattery made Miku blush. She said softly, sisters are like my own limbs, we quintuplets share a deep bond. I trust Yotsuba, and I trust Daiki-kun even more. Nino and Ichika lowered their heads guiltily upon hearing this. Rizu tilted her head, not understanding the situation. She looked down at her significantly improved literature scores. But why? Why couldn't she understand this strange atmosphere? Wasn't literature supposed to help her understand human emotions? Would she need to wait until college to study psychology? Or perhaps, her grades weren't improving fast enough. After all, Haruno could understand emotions and join conversations with ease. Miku. I'm so moved. I didn't know you trusted me so much. Yotsuba, still celebrating her improved grades, was deeply touched. Miku didn't speak, quietly sipping her green tea. Fake. If you dare touch Daiki even once, sisters or not, I'll end you. Yotsuba turned around and excitedly shouted, Daiki-kun, let's continue improving our grades and other subjects with Miku's trust. Haruno and Nino exchanged glances, sensing something odd about those words. By the way, that hit really hurt. Could you use your sorcerer abilities to heal me, Daiki-kun, before we continue studying? Yotsuba rubbed her stinging bottom and expertly lay down on the sofa. Quick, Daiki-kun. We only have 7 days, time is money right now. As she spoke, her ass wiggled around. Watching the hand about to make contact, Mika couldn't sit still anymore. Crack. She nearly crushed her teacup. Is this how you treat my trust? The next moment, Miku put down her teacup and lunged straight at Yotsuba. The quick-acting Nino and Ichika hurriedly grabbed the jumping girl. Calm down, Miku. Yotsuba is your flesh and blood. Ichika grabbed her leg, trying to reason with her. I have 4 limbs, losing one wouldn't matter. Don't stop me, I'm definitely going to make Yotsuba's bottom bloom today. Let her learn how to show basic respect to her brother-in-law. Miku struggled to break free from Nino and Ichika's restraint. Itsuki quickly stood up, no healing, let Yotsuba stay in pain. It took 3 people's combined effort to barely restrain the enraged girl. Yotsuba covered her behind, not daring to let Daiki use his reverse curse technique anymore. After a while, it was his comfort that finally calmed things down. Stop fooling around, let's get back to tutoring. Seeing the situation stabilize, Itsuki quickly continued. At this moment, Rizu suddenly said, Daiki-kun, I also want to speed up my knowledge absorption like Yotsuba. Miku's just suppressed anger flared up again. Daiki-kun, me too. She angrily puffed her cheeks, staring pitifully at him. No problem. I want Daiki-kun to use his palm. That's possible, but we might not be able to use the 100 teaching technique. I don't care. It seemed one more word would make her pearl-like tears fall. Daiki didn't refuse. That's not fair, I want to join too. Without hesitation, Nino raised her hand to join the battlefield. Ichika, not to be outdone, quickly followed suit, leaving only Itsuki standing. This. Itsuki stammered, her face flushing as she watched her sisters adopt this new tutoring approach. Though it seemed to improve their grades faster, she couldn't accept such an unusual teaching method. Later, Itsuki, Haruno, and Yukino sat in the living room. The other 5 lay side by side on the sofa, books in hand. The scene was peculiar from every angle. T/L, Miku, Nino, Ichika, Yotsuba, and Rizu. Itsuki turned away, her cheeks burning, and buried herself in her book. Haruno touched her chin thoughtfully and remarked, this tutoring session seems rather improper. Yukino remained silent, at a loss for words. T/N, if you want more chapters like this, check out my Patreon. Take a look at my other translations too, you might like them. For just $1 you can access all the extra content, descriptive images, and the smuts. This one has a lot, costs only $2. That's it and happy reading. https://www.patreon.com/mrblackwing. Chapter 96. Chapter 96. Itsuki gets overwhelmed by studies. 1072 words. Though unconventional, the teaching method yielded astounding results. The 100 teaching ability not only helped overcome natural aptitude limitations but had elevated their learning speed to unprecedented levels. Even Rizu, who had always struggled with Japanese literature, could now grasp the meaning of texts. Haruno and Yukino watched in amazement, stunned by the 100 teaching abilities' effects. The Nakano quintuplets' academic performance had been abysmal. Their minds weren't just missing knowledge, they were completely blank. Apart from Itsuki, none showed any interest in studying. The two sisters had expected it would take at least 3 months of tutoring to achieve barely passing grades. But now? Their Japanese literature scores had reached excellence, and their social studies grades had soared, with all 4 achieving passing levels. Miku, already proficient in social studies with nearly 70 points, had excelled further, reaching 80 points. Haruno pressed her finger to her lips, anticipating tonight's tutoring session. Yukino listened to the crisp sounds echoing in her ears, her face flushed. Miku's case was particularly noteworthy. During each lesson, Daiki would deliberately experience the silky sensation, making Yukino, who sat nearby pretending to read, quite uncomfortable. Were this girl's stockings truly that silky that he seemed reluctant to let go? Black stockings. Yukino's eyes flickered darkly. She'd never considered such things before, but Daiki's evident interest left her uncertain. Should she use this as a pretext to invite him for tutoring tonight? She discreetly ordered a pair of black stockings on her phone. Haruno simply marveled at the 100 teaching abilities' power. With Daiki-kuen's agreement, becoming a jujitsu sorcerer is practically guaranteed. She was already feeling confident, but the thought of the white-haired woman's face made her suddenly cautious. Mei was a genuine jujitsu sorcerer, grade 1, no less. Without Daiki, the Yukino-Shida family wouldn't have qualified to even meet her. After all, grade 1 sorcerers represented the elite of the jujitsu world. Combined with their unique innate techniques, their destructive power was terrifying. If I become a powerful jujitsu sorcerer while staying devoted to Daiki-kuen, would that give him a sense of conquest? Haruno's thoughts wandered. Smack. A soft whimper arose. The stinging pain made Miko let out an involuntary sound. Itsuki, studying intently, gripped her pen tightly, her face clouded with frustration. Her grade improvement was impressive, but not when compared to the others. Currently, Yotsuba and the others maintained Japanese literature scores around 90 points, while her own scores hovered between 70 to 80 points. Though this was a dramatic improvement from her previous scores in the teens, the gap between her and her sister's performance left her feeling discouraged. Social studies proved even more challenging than Japanese literature. While Nino and the others were passing, and Miku had reached 70 points, Itsuki's score remained at the bottom with just 40 points. At her current pace, she would likely pass by tomorrow noon, an achievement that would have seemed impossible before. Yet she couldn't help feeling her progress was too slow. Daiki-kuen, I'm starting to grasp this essay's meaning. Could you? Rizu said from the sofa, her face flushed. Despite already passing Japanese literature, she hadn't grown complacent. Instead, she'd developed an even deeper understanding of the essays. Passages that once seemed impenetrable were now perfectly clear. Even social studies had become more comprehensible. Smack. Rizu's body trembled slightly, her breath delicate as orchid fragrance, lending her an alluring air. Despite the embarrassment and unorthodox nature of the method, she remained focused, delighting in her newfound understanding. This would certainly surprise her teacher, Mafuyu, at their next tutoring session. Daiki-kuen, I want it too. Ichika called out playfully, clearly enjoying herself. As the crisp sounds continued, Itsuki's anxiety grew more visible. Daiki distributed test papers for another quick assessment. To everyone's amazement, Yotsuba and the others scored between 60 and 70 points. Even Itsuki, despite her attentive listening during lessons, achieved 59 points, just shy of passing. This left her as the only one who hadn't passed. Nevertheless, passing social studies now seemed inevitable. "Itsuki, I got 70 points." Yotsuba exclaimed, leaping onto her sister's lap with her test paper. The comfortable lap pillow made her eyes drift half-closed. "Daiki-kun, it hurts." Mika tugged at his sleeve as she tried to stand. Daiki activated his reverse curse technique, his palm covering the affected area completely. His palm pressed gently, drawing an involuntary whimper from Miku. "Daiki-kun, there's more." Rizu called, stretching upward, her silhouette clearly defined. Miku clenched her fists. Had it been Yotsuba, she would have punched her. After considerable hesitation, she allowed her boyfriend to continue healing, but insisted on supervising when he treated the others. Nino and those harboring ulterior motives had no choice but to set aside their schemes. They quietly accepted the healing and turned their attention to their math textbooks. This situation only heightened Itsuki's frustration at lagging behind everyone else. Watching Yotsuba recline in her lap while pointing out her mistakes made it worse. They were all studying together, yet she'd fallen so far behind. How could she ever become a teacher like her mother at this rate? Lost in these troubled thoughts, Daiki approached to heal her arm pain. After a brief pause, he began his final lecture on social studies. Itsuki quietly joined the others in assuming the Dajiza position on the sofa. "This tutoring is certainly unique," Haruno remarked, her mouth twitching slightly, while Yukino averted her gaze. If even his girlfriend Miku remained silent, what right did she have to comment? She found herself resenting her excellent grades, which left her no choice but to observe as Daiki tutored the others. Time flew by, and before they knew it, sunset had arrived. The day's tutoring results left everyone elated, especially Itsuki and the others. The prospect of passing Japanese literature and social studies was now a certainty. As the evening approached, Miku, Ichika and Nino contemplated the logistics of the overnight stay. Meanwhile, Haruno and her sister set their sights on a different goal, using the 100 teaching ability to become jujitsu sorcerers. T/N, if you want more chapters like this, check out my Patreon. Take a look at my other translations too, you might like them. For just $1 you can access all the extra content, descriptive images, and the smuts. This one has a lot, costs only $2. That's it and happy reading. https://www.patreon.com/MrBlackwing. Chapter 97, Chapter 97 Everyone staying over. 1034 words. Huh? Is it this late already? I should head back to help at the store. See you tomorrow. Rizu noticed the amber twilight streaming in through the windows. The sunset painted the sky in crimson clouds, clearly visible through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The breathtaking view from the luxury apartment filled her with longing. Her improved humanities grades only added to her cheerful mood. But time was up, she couldn't keep lounging around at the Nakano house. This is quite troublesome. Daiki noticed Miku's firm grip on his arm. Haruno, her eyes dark and unreadable, quickly grasped the situation. If Daiki stayed over at the Nakano's, she would lose her chance. Her plans to become a jujitsu sorcerer would be derailed. She needed to separate Miku from him, at least until evening when he needed free time. Ogata-san, it's getting late. Why don't you stay over? It would be dangerous if you encountered a grade 3 curse or evil spirit on your way home. Ichika suggested, her eyes shifting meaningfully. Yeah, it's not safe outside right now. Nino, catching Ichika's meaning, joined in persuading her. Even the usually indifferent Itsuki agreed that staying would be wise. Having survived a parasite attack herself, she understood the risks. Though they hadn't seen any parasites in the past 2 days, news reports were frequent. The chance of Rizu encountering monsters on her way back was significant. Miku's brows furrowed, but she couldn't deny her sister's logic. Though the girl was interrupting their time together, safety came first. Daiki-kun should stay over too. Ogata-san can stay with Miku. I'll sleep in Ichika's room tonight and give my room to Daiki-kun. Nino suggested quickly. No. Miku's objection was firm. Everyone tensed, worried she would reject the entire proposal. Nino and Ichika can share Nino's room. I'll stay with Ogata-san in Ichika's room, and my room will be for Daiki-kun. The others relaxed with relief. What they'd feared would be resistance turned out to be just a simple room rearrangement. The sleeping arrangements were settled, leaving Rizu no room to refuse. Miku led Daiki to her room for the second time. Unlike her previous shyness, she seemed notably more at ease. Daiki-kun, it hurts there. The soft words echoed through the room. Rizu and Yatsuba's actions still made her anxious. Should I use the reverse curse technique to heal it? Daiki asked, raising his eyebrows. Miku didn't answer, only lowered her head. Just as she leaned closer to him, about to take things further. Bang 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 bang. Urgent knocking interrupted them. Miku took a shaky breath and stomped to the door. Miku, Ogata-san is too small for any of our clothes. We're shopping online for her, and thought about getting something for Daiki-kun too, but we're not sure about his size. Could you help? Miku, suppressing her frustration, remained silent. She had to admit, his clothing size was something she should know. After all, if she as his girlfriend didn't know, who would? Nino? There are lots of options online. Take your time choosing. Nino said with persuasive charm. Mika raised her eyebrows, touched by her sister's thoughtfulness. Perhaps she had misjudged her. Maybe Nino's previous actions were truly unintentional. Oh right, Daiki-kun, my Japanese literature grades have improved significantly. Could you explain the material again, just normally? I want to see if I can keep up with the teacher's pace in class now. If I can, I won't need to trouble you anymore. Nino held up a test paper, her words reassuring Miku. If only Yatsuba had Nino's consideration. Then you two take your time. I'll go pick out clothes for Daiki-kun. Miku said with a gentle smile, one that hadn't appeared in a while. After she went downstairs, Nino eased the door shut, leaving it slightly ajar to avoid alerting her sister. Daiki-kun, were you comfortable there with Miku? If I hadn't interrupted, would you have continued? She approached him, her face full of reproach. He already had her, yet he got involved with Ichika, and now Miku too. Was Daiki's affection spread too thin? Without waiting for his response, Nino settled onto his lap. Her slender arms encircled his neck as she caressed his cheek. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She jumped up and searched the room, finding headphones identical to her sister's in the closet. She grabbed a pair of black tights and put on the headphones. In an instant, Nino had transformed completely into Miku. Daiki-kun. Her shy, introverted tone perfectly mimicked her sister's. Seeing the shock in Daiki's eyes, Nino's lips curved into a smile. She whispered in his ear, from now on, whenever Daiki-kun is with Miku, you'll be thinking of me instead. Her words made even Daiki's eyes widen. The room fell into silence. Meanwhile, Miku remained oblivious, discussing clothes shopping with Itsuki. Yatsuba kept examining her test paper with joy, determined to impress her teacher when she returned to Sobu High. Rizu followed along with the browsing session in a daze, surrounded by everyone. Having been alone for so long, the warmth of company felt refreshingly pleasant. Yukino and Haruno watched quietly, mentally planning when to message Daiki about tutoring. Ichika glanced up from her online shopping toward Miku's room. Noticing the door wasn't fully closed, she breathed a small sigh of relief. At that very moment, at the Jujutsu headquarters, the supreme authority of the Jujutsu world, a meeting was in session. The Jujutsu Inspector General, commander of all Jujutsu sorcerers, led a discussion with other high-ranking officials. We must sentence Daiki Tsukasa to public execution. He consumed Sukuna's finger and mastered the King of Curses technique and domain. Who knows when he might awaken? It would be catastrophic. The aging Inspector General declared from behind his screen, a smile playing on his lips. T/N, if you want more chapters like this, check out my Patreon. Take a look at my other translations too, you might like them. For just $1 you can access all the extra content, descriptive images, and the smuts. This one has a lot, costs only $2. That's it and happy reading. https://www.patreon.com/mrblackwing. Chapter 98, Chapter 98 The Jiu-Jitsu Headquarters. 1083 words. To them, it was as simple as crushing an ant. The Jiu-Jitsu headquarters viewed everyone, whether special-grade forces or ordinary ones, as mere commoners. Even the strongest Jiu-Jitsu sorcerers were just individuals in their eyes. Yet the headquarters leadership commanded the entire Jiu-Jitsu world. All sorcerers must obey their orders without question. The position of Jiu-Jitsu Inspector General carried immense weight, requiring recommendations from the three great Jiu-Jitsu families and the Prime Minister's official appointment. The Inspector General wielded nearly limitless authority, remaining unfazed even when confronting special-grade sorcerers. With a single command, they could brand anyone a curse user and mobilize the entire Jiu-Jitsu world to eliminate them. But he's a special grade who controls Sukuna's domain, isn't he? A high-ranking official voiced his concern. Even the headquarters could only issue expulsion orders against Satoru Gojo, the current strongest sorcerer, due to his overwhelming power. This sorcerer, Daiki Tsukasa, possessed the King of Curses domain. There was no guarantee he wouldn't become the next Satoru. One wrong move could lead to dire consequences. The Zenin family's secret investigation revealed something more troubling: he wasn't even a true sorcerer. His parents had no connection to the jiu-jitsu world, meaning he might act without any traditional restraints. That's precisely why we can't let him go. The Public Safety Department's Supernatural Disaster Countermeasures Division reports that special-grade curse user Suguru Geto already possesses more than a quarter of Sukuna's fingers. If Geto and Tsukasa join forces to consume Sukuna's fingers, Tsukasa's power will grow exponentially. We must eliminate this vessel before they meet. The Jiu-Jitsu world's safety depends on it. T/N, Supernatural Disaster Countermeasures Division is from a manga/anime called Jiere. We can't risk another disaster like the Bureau of Onmyo incident, where unknown Onmyoji activated forbidden techniques, destabilizing spiritual veins everywhere. The Megano seals have already weakened, with some areas showing rank A impurities. Our Jiu-Jitsu world still bears those consequences. T/N, the ranks go from D to S. A cold smile crossed the Inspector General's face. The Onmyoji's failure had brought shame to the Bureau of Onmyo. He wouldn't allow such a mistake under his watch. Sacrificing a few sorcerers to prevent this threat was a small price to pay. The other Jiu-Jitsu world leaders observing from behind their screens nodded in agreement. Has Geto made contact with Tsukasa yet? No one knew exactly how many cursed spirits Suguru controlled, nor how powerful this manipulator curse user might become. Probably not. The Jiu-Jitsu world leader replied hesitantly. In truth, he had no way to know for certain. Tracking them was nearly impossible. Both were special-grade fighters whose mere cursed energy output required Grade 1 sorcerers to counter. While they could gather basic intelligence, close surveillance was far too dangerous. Furthermore, Geto's whereabouts remained unpredictable. They could only make rough estimates of his movements. Based on his known return time, he likely hadn't had the opportunity. That's good. The Inspector General dismissed these details with casual indifference, confident in their inevitable victory. The current strongest sorcerer, Satoru Gojo, was no mere figurehead. Though he occasionally disobeyed orders, his Gojo family ties still bound him. What could Satoru do, even if he despised the Inspector General? The position was untouchable. Not even the mightiest in the Jiu-Jitsu world dared to challenge him openly. After all, he had both the Prime Minister's support and the entire Public Safety Department at his command. Satoru's claim to being the strongest only held true within the Jiu-Jitsu world. Beyond those bounds, his victory wasn't guaranteed. In that case, sentence Daiki Tsukasa to public execution. Carry it out immediately. The Jiu-Jitsu world's leadership pronounced their verdict. Meanwhile, at another location. The sunset bathed the luxury apartment's living room in golden light. Itsuki and the others were busy ordering clothes for Rizu and Daiki. Haruno and Yukino headed to the open kitchen to cook instead of joining them. Rizu followed to help prepare udon. Nino is really working hard. She could easily improve her grades with Daiki-kuen's ability, but she wants to improve through her own efforts. Holding the test papers, Yotsuba sighed wistfully when she noticed Nino's absence. Miko clenched her small fist. Isn't that normal? She said disapprovingly, Daiki-kuen's ability only helps with basics, he can't tutor us forever. We should learn from Nino. Thinking of the embarrassing tutoring process, Itsuki's face flushed red. If she hadn't felt discouraged by others' rapid improvement, she wouldn't have been tempted to copy Yotsuba's methods of improving grades. She still firmly believed that grades should be earned through one's own efforts. Daiki's ability was just a temporary aid, not a permanent solution. In this regard, Itsuki truly admired Nino. While others reveled in effortless gains, her sister had broken free from these false illusions to improve her grades through genuine effort. Ichika, sitting in the corner, merely smirked at these words. After all, Nino had already received private tutoring for a full half hour. She couldn't believe her sister was suddenly the hardworking type. Nino, Daiki-kuen, dinner time. There's plenty of time tonight for studying. Yotsuba sat up and called toward the second-floor room. Coming. Came Nino's voice, followed by the sound of shuffling test papers. Miku and the others paid no attention as they rose to set the table. Nino held her breath, relaxing only after hearing the living room noise fade. Daiki-kuen, tonight Miku will keep you company again. Nino said in a gentle voice, batting her beautiful eyes as she removed her earphones. After receiving reverse technique treatment, she walked out appearing perfectly normal. She carefully hid the clothes and earphones in a discreet corner, she'd need them again tonight. Yukino discreetly sent a message on her phone while no one was looking, then returned to finish cooking in the open kitchen. Having completed her work, Haruno sprawled on the sofa, contemplating which time would be free from interruptions. They finished dinner, each lost in their own thoughts. As arranged, Daiki stayed in Miku's room while Miku and Rizu retired to Ichika's room. When Ichika walked to Nino's room, both maintained a knowing silence. T/N, if you want more chapters like this, check out my Patreon. Take a look at my other translations too, you might like them. For just $1 you can access all the extra content, descriptive images, and the smuts. This one has a lot, costs only $2. That's it and happy reading. https://www.patreon.com/MrBlackwing. Chapter 99, Chapter 99 Itsuki's Shock. 1019 words. The two people sitting in the bedroom were silent. Nino sat calmly in front of her vanity mirror, wearing a face mask, acting as if nothing had happened. Nino, I never would have guessed you were such a diligent student. Ichika said mockingly as she picked up the fallen test paper. The pristine test paper was unmarked by ink, though faint juice stains were still visible. Had she really spent half an hour in Miku's bedroom teaching nothing? It seemed more likely she had been impersonating Miku rather than actually studying. Humph. We haven't even discussed Daiki-kuen yet. I asked you to return his lunchbox, but instead you stayed over at his house? Nino's voice was sharp with betrayal. Daiki should have been hers, but someone had interfered. It was like watching someone ruin her ice cream, worse, they had kept quiet about it while making her feel guilty with their words. And still Ichika brazenly continued to take what wasn't hers. What? I told you I was staying at Yukino Shida's house. Besides, my relationship with Daiki-kuen is legitimate. Everything I did with him was for your sake. Ichika snapped back, bristling. Nino scoffed, how does this help us? Theft is theft, and you're still making excuses after being caught. That's not true. It was all for Miku's sake. Ichika frantically explained, if I hadn't intervened, Haruno Yukino Shida would have made her move. I chose Daiki-kuen for everyone's benefit. His spiritual power comes from his innate technique. Each strand requires 10 extractions. I did it to protect everyone. So his spiritual power came from his innate technique? That explained its limitations. 5 strands for the Nakano family, 9 for the Yukino-Shida family, plus his personal reserve. But something about those numbers didn't add up. Just how many times had they been together? The visible spiritual power totaled 14 strands, no, 15 counting Haruno's share. That meant approximately 150 extractions. Damn it. How many times did you go behind my back? Nino's fists clenched as she ground her teeth in fury. Her own encounters with Daiki barely produced 2 strands. Where had the other 13 come from? Her gaze locked onto Ichika. She narrowed her eyes. So you're claiming that your intervention stopped Haruno from getting her chance? That's, of course. Ichika's mouth twitched as she lowered her head guiltily. She had succeeded that day, but afterward. She couldn't watch over Daiki constantly. How could she prevent everything? But she couldn't admit this to Nino. Wouldn't that just prove her failure? Thinking this, Ichika straightened her back, forcing a confident pose. Nino's face turned cold. This girl was admitting it shamelessly. A clear provocation. I see, so Ichika did everything for all of us. Of course, that's what being the eldest sister means. Seeing Nino playing along, Ichika eagerly took the bait. Then you won't have to sacrifice anymore. I'll take over all the spiritual power extraction work from now on. Unlike you, who did it for everyone, I truly love Daiki-kun, so please step aside. From now on, it's between me and Miku competing for him. You shouldn't interfere anymore, consider it for mine and Miku's sake. Nino's gentle words left Ichika stunned. Her sister's logic was impossible to counter. She had used Ichika's own justification to trap her. Agreeing would mean giving up. Disagreeing would destroy her reasoning. Well? Nino removed her face mask and fixed her with a serious stare. That won't work, we're sisters, we share our burdens. As the eldest sister, how could I let you bear? No. The hesitant words finally crystallized into 2 firm syllables. Looking at Ichika's lowered head, Nino's mood darkened. Why? Didn't you say it was for everyone? Now for mine and Miku's sake, why can't you? An agitated Nino stepped forward, reaching for her sister's wrist. Slap. Ichika knocked away the reaching hand. She stood there, her hand still raised, thousands of words trapped in her throat. She could have stepped aside. It was between Nino and Miku. It had nothing to do with her. But the words of agreement stayed locked in her throat. Her hands clenched into fists, her inner turmoil rendering her speechless. No. She turned her head stubbornly, those same 2 syllables firm as ever. Nino watched for a moment, then wordlessly returned to her vanity mirror. The room plunged into a deathly silence once again. What neither of them noticed was Itsuki standing there with a fruit platter, frozen in disbelief. In the empty second-floor hallway, she remained rooted to the spot. Wait, am I understanding this correctly? Miku is Daiki-kun's girlfriend, but Nino has feelings for him too. She asked Ichika to step aside, yet Ichika refused. And Nino accused her of stealing, but stealing what exactly? They couldn't mean. No, why would Nino talk about stealing? Daiki-kun isn't her property, and surely she's not planning to take Miku's boyfriend? The tangled web of relationships made her dizzy. From their conversation, it seemed they had all participated in this stealing. Which meant Miku. Itsuki covered her mouth, stunned by the shocking revelation. She'd thought she knew her sisters well, but now she realized an invisible wall separated her from them. How had things gotten so serious without her knowledge? If she hadn't happened to bring fruit by, how long would they have kept this secret? What was she supposed to do now? Should she tell Miku? If she exposed this deception, wouldn't it destroy their relationships? But keeping silent seemed terribly unfair to Miku. And then there was Haruno to worry about, according to Ichika. No wonder they'd been so agitated by her visit this morning. Itsuki stood paralyzed, her thoughts in complete disarray. T/N. If you want more chapters like this, check out my Patreon. Take a look at my other translations too, you might like them. For just $1 you can access all the extra content, descriptive images, and the smuts. This one has a lot, costs only $2. That's it and happy reading. https://www.patreon.com/mrblackwing. Chapter 100 Beating Around the Bush. 1,239 words. The bedroom was so messy it made one question life itself. Scattered clothes and cosmetics were piled in every corner, leaving Rizu and Miku barely enough space to step. Has her living environment always been this terrible? Miku stared at the chaos, deep in thought. The Nakano quintuplets' bedrooms had always been their private domains. Even she had rarely entered Ichika's bedroom. Who would have thought it could be this chaotic? Rizu picked up a mature-looking bra, her face flushing red. Is this what the world of my peers is like? Having never had friends before, she lacked such common experiences. The clothes strewn across the floor made her feel like she was exploring an alien world. Thank goodness we didn't let Daiki stay in this room. Miku noticed black panties hanging directly on the mirror. Suppressing her irritation, she began cleaning up the scattered clothes, occasionally discovering surprising items Ichika had left behind. It took a full 10 minutes. She finally managed to get Ichika's bedroom completely cleaned, tossing all the scattered underwear into the laundry basket. Just as Miku was about to lie down and rest, Itsuki entered. Ogata-san, your online clothes order has arrived. The bath is ready with hot water whenever you'd like to freshen up. Forcing a smile, she walked in carrying a fruit platter. Her mind was racing, filled with things to say but unsure how to express them. Thank you, I'll go freshen up now. Rizu bowed and left with her clothes. Itsuki sat before the vanity mirror with the fruit platter, struggling with her words. Miku, you're being cheated on. No, that won't work. It's too direct. Better to first gauge her feelings on these matters. Itsuki's eyes flickered as she said softly, Miku, you and Nino seem to be getting along well lately. Didn't you two used to argue a lot? First make Miku notice something's wrong through subtle hints, then gradually reveal the truth. Yeah, we were too immature before, always quarreling with her, but her personality has changed a lot now. Miku said thoughtfully while eating watermelon. Itsuki's mouth twitched. Why was Miku finding reasons to blame herself? What I mean is, Nino's sudden change in attitude seems suspicious, as if she has ulterior motives. What do you think? She glanced up, testing the waters. I thought so at first too, but I've realized her change is genuine, and besides, I have nothing worth plotting over. Miku's carefree response left Itsuki speechless. How could she possibly tell her directly that Nino was stealing her boyfriend? How are things going between you and Daiki-kun? Oh. If Daiki-kun doesn't mind, I'd like to get married right away. Miku hid behind her headphones, her long hair concealing her eyes. Itsuki's question had clearly pushed beyond her comfort zone. How could such a timid performance possibly compete with Nino and the others? What if Daiki-kun gets together with someone else in the meantime? Itsuki asked bluntly. She couldn't bear watching Mika sink deeper into this quagmire. Daiki was exceptional, perhaps too exceptional. He presented himself as flawless in every way, and his status as a special-grade jujitsu sorcerer was particularly impressive. Even the prestigious Yukino Shida family of Chiba was vying for his attention. Their eldest daughter Haruno, known as the Eight-Sided Beauty, was pursuing him despite her high status. How could Miku possibly compete? And then there was the Yukino Shida family's second daughter, Yukino, equally stunning and famous for being an ice queen. Itsuki doubted Yukino's constant presence in their room was innocent. Against such formidable rivals, Miku's chances seemed slim. Yet Daiki's true feelings remained a mystery. That won't happen. With Nino and the others watching, there definitely won't be any problems. And even if that happened, I still wouldn't give up. Itsuki's mouth twitched violently. Could those very watchdogs be the ones she should guard against? This was maddening. How could she say such things with a clear conscience? Given Miku's attitude, revealing the truth would only cause trouble. Besides, they were still indebted to Daiki for his tutoring. Here, have some kiwi, it looks healthy. Thanks Itsuki. Her gratitude only made Itsuki's heart heavier. She changed the subject and chatted until Rizu returned. This isn't working. I can't get through to Miku, I must talk to Daiki-kun. He was the source of all this. Speaking of which, about the spiritual power refinement Nino mentioned. If her memory served right, was that method the only way? When Ichika spoke of everyone's benefit, did she mean the spiritual power? Daiki was just Miku's boyfriend, spiritual power couldn't materialize from thin air. If it truly required such methods, what was she supposed to say? These troubling thoughts and questions weighed heavily on her mind. Back in her bedroom, Itsuki couldn't focus on reading at all. As night fell, darkness crept in like a heavy curtain. When everyone else had gone to rest, she quietly slipped out of her bedroom. Just as she opened her door, she heard movement, another door opening somewhere in the hallway. A shadowy figure darted from one bedroom into Miku's room. Was that Nino or Ichika? She wondered, but wait, if it's either of them, where's the other one? From what she knew, the two had been watching each other closely. If one made a move, surely the other wouldn't allow it. Unless they'd reached some kind of agreement? Itsuki shuddered at the thought. If they had indeed come to terms, that would mark a truly frightening turn of events. Taking advantage of the quiet hallway, she crept toward the door. It's not locked? She pushed gently, and the door opened just enough to create a narrow gap. Holding her breath, Itsuki peered through. Her pupils dilated in shock. Before her unfolded a scene she never could have imagined. In the dim night light, the Jiu-Jitsu headquarters orders reached both Jiu-Jitsu high schools and the sorcerers of the three great Jiu-Jitsu families. For the public execution, they needed to select suitable executioners. The headquarters naturally turned first to the strongest in the Jiu-Jitsu world. What? Satoru Gojo went to suppress parasitic creatures? An executive from the Jiu-Jitsu headquarters shouted in disbelief, phone in hand. Since when do parasitic creatures warrant your personal attention, Satoru? I only learned about this today myself. Tokyo Jiu-Jitsu High's principal, Masamichi Yaga, replied helplessly. Satoru's logic had always defied normal understanding. Understood. The executive hung up the phone. As they deliberated over their next choice, a volunteer stepped forward. It was Naoya Zenin himself, heir to the Zenin family, one of the three great families. A special grade 1 sorcerer? Why would he be interested in this kind of thing? The headquarters executives were taken aback, given the Zenin family's prestigious status. Word is the Zenin family has allied with unknown powers to develop a secret weapon. They likely want to test it against this new special grade. Some well-informed executives shared this intelligence. After brief consideration, they approved Naoya Zenin's application. T/N, if you want more chapters like this, check out my Patreon. Take a look at my other translations too, you might like them. For just $1 you can access all the extra content, descriptive images, and the smuts. This one has a lot, costs only $2. That's it and happy reading. https://www.patreon.com/mrblackwing. Chapter 101, Chapter 101 You're the one who should leave. 1165 words. In Nino's bedroom. Ichika, aware of Nino's departure, kept her eyes closed. She knew she should have jumped up to stop her sister, but their conversation had left her paralyzed with uncertainty. Without Nino's revelations, she could have continued living in denial. But now, with everything exposed, there was no more hiding from the truth. Nino was perfectly capable of taking over her role, eliminating any practical concerns. Yet, for reasons she couldn't explain, Ichika resisted this idea. What exactly was she to Daiki? What should their relationship become? Most troubling of all, despite her instructions for him to treat her like Miku, he persisted in treating her as a girlfriend, from the tender nicknames to his intimate gestures when they were alone, to those telling glances he gave her. Her mind raced with such turmoil that sleep eluded her. She couldn't even muster the strength to worry about Nino's exit. Through the dim moonlight, Itsuki watched the scene intently. Miku, no, it's Nino. From her clothes to her mannerisms, the impersonation of Miku was flawless. Anyone else might have been fooled, but after living together for so long, the quintuplets could always recognize each other. Itsuki knew without doubt that this was Nino in disguise, not the real Miku. The revelation left her stunned. Why would Nino pretend to be their sister? And the relationship between her and Daiki, it was unthinkable. What about Miku? Knowing Nino's obsessive nature, she wouldn't let go of him easily. Daiki-kun, does Miku feel good inside? Each word made Itsuki's face grow hotter, her pupils widening in shock. This hidden side of her sister was beyond belief. It was utterly shameless. How could this happen? Nino must be behind all this. Wait, could she be trying to confuse Daiki-kun by pretending to be Miku? The thought hit Itsuki like lightning. Though it seemed far-fetched, the evidence was right before her eyes. The impossible had become possible. If Miku discovered this, it would tear the quintuplets apart. What should she do? How could she prevent this disaster? The worst part was that Miku still trusted Nino completely. Telling Miku directly would spark a fierce conflict, but staying silent meant letting her sister remain blind to this betrayal. Mother, what should I do? Itsuki thought, her breath coming in anxious gasps. The scene before her made her cheeks burn. Daiki's godlike physique, particularly his impressive endowment, made her eyes widen. And Nino's passionate sounds, along with her flowing excitement, were beyond anything Itsuki had imagined. Then inspiration struck. Miku and Daiki haven't broken up, their relationship isn't over. This is only happening because Miku doesn't know. If Nino can disguise herself, so can I. I'll become Miku and confront them afterward. Daiki-kun will have to choose between them. It's not perfect, but what solution would be? A plan crystallized in Itsuki's mind. Though imperfect, it could work. She only needed to disguise herself and force a confrontation. The rest would be up to Miku and the others. After careful consideration, she slipped back to her bedroom. Miku always wears headphones, and she's much thinner than me. Will it be obvious? No matter, in the darkness, no one will notice. With that thought, Itsuki transformed herself into her sister. Standing before the mirror, she scrutinized her reflection until satisfied with the disguise. Her heart thundered in her chest and her legs felt like lead, doubt creeping in with each passing moment. It's now or never. Itsuki whispered, easing open the door as she made her way back to the master bedroom. She had intended to wait until Nino and Daiki finished, but her sister's increasingly brazen words made her cheeks burn. The explicit talk about pleasure and comparisons to Miku was too much. At this rate, she'd turn as green as her sister's signature headphones. Actually, she was nearly there already. Unable to bear another moment, Itsuki burst through the door, closing it firmly behind her. Nino, what are you two doing? Kia. The sudden appearance of Miku nearly stopped Nino's heart. The shock almost made Big Daiki down there lose consciousness. One more move from her would surely bring things to their natural conclusion. Itsuki vaguely saw Nino's juices spilling out uncontrollably, her position on top of Daiki while she handled all of that large thing. Though blushing furiously, she maintained her stern demeanor. Her natural seriousness, combined with Miku's appearance, created an imposing presence. Even Nino seemed genuinely rattled by Itsuki's performance. Me? Miku? Humph. The cold response made Nino shrink with shame. To be caught impersonating Miku by someone she thought was Miku, what irony. Nino cast an anxious glance at Daiki, who reassuringly squeezed her hand. His look was confident, knowing this confrontation was inevitable. In fact, he had wanted it to happen. He had noticed Itsuki's movements from the start, long before this game of identities began. Nino felt the warmth of his hand and her confidence surged. Miku? So what if it was Miku? Daiki's first time was with me, Nino. Nino, how could you do such a thing? Get out now, I need to have a serious talk with Daiki-kun. Itsuki said angrily, disguised as Miku. But what she didn't expect was Nino's fierce counterattack. I'm sorry, Miku, this is my fault. But, you're the one who should leave. You might have been ahead before, but now you're the one who's fallen behind. The intense words caught Itsuki off guard. She immediately regretted barging in so rashly. She should have waited until they finished, then spoken with Daiki alone, letting him choose based on his true feelings for both of them. Now she might not even get that chance. Nino's words would surely influence his decision. Her original intention had been simple, let Daiki make a choice from his heart. That way, whoever lost would have no grounds for complaint. It was better than Miku waking up tomorrow to find herself suddenly displaced as his girlfriend. But now, looking back, she realized she had overstepped by interfering. If Miku discovered what she'd done, she would likely be the first target of her sister's anger. Meanwhile, in the Yukinoshita residence on another floor of the luxury apartment. After a tense standoff, Haruno and Yukino agreed to live in separate rooms. Haruno felt relieved that her sister's place had multiple bedrooms. After deciding to wash up, she retrieved some clothes from downstairs. She had ordered them online using her own phone, black tights nearly identical to Miku's usual pair. These are quite silky. She mused, no wonder they're so popular. T/N, if you want more chapters like this, check out my Patreon. Take a look at my other translations too, you might like them. For just $1 you can access all the extra content, descriptive images, and the smuts. This one has a lot, costs only $2. That's it and happy reading. https://www.patreon.com/MrBlackwing. Chapter 102, Because I'm Itsuki. 1205 words. In the dimly lit bedroom, cold moonlight filtered through the window, casting a pale glow. A heavy atmosphere pressed down like a boulder, making it hard to breathe. Though Itsuki couldn't clearly see Nino's face, she sensed the determination and certainty in her eyes. Her throat was dry, she hadn't anticipated this situation at all. She'd thought she could easily intimidate Nino by pretending to be Miku. Little did she know that the eldest of the quintuplets had already given her a practice run. Nino, with unusual emotional resilience, refused to back down. Miku. You told me before that what's yours is mine. Even if I take something from you one day, you'll forgive me. Nino, with an imposing presence, kept advancing toward her sister. Itsuki had never faced such a situation and kept backing away in fear. Had Mika really made such an unreasonable promise to Nino? It wasn't me who said it, how could I possibly know what was going on? This was an impossible situation to handle. How did it come to this? She almost thought Nino was the main wife and Miku the newcomer. Stop it. How could I have agreed to such an unreasonable demand? That's not what I meant at all. Don't twist my words. Itsuki steadied herself and stopped retreating, speaking with a composed face. Nino's eyes dimmed slightly, she knew Miku wouldn't back down. But, the advantage was now on her side. No matter what you say, you can't change what has already happened. My relationship with Daiki-kun is closer now, he needs me to refine his spiritual power. It takes 10 times to create one strand of spiritual power, and you haven't helped at all, have you, Miku? Nino's cheeks flushed like the sunset as she spoke righteously. Itsuki was instantly speechless, because what she said was true. The world is becoming more dangerous, with evil spirits and monsters emerging constantly. Rather than letting you, Miku, just occupy the position, why not let me help Daiki-kun? Seeing Miku fall silent, Nino pressed her advantage and spoke again, I can help him refine his spiritual power and provide actual assistance. What about you? She seemed to be standing at the peak of victory. I can do it too. Itsuki turned her blushing face away and replied defiantly. Daiki-kun is right there, prove it to me. As soon as Nino said these words, she instantly regretted them. Who could be that disciplined? Her expression suddenly froze, and just as she was about to retract her words, Nino noticed Miku's hesitation. Could it be that Miku doesn't love Daiki-kun as much as I thought? Or is she just too shy and reserved to act now? Thoughts raced through Nino's mind, and she held her tongue. And Itsuki wasn't faring any better in this battle. How could she possibly prove anything in front of Nino? She stammered, Tomorrow I'll prove it to you. Why tomorrow? If you love Daiki-kun, prove it now. Nino's mood brightened as she noticed the hesitation. She hadn't expected Miku to back down. If she didn't seize this chance, she might never get another. Itsuki was completely stunned. Why couldn't she prove it? Because she was Itsuki. Now she regretted pretending to be Miku. She hadn't expected Nino to maintain such a strong offensive, even after being caught. Was it too late to admit she was the wrong sister? Even if she confessed now, it would probably be taken as an excuse. Should she confront Miku directly? Wouldn't that make everything worse? She had disguised herself as Miku to resolve this quietly. Now not only was it unresolved, but Miku had lost her position entirely. She didn't know how to explain this to Miku. If she left now, Daiki would surely feel hurt. Though not fatal, it could leave a permanent scar on his heart. The air in the room froze. If you won't do it, fine. Daiki-kun, let's continue. Nino's face showed a triumphant smile as she floated over to him. Before Itsuki's eyes, she drew Daiki's white liquid into her stomach. After doing that, she licked her fingers as if tasting the most delicious nectar. She wanted to deliver the final blow right in front of Miku. She had won. Victory belonged to her, Nino. Daiki-kun. A helpless Itsuki looked at him. I understand. Perhaps you should leave first. Daiki certainly understood the true meaning in her words. He couldn't explain, he could only let her continue to misunderstand. Itsuki's heart grew heavy. Daiki was disappointed in Miku. And it was all because of her unauthorized impersonation of her sister. She could accept Miku's failure, but not failure caused by her own actions. Miku, this is all for you. Itsuki's small fist trembled as she cried out silently in her heart. For Miku's future, she strode directly toward the pair. With one swift motion, she forcefully pulled Nino away, then sat on Big Daiki. Red liquid appeared instantly, leaving Nino stunned. Hiss. To do this right in front of her? Daiki-kun, now who do you choose, me or Nino? Itsuki's eyes were slightly red, the price she paid this time was too severe. Daiki fell silent, shocked by her show of determination. Of course it's me. You came later, how can you do this? There was a hint of grievance in Nino's words. Who could have imagined that in the blink of an eye, Miku would succeed? Daiki didn't speak, only using actions to obtain more of the tight pleasure. Nino wouldn't give up so easily and immediately pounced over. The room was once again in chaos. As misfortune often comes in threes, they failed to notice another figure in the hallway. Yotsuba yawned while heading to the living room for a cold drink. On her way back, strange noises from Miku's room caught her attention. She approached quietly, though she couldn't see clearly inside. Still, Yotsuba could guess what was happening. Miku and Daiki-kun didn't even close the door. Well, it was bound to happen sooner or later. Her fair cheeks flushed red, but she wasn't particularly bothered. Since Ogata-san must be alone right now, maybe I should ask her about some math problems. Tilting her head, Yotsuba felt sympathy for Rizu's solitude. With Miku presumably occupied with Daiki, she decided to keep the little girl company. Without hesitation, she walked straight to Rizu's room. Gently knocking on the bedroom door, Yotsuba smiled and said, "Excuse me, Ogata-san, are you still awake?" Would you like some company? Miku is. Before she could finish, a familiar voice spoke near her ear. What did you want me for? Yotsuba turned stiffly, staring at Miku in disbelief. Why aren't you saying anything? Miku asked, puzzled by the girl's strange behavior. Yotsuba remained silent and, after a moment's thought, quietly closed the door. It's nothing. T/N, if you want more chapters like this, check out my Patreon. Take a look at my other translations too, you might like them. For just $1 you can access all the extra content, descriptive images, and the smuts. This one has a lot, costs only $2. That's it and happy reading. https://www.patreon.com/MrBlackwing. Chapter 103, Chapter 103 Yotsuba's Panic. 1167 words. A faint light appeared in the bedroom. Daiki opened his phone to find 2 unread messages. They were from Mai and Kasumi, whom he had met during Nino's rescue. Mai Zenin, Grade 3 Sorcerer. The higher-ups at the Jujutsu headquarters believe that consuming Sukuna's fingers is uncontrollable. And they're using this to appoint Naoya Zenin from the 3 great Jujutsu families as executioner. Daiki fell silent as he absorbed the message's contents. The higher-ups at the Jujutsu headquarters were up to their usual schemes. Even Yuta Okatsu, who was rated as a special grade, was sentenced to death. However, Satoru Gojo, the strongest in the modern Jujutsu world, had stepped in to protect him. Later, Masamichi Yaga, creator of Cursed Corpses, met the same fate. Unlike Okatsu, Yaga hadn't been so fortunate. Special Grade 1 Sorcerer, Naoya Zenin. So they're sending the Zenin family's trump card against me? A combination of Jujutsu and devilish power with devastating capability? Daiki's eyebrows rose at Mai's description. His mind turned to the Zenin family's 2 special units, the Hei and the Kukuri unit. A combination of Jujutsu and devils? Heh. Daiki sneered. If the Zenin family had merged with other mysterious systems, their unknown trump cards might have given him pause. But now? The Malevolent Shrine domain stood supreme in the Jujutsu world. The power of primal fear's decay ruled even hell itself. The Zenin family's combined might was nothing but a circus act. Even Makima from the Public Safety Devil Hunter Division would stand no chance. A primal fear's power far exceeded a mere control devil. Besides, Daiki wielded the spatial transference innate technique, perfect for both offense and defense. Jujutsu headquarters, I'll make time to send you all down there for a reunion. His eyes turned cold as he replied to Mai and Kasumi. Daiki-kun, I just saw the message. Nino opened her eyes and spoke with worry. The Jujutsu headquarters wanted to publicly execute Daiki, her boyfriend. Though she wasn't familiar with what this Jujutsu organization was, it seemed extraordinary. She figured it must be a high-level organization that oversees other sorcerers. The message had mentioned their team leader was a special grade 1 sorcerer, presumably just below special grade status. An organization that could command such powerful individuals was not to be taken lightly. Itsuki, though exhausted, emerged from her complicated thoughts. Don't worry, it's merely the Jujutsu headquarters. A special grade 1 sorcerer is just a grade 1 with special status, their strength is no different from regular sorcerers. I could crush even all 4 special grades combined. Sensing Nino's hidden concerns, Daiki reached out to touch her, speaking gentle words of comfort. Itsuki's face flushed at the sight, but she remained silent about her sister and the others. Are you sure everything's all right? I could help a little if there's danger. She spoke softly, turning her head to hide her shyness. Both Nino and Daiki stared at her in surprise as she kept her eyes lowered. Could Itsuki be concealing some mysterious identity? Don't misunderstand. I'm talking about spiritual power refinement. More refined power means better chances. Her whispered explanation helped Nino understand. Of course, the more spiritual power refined, the more Daiki would and could. Miku, you're right. Previously, Nino would never have yielded to Miku, but with Daiki facing trouble, she could temporarily set aside her pride. Itsuki remained silent, barely able to meet her sister's gaze. Just this once. The playful Nino swiftly claimed Big Daiki, grasping him firmly before taking him into her mouth to savor his exquisite taste. Itsuki's eyes widened at the sight. After all, she remembered the times when she had spilled her juice. Though she felt hesitant about such intimate behavior, she decided to participate reluctantly, all for Miku's future. Daiki's energy surged at the arrival of his two companions. Though Nino and Itsuki's cheeks flushed red, they had both come to terms with the situation. After all, wasn't it natural to help him when he faced danger? As the yin-yang primordial technique activated, streams of spiritual power began to condense. After chatting endlessly with Miku and the others, Yotsuba stumbled away from their gathering. She had exhausted every possible topic of conversation until Miku and Rizu finally succumbed to yawns and fatigue. Now, they should be gone, right? As Miku's sister, I must discover who that person is. When she approached Miku's bedroom door again, she found it still ajar. How dare they? They're not respecting Miku at all. Who could be in there? This is unacceptable. Yotsuba carefully pushed the door and peered through the gap. What she saw made her eyes widen in shock, as if struck by lightning. 1 + 1, 2 Mikus. Yotsuba's mind began to short-circuit. Dressing someone in Miku's clothes was one thing, but to perfectly mirror her appearance. Could this be some attempt to include Miku somehow? The scene proved too intense for Yotsuba to handle. She leaped up in panic and fled to her room. Yet the images persisted in her mind, leaving her restless and disturbed. As clouds gradually covered the moon, silence fell over everything. Daiki used his spatial transference to send the two tired but satisfied people back to their rooms. He recovered his energy through embryonic breathing and prepared to use spatial transference once more. This time, he planned to go directly to the other house in the building, heading to a certain older woman's bedroom. Though Yukino had also sent a message, it had arrived half an hour later. The layout of the Yukino Shida house mirrored the Nakano house, though with fewer bedrooms. Haruno and Yukino's bedrooms lay at opposite ends of the hallway. Come to think of it, the reward for collecting Itsuki is phantom sight. The reward for collecting Ichika is insight, allowing me to read thoughts through expressions. The reward for collecting Nino is far sight, granting clear vision of distant scenes. And Itsuki's reward is phantom sight, enabling the creation of illusions. Daiki fell silent, having already figured out the rewards for the other two. Hope triggering the bond will give powerful abilities. Without further thought, he teleported to Haruno's bedroom. Daiki-kun, I want to become a jujitsu sorcerer. And I want constant black flash. Haruno, who had been waiting patiently, had almost given up hope of his arrival. She had recently consulted Mimiko about black flash, the most powerful technique ordinary sorcerers could master, though it could only be used unconsciously, never intentionally. Haruno was already eager to master this special ability. T/N, if you want more chapters like this, check out my Patreon. Take a look at my other translations too, you might like them. For just $1 you can access all the extra content, descriptive images, and the smuts. This one has a lot, costs only $2. That's it and happy reading. https://www.patreon.com/MrBlackwing. Chapter 104, Chapter 104 Haruno's Proposal. 1,361 words. The heavy clouds gradually dispersed as bright moonlight streamed through the window onto the ground. Haruno lay with disheveled hair, her flushed body, particularly her bottom, tingling as she sensed the flow of cursed energy. Though her naked form remained exposed to Daiki, he kept his distance for now. While she hadn't yet mastered constant black flash, her cursed energy had grown remarkably. Even a simple coating of cursed energy around her fists could now unleash devastating power. Once I master black flash, I'll shatter those evil spirits. A shiver ran through Haruno as she recalled the parasitic creature crisis at Sobu High. The parasite attacks hadn't been limited to Sobu High, she'd learned that other families throughout Chiba had fallen victim as well. Only the Yukino-Shida family, wielding their 9 strands of spiritual power, had managed to keep the monsters at bay. Let's keep going, Daiki-kun. I won't rest until I master Black Flash. Haruno thrust her fist into the air, the technique vivid in her mind. Her breast swayed with the motion, drawing an amused glance from Daiki as he reclined beside her, arms folded behind his head. Yet her determination would go unrewarded. That's not possible. I can only stay for half an hour, he stated, his voice steady as still water. What? Why? Is my technique not satisfying enough? Haruno clutched his arm, her voice tinged with desperation. She needed just 3 to 5 more hours to master Black Flash, but he would only grant her 30 minutes. This wasn't just about mastering Black Flash anymore, it was about whether she and the Yukino-Shida family would lose his regard. Her pitiful expression was difficult to resist. I made arrangements with someone else, and it's about time. His words immediately made Haruno think of Ichika. After all, someone he would visit late at night could only be someone who couldn't be seen in public. Besides the red-headed girl, she couldn't think of anyone else. But I need Daiki-kun's company too. Is Master going to abandon little Haruno? Her charm was impossible to ignore. Her performance was flawless. Her vulnerable state made one want to thoroughly conquer her. We made arrangements in advance, we'll talk next time. He knew Yukino had probably been waiting long enough at the end of the hallway. Master, why don't you let Haruno come along? That won't work, she probably wouldn't want to meet you. Daiki knew letting the two meet would be nothing short of a disaster. Then I could cover my eyes and ears, pretending not to see anything, she suggested coquettishly, gently swaying him. Daiki pondered briefly, suddenly remembering the reward for collecting Itsuki. Could he use illusion to block and fabricate Haruno and Yukino's senses? To be honest, he was quite interested in seeing the two together. I'll go ask. Thank you, Master. Haruno's change in address came naturally. In the next instant, his figure vanished from her view. Is this the innate technique of a cursed sorcerer? As expected of Daiki-kun, such enviable abilities. The life-saving teleportation ability made Haruno particularly envious. A moment later, she suppressed her envious expression. This cheat-level ability wasn't something an ordinary sorcerer could master. She needed to focus her attention on mastering Black Flash. Daiki teleported to Yukino's bedroom, where she stood waiting. To his surprise, her outfit covered her legs entirely. Yukino's face glowed crimson as she averted her gaze, her hands nervously gripping the hem of her clothes as if concealing something beneath. Come here, Daiki said with a gentle smile, beckoning her forward. Yukino approached with hesitant steps, her blush deepening as the soft fabric of her outfit rustled with each movement. I prepared something special for tonight, she whispered, her voice faint as her fingers fidgeted with her clothes. Daiki's expression softened as he watched her nervous approach. He reached out and took her trembling hand in his. Without addressing her words, he drew her into a kiss, his hand cradling her delicate neck. His lips moved tenderly against hers as his fingers caressed her neck. Yukino's breath caught at the intimate touch. She shivered as his other hand traced down her spine, drawing her closer, the special outfit's fabric whispering between them. After breaking the kiss, Daiki immediately relayed Haruno's suggestion. The shyness vanished from Yukino's face, replaced by a frozen expression. What do you think? Whatever, she muttered, eyes downcast. The gift she had so carefully prepared was ruined. Noticing something, Daiki gently pulled open her outer garment. A costume resembling Miku's was revealed beneath. He drew in a sharp breath. The Ice Queen's cold demeanor contrasted beautifully with the Miku-inspired outfit, creating an arresting sight. Noticing his reaction, Yukino fought back a smile. Her carefully chosen surprise hadn't been in vain. It's enough that Daiki-kun gave me a choice, she sighed softly. Unlike Miku's position as his girlfriend, her situation was more complicated, a mix of feelings and interests. If this is what Daiki-kun wants, Yukino's cheeks flushed as her thoughts whirled. Don't worry, you won't see anything. Daiki's eyes flickered with an otherworldly light. Yukino blinked in surprise but noticed nothing amiss. He had simply cast an illusion to block her senses. He then returned to Haruno to do the same. With the preparations complete, the sisters' encounter began. Everything was a blur. Nothing could be seen clearly. The sisters could only perceive Daiki, blind to each other's presence. Even their voices were masked by the sensory barrier. Without hesitation, Haruno drew him to her insides. Assuming the other person was a chica, she showed no restraint. Yukino gasped at the sight before her, shocked by the suddenness of it all. How could anyone be so bold? She hadn't even had time to process what was happening. Pressed against the wall, Haruno felt him withdraw, his form glistening with evidence of their passion. Seeing this, she immediately understood his mischievous intentions. She silently lowered her head, her tongue delicately cleaning every trace of the pearly liquid. She reached for what she thought was another's arm, beckoning them to join her. As her fingers brushed against the Miku-inspired outfit, Haruno's eyes narrowed suspiciously. And in the other side. Though hesitant at first, Yukino found herself drawn in, carefully savoring each taste under Haruno's gentle guidance. After a moment's resistance, she surrendered to the sensation. This must be one of the Nakano girls, my Yukino would never act this way. Haruno thought with a cold laugh, still oblivious to her companion's true identity. Before either could process what was happening, Daiki arranged them one atop the other, just as he had done with Mrs. Yukino Shida and Haruno before. Perhaps this was the destiny of their beautiful family. Eventually, all three would be stacked together. He reveled in the dual sensations. As minutes turned to hours, his refined spiritual power steadily grew. The power reached an incredible 365 strands, all merging into his body at once. His flesh and blood cells began to glow with ethereal light as vast cursed energy surged through him, consuming the spiritual power. The mysterious spiritual power dispersed suddenly as his cultivation rose to the first stage of chi refinement. His total cursed energy and power increased fivefold with this breakthrough. His domain expansion now stretched a full kilometer, with spiritual power allowing him to extend it even further. The primal fear, decay, evolved into an overwhelming miasma. Anything within 3 meters of him would instantly crumble to dust. His ghost hands, invisible to ordinary people, grew more substantial, now able to strike targets up to 300 meters away. These monumental changes left Daiki speechless. If this was merely the first stage of chi refinement, what unstoppable power would immortality bring? T/N. If you want more chapters like this, check out my Patreon. Take a look at my other translations too, you might like them. For just $1 you can access all the extra content, descriptive images, and the smuts. This one has a lot, costs only $2. That's it and happy reading. https://www.patreon.com/mrblackwing. Chapter 105, Chapter 105 Transformation at the First Stage of Chi Refinement. 1,100 words. Cursed energy surged through him like a tidal wave. His vast cursed energy, already rivaling Sukuna at his peak, had now increased fivefold. This amounted to the power of 120 Sukuna's fingers, plus another 9 fingers worth of cursed energy he could draw from the collection space. 129 Sukuna fingers worth of cursed energy? Daiki's eyes widened in shock. The implications were staggering. Not even Sukuna with 4 additional hands could match this level of power. With this cursed energy alone, Daiki could reign supreme over the Jujutsu world. Yet this tremendous increase was merely a side effect of entering the chi refinement realm. Nearly all his other abilities had evolved to new heights. Even his physical body had grown stronger. Daiki-kun, what's happening? Haruno asked carefully, sensing the change. Yukino, her head still bowed, lifted her gaze with concern. They both felt the overwhelming pressure radiating from Daiki's body, filling the air with its weight. Don't worry. I've just had a breakthrough in my abilities, I'm stronger now. he explained with a smile, reining in the pressure around him. Haruno and Yukino's eyes lit up with joy and amazement. For Daiki, already a special-grade jujitsu sorcerer, to become even more powerful meant an even brighter future for the Yukishita family who had sworn their loyalty to him. Congratulations then, Daiki-kun. Haruno beamed, her demeanor growing gentler. Yukino remained silent, letting her actions speak instead. After some time, Daiki departed from the Yukishita household. Thanks to his cultivation advancement, the yin-yang primordial technique grew more potent. Both Haruno and Yukino's cursed energy had strengthened dramatically. While they hadn't yet mastered the reverse curse technique, they had perfected their use of Black Flash. Once Yukino returned to her quarters, Haruno practiced alone in her bedroom, throwing punch after punch. Black Flash. Boom. 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 Her fists crackled with black lightning as they cut through the air, the released power causing the bedroom furniture to shake. Is this Black Flash? Is this what being a jujitsu sorcerer feels like? Pure joy radiated from her face. She closed her eyes in satisfaction only after depleting her cursed energy completely. Down the hallway, Yukino also practiced her punches with enthusiasm. This new power meant she could finally protect her sister and mother. I should stop, sister might notice if I continue. She murmured, returning to her normal state. One day, she would make her sister see her differently. Meanwhile, at the Zenin family, one of the three great jujitsu families, Naoya Zenin, recognized externally as the next head of the family, stood ready to depart. Behind him waited a fully armed special force. The Zenin family's Kukuru unit. A team of male Zenin family members who lacked innate techniques. Though not exceptionally powerful, they were all jujitsu sorcerers whose physical strength, enhanced by cursed energy, far exceeded normal human limits. Through covert cooperation with the Public Safety Devil Hunter Department, they were equipped with guns and ammunition. Even regular jujitsu sorcerers might fall to these so-called cannon fodder. While the Zenin family also had the Hei, a special force of semi-grade 1 sorcerers, Naoya could directly command the national forces. A commoner achieving instant success by consuming a special grade cursed object? Such jujitsu world trash should be cut down and fed to the dogs. He tossed aside Daiki Tsukasa's intelligence report with contempt. According to the jujitsu headquarters estimates, Daiki possessed about a quarter of Sukuna's fingers, with even lower recovery numbers. A quarter of the King of Curses' power? Naoya's lips curled with disdain. What King of Curses? Just another piece of trash who wasn't born in Satoru Gojo's era. Only those who had witnessed the heavenly restriction truly understood its greatness. After all, hadn't Satoru become the strongest in the jujitsu world after defeating Toji Fushiguro? Do you understand Toji's power and the value of a heavenly restriction? Since that fleeting glimpse in childhood, he could never forget. Maki Zenin, who was born with a heavenly restriction, was complete garbage. She never showed that terrifying man's true power. The only troublesome thing is the King of Curses domain. An open domain is almost impossible to break from the outside. But you see, this is no longer just the era of jujitsu sorcerers. Looking back at the serious-faced Kukuru unit, Naoya smiled. Though they served as the Zenin family's expendable force, they possessed significant value. Their heavy weaponry could render ordinary sorcerers helpless. After forming life-or-death contracts with devils, they became truly fearsome. Each member of the Zenin family's Kukuru unit carried what appeared to be a blade. But these weren't blades, they were nails. 3 strikes from these nails would activate the devil's curse. The devil's strange powers were enough to make even Satoru cautious. Their abilities could directly challenge the jujitsu world's strongest. No one knew which devil the elders had made their pact with. One wrong move from Satoru could unleash catastrophe. The Kukuru unit members who contracted with cursed devils served as test subjects. If they proved effective in combat, this practice would spread. Naoya had no patience for the 3 great families and jujitsu world's traditional ways. Had he been the Zenin family head, this practice would already be widespread. Using expendable lives to bridge the power gap was simply too efficient. Only fears of disrupting the jujitsu world's balance kept it forbidden. Now that we're prepared, let's eliminate that worthless creature. Naoya's excited voice rang out as he led the Kukuri unit forward. News of the Zenin family's movements left me unsettled. Learning that Daiki Tsukasa had reached special grade by consuming cursed objects disappointed her deeply. She'd thought she'd found a powerful ally. Instead, this supposed ally proved unreliable and now faced execution orders from Jujutsu headquarters. To repay her life debt, she risked sending a warning message, an act that could lead to her conviction if discovered. Upon learning that Naoya would serve as executioner, she couldn't resist the urge to witness the confrontation. Perhaps she could leak information and let others eliminate him, channeling her loathing for the Zenin family. After all, wouldn't losing their heir apparent deliver a crushing blow? T/N. If you want more chapters like this, check out my Patreon. Take a look at my other translations too, you might like them. For just $1 you can access all the extra content, descriptive images, and the smuts. This one has a lot, costs only $2. That's it and happy reading. https://www.patreon.com/MrBlackwing. Chapter 106, Chapter 106 Itsuki, I suspect. 1,219 words. The next morning. Golden sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the living room. Yotsuba, with dark circles under her eyes, stared blankly at the floor. The scene of the two Mikas fighting kept replaying in her mind. Her face, pale as snow, suddenly flushed crimson as if blood might drip from it. Yotsuba. Yotsuba. Calm down. Think carefully. You'll definitely spot the inconsistency. She took a deep breath, forcing her chaotic thoughts to settle. Since someone had impersonated Miku, it had to be one of the quintuplets. First, she eliminated Miku and herself. That left only Ichika, Nino, and Itsuki as possibilities. After analyzing the timing and presence of the two Mikas, she concluded the most likely suspects were Ichika and Nino. It wasn't yet bedtime when it happened. If one was Itsuki in disguise, the other had to be either Nino or Ichika. The key detail was that Nino and Ichika shared a bedroom. If one disappeared, wouldn't the other notice? There was only one explanation: neither Ichika nor Nino were in their bedroom. They must have used the separate bedroom arrangement as cover while staying in the same room. Then, when no one was watching, they disguised themselves as Miku and snuck into Daiki's room. Yotsuba's eyes sparkled as she unraveled the mystery. My improved grades really have made me smarter. The old me would never have caught these details. No wonder Nino and Ichika had so willingly given up one of the rooms. The evidence was undeniable. Yotsuba's deduction was perfect. Now she faced a new challenge: how to handle this delicate situation involving both Nino and Ichika. Maybe I should consult Itsuki? She's so smart, she'll know what to do. Her mind racing, she thought of her younger yet wise sister. Though Itsuki was the youngest, she was the most level-headed of them all. In this predicament, she couldn't turn to Miku. Itsuki was her only confidant. Itsuki, who had just opened her eyes in her bedroom, raised her hand to shield against the sunlight. As her gaze shifted, Yotsuba's face suddenly came into view. Kya! Itsuki's startled scream was quickly muffled by her sister's hand. When she realized it was Yotsuba, she let out a sigh of relief. For a moment, she had feared Miku had discovered everything and come to confront her. Yotsuba, what are you doing in my room so early? You nearly gave me a heart attack. Itsuki complained, still catching her breath. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to frighten you. But I've discovered something huge, and you're the only one I can tell. Yotsuba apologized with clasped hands, making her sister raise an eyebrow. What is it? Instead of answering, Yotsuba tiptoed to the door. After checking that the hallway was empty, she closed it and whispered. You have to promise not to tell anyone else, especially Miku. Last night I saw two Mikas in Daiki-kun's room. The words hit Itsuki like a bolt from the blue, making her heart skip a beat. Is that so? Her face stiffened, she hadn't expected anyone to witness that. If this information got out, it would be disastrous. Next time she'd have to make sure the bedroom door was locked tight. No, there wouldn't be a next time. Right? I had the same reaction when I first saw it. Ahaha, indeed, that's quite shocking, but why are you telling me this? Itsuki asked nervously. To be honest, Itsuki, I think it was Nino and Ichika. Yotsuba pressed her hand firmly on the bedding, her tone deadly serious. Itsuki, still wearing her black stockings, felt her heart leap into her throat. While watching her sister's eyes, she discreetly tucked a visible earphone under the bedding and nodded emphatically. Yotsuba, oblivious to these subtle movements, launched into a detailed explanation of her deductive reasoning. She wasn't entirely wrong, she had actually stumbled upon part of the truth. Thankfully, Yotsuba hadn't told Miku yet. There was still hope. Yotsuba, you did exactly right. This is an extremely delicate matter, we absolutely can't let Miku know. How about this, let me investigate quietly while you stay back for now. Itsuki suggested after a moment's thought, hoping to keep her sister from interfering. What? You want to investigate alone? That won't work. Trust me, you need my exceptional deductive abilities. Having tasted the thrill of intellectual discovery for the first time, Yotsuba refused to step aside. She wanted to follow this mystery to its conclusion, to experience that triumphant moment when a detective reveals the truth. She wanted everyone, especially Miku, to recognize her newfound wisdom. Looking at her sister's determination, Itsuki fell silent. Her priorities were clear: first, ensure Yotsuba's silence, and second, get her out of the room. If she spotted the earphone and stockings, everything would unravel. That's fine too. Let's keep this secret for now and proceed carefully. Just make sure you don't give anything away. Itsuki cautioned repeatedly, and Yotsuba earnestly promised with her hand on her chest. After shooing her sister out, Itsuki closed the bedroom door. She swallowed hard and quickly threw the earphone and other accessories into the drawer. At the sight of the torn clothes, her cheeks flushed red. What am I thinking? She snapped back to reality and hastily cleaned the entire bedroom. When she went downstairs, however, something felt off about the atmosphere. Hey, where's Daiki? She asked with a forced smile. Daiki-kun said he had some matters to handle. Miku replied, her expression gloomy. Itsuki's eyes flickered, could it be about the jujitsu headquarters? Worry crept into her eyes as she wondered how things would turn out. Miku, don't worry about Daiki-kun. She walked into the living room to comfort her sister. Daiki-kun just went back to get something. He told us to study by ourselves for now. Miku said, surprised. Ah. I see. When I saw your expression, I thought it was something serious. Itsuki's eyes swept across the room, catching Yotsuba's frantic signals. What could this mean? Had Yotsuba let something slip? Her heart pounded violently. It is serious, I found this while cleaning Daiki-kun's room. Miku held up a torn pair of black stockings. In the corner, Nino's pupils contracted. During her conversation with Miku that morning, she had realized something. The person she'd met last night hadn't been Miku at all. The green-haired girl knew nothing about last night's events. Before Nino could react, the clothes she'd left behind were discovered. She hadn't retrieved them because she'd thought she was dealing with Miku yesterday. She had only wanted to make her presence known, but now everything was ruined. Would honesty have been so difficult? And who was that Miku from last night? Since she'd witnessed the blood, meaning the person was virgin, it definitely wasn't Ichika. That left only Itsuki and Yotsuba. Nino quietly raised her eyes. When their gazes met, Itsuki immediately turned away. Case solved. T/N. If you want more chapters like this, check out my Patreon. Take a look at my other translations too, you might like them. For just $1 you can access all the extra content, descriptive images, And the smuts, this one has a lot, costs only $2. That's it and happy reading. https://www.patreon.com/mrblackwing. Chapter 107, Chapter 107 Miku, You Know Me. 1026 words. Damn it. I'm furious. Out of nowhere, I got betrayed again. If it were just Miku, I could understand, she was here first. But what's the deal with Itsuki? She showed up later and had the nerve to blame me to my face. Nino's mind filled with images of Miku's shy behaviors. No wonder something felt off earlier. Given Miku's personality and feelings, how could she possibly have willingly stepped aside? Now it makes sense why Itsuki said she'd prove it tomorrow. She was planning to consult with Miku. That means, if I hadn't been so pushy, Itsuki would never have done that. Nino was dumbfounded by this turn of events. It was dark, and she'd been too nervous at the time to notice that Miku was actually Itsuki in disguise. What the hell? She had no one to vent her anger to. Would Daiki end up becoming a shared boyfriend at this rate? By then, Miku's anger wouldn't even faze her, she'd be used to it. Itsuki sat quietly, avoiding Nino's gaze. She hadn't lost anything, so they'd never catch her. So? Miku's eyes were dark with anger. Jealousy surged within her, almost driving her to call and question Daiki. But she calmed herself, deciding to find the culprit first. Ichika? Her gaze landed on the first sister. Miku, you know me. If it were me, there wouldn't be any evidence left. Ichika quickly responded. Miku's face darkened. Why did those words sound so suspicious? Was she implying that if she'd done it, she would have been more careful? She stared for a moment, unable to read her sister's expression. She turned to the second sister. Miku, you know me, with my fashion sense, I would never wear such unfashionable clothes. Nino hastily explained. She'd long complained about her sister wearing stockings all day. Miku's expression grew darker. What did she mean by unfashionable? What was wrong with her clothes? Daiki actually liked this style. Her face clouded over, and Nino's heart pounded in her chest. After a pause, Miku shifted her attention to the fourth sister. She lifted her teacup and asked coldly, Yotsuba? Since Nino and Ichika had been together, she doubted it was either of them. Huh? Miku, you know me. With my track team experience, if it were me, I definitely would have left more than just one. Miku's teacup trembled. Yotsuba's words nearly made her explode with anger. But oddly enough, her logic made sense. She quickly turned to the last sister, Itsuki. Miku, you know I would never do something like that. Itsuki's face reddened as she recalled last night's events. If anyone else had shown that expression, Miku would have been suspicious. But this was Itsuki, her personality made such deception impossible. She mistook Itsuki's blush for anger and felt guilty for doubting her innocent sister. I'm sorry. Miku quickly apologized and turned to Rizu. Rizu met her gaze with innocent eyes, and Miku looked away. This little girl had been by her side the whole time, she couldn't be involved. Her attention returned to Yotsuba, Ichika, and Nino. Though Nino and Ichika's explanations were harsh, they matched their personalities perfectly, leaving little room for doubt. Which left only. Everyone's eyes turned to Yotsuba. Huh? It wasn't me. I'm innocent. Yotsuba protested, panicking under their collective stare. She was the most guileless of them all, why was she under suspicion? It couldn't have been me, could it? Miku felt frustrated that someone had impersonated her, and not just anyone, but likely one of her own sisters. Seeing Miku's anger, those harboring guilt remained silent. Then Nino frowned and spoke up, why couldn't it be? Her words caught everyone's attention. The thought had only just occurred to Nino. She'd never purchased clothes like her sisters. Weren't the clothes and headphones taken from Miku's bedroom? What do you mean? Miku's voice caught as realization dawned. That's your bedroom, isn't it? Finding clothes like that would be normal. Instead of questioning us, why don't you check your own closet? Nino's confidence grew with each word. Miku's mind raced to a possibility she hadn't dared consider. Without another word, she hurried to her bedroom to inspect her closet. To her shock, something was indeed missing. That means... Her face flushed pink. Really now, if Daiki-kun wanted it, he could have just asked. How could he secretly take my... and do that kind of thing? I made such a fuss before thinking it through. She imagined his embarrassment upon return. Her hands clenched as her thoughts whirled. Should I find a way to make Daiki-kun more comfortable? If he keeps holding back, someone else might take advantage. Miku emerged from her bedroom, face red, and apologized to everyone. The guilty parties exhaled in relief. Rizu, oblivious to the truth, simply enjoyed the drama. Only Yatsuba's eyes flickered with growing shock at Nino and the others. Impersonating Miku was bad enough, but they hadn't even bothered to acquire their own props. Taking them directly from Miku's closet, how shameless. She would definitely catch Nino and Ichika in the act. Yatsuba felt hurt about being falsely accused earlier. After all her efforts to help Miku, she'd ended up under suspicion. Yatsuba shook her head, dismissing these painful thoughts. Meanwhile, Naoya Zenin had transported the Kukuri unit members to Chiba overnight. The group stood waiting at a deserted train station. Rough. Where's this damn train? Naoya kicked a passing dog as he complained impatiently. He remained oblivious to the jet-black crows gliding in from the distance, perching on tree branches opposite the station. The crows tilted their heads, their eyes gleaming like black pearls. Through his black bird manipulation technique, Daiki used their shared vision to lock onto his target. T/N, if you want more chapters like this, check out my Patreon. Take a look at my other translations too, you might like them. For just $1 you can access all the extra content, descriptive images, and the smuts. This one has a lot, costs only $2. That's it and happy reading. https://www.patreon.com/MrBlackwing. Chapter 108, Chapter 108 Total Annihilation of the Kukuri Unit. 1198 words. Spatial transference. As the innate technique activated, Daiki instantly appeared on the branch where the crow had landed. His skywalking ability kept him suspended in the air. Using far sight and insight, he clearly observed Naoya and the others. Let's go say hello then. Bird strike. The pitch-black crow suddenly spread its wings, dark feathers gleaming. Its weak cursed energy surged to its peak at a terrifying speed. A deafening boom and sonic barrier burst forth in midair. The seemingly weak crow tore through the air like a missile. Naoya, sitting on the bench, only heard an explosion by his ear before flesh and blood sprayed onto his cheek. The horrifying speed left him with no time to react. In the dead silence, he dazedly raised his fingertip to touch his cheek, revealing a glaring red. When he turned his head, he saw the unit member beside him had been decapitated. The headless corpse of the muscular body still stood rigidly in place. Crow feathers lay scattered among the dismembered limbs. A cold breeze swept across the station as the headless corpse crashed heavily to the ground. Thud. The muffled sound of the fall made one shudder. Naoya's pupils contracted sharply as he dodged with lightning speed. The remaining Kukuri unit members flashed away to find nearby cover. Bastard! Who dares attack our Zenin family's direct squad? He raged, yelling at the forest across the tracks. He never imagined someone would dare attack a Zenin family unit. As one of the 3 great families of the Jujutsu world, who would dare provoke them? Do they have a death wish? Caw. A hoarse crow's cry echoed through the sky. Black crows filled the air, beating their wings in unison. One crow landed on the platform where Naoya and the others were hiding. The moment it touched down, the black crow's form transformed into a human shadow. Daiki sneered as he surveyed his executioner hiding behind cover. I heard the Jujutsu headquarters sentenced me to public execution. I want to have a chat with the higher-ups, but I don't know the way. I need someone to guide me. Who wants to volunteer? Naoya and the Kukuru unit members' faces changed drastically at these words. This is the one sentenced to public execution by the Jujutsu headquarters? Why were his cursed techniques completely different from what was in the files? Wasn't he supposed to only have the /innate techniques and domain from consuming Sukuna's finger? Damn council, couldn't they investigate properly? Naoya cursed internally. They could have at least gotten the basic information right. He had easily killed a member with just an ordinary crow. If he had gone all out earlier, the Kukuru unit would have been completely annihilated. After weighing his options, Naoya stepped out from behind cover. Ah. So you're the one who got lucky and consumed a special-grade cursed object. As he spoke, his eyes darted between the nearby crows. To his surprise, these crows were all ordinary, their cursed energy nowhere near that of the one that was killed. I advise you to obediently follow the headquarters arrangements. Don't think you can run wild just because you gained some trivial power. The foundation of the Jujutsu headquarters and 3 great families is beyond your imagination. Since someone tipped you off, you should know that the Prime Minister himself stands behind the Jujutsu headquarters. Arrogance dripped from Naoya's words. As the next head of the Zenin family in the Jujutsu world, he considered these ordinary Jujutsu sorcerers beneath his notice, they were merely sullying his eyes. If not for wanting to test the cursed devil's power, he wouldn't even be here. T/N, I didn't understand before, but now I searched better and saw that this cursed devil really exists in Chainsaw Man, with the nails and everything. Daiki didn't answer, merely raising his finger slightly. Innate technique dismantle. Snap. The snap rang out abruptly. Squelch. The sound of tearing flesh followed immediately. Darkness filled Naoya's vision as intense pain surged through him. Ah. His left arm was severed instantly by an invisible slash. Blood gushed out like a fountain, splashing frantically onto the ground. The hidden Kukuru unit members froze for half a second before widening their eyes and roaring, "What are you waiting for? Save the young master." They charged forward, wielding nail-shaped swords. Just need to hit the enemy 3 times to summon the cursed devil. 3 times. 3 times. Innate technique dismantle. Squelch. Blood colored their vision red. The charging Kukuru unit members were all sliced in half at the waist. The sharpness of the invisible slashes was beyond what ordinary people could withstand. Even as Jujutsu sorcerers, they were like lambs to the slaughter. Arc-shaped blood sprayed outward from their corpses. The colorful spectacle bloomed as intestines and blood flowed from their bisected bodies. The pungent smell of blood terrified Naoya as he clutched his severed arm. It wasn't that he hadn't seen brutal slaughter before, he'd never witnessed Jujutsu sorcerers cut down like wheat with a mere wave of the hand. The Kukuru unit, which the Zenin family had painstakingly built, now seemed like nothing but a joke. Hit the enemy 3 times consecutively. For the first time, they realized how impossible those 3 hits were. Forget 3, they couldn't even land a single strike. They didn't even have the chance to get close enough to attack. Spatial transference. Daiki's figure vanished, reappearing behind him. Naoya lay collapsed on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. The cursed energy looming behind him was terrifying, bottomless as an abyss. The shadow cast by sunlight engulfed his body. He glanced at the Kukuru unit captain beside him. The captain's head had been cleanly severed. Bright blood flowed from his neck's cross-section, down his body, dripping from his clothes and spreading across the ground. Jujutsu headquarters, go to hell. You call this just a quarter of the King of Curses' power? Not just Naoya, but Mai, hiding in the shadows, trembled in fear. She had secretly followed Naoya and the others here overnight, only to witness the Zenin family's trump card utterly destroyed in a single encounter. Daiki bent down, placing his hand on Naoya's skull. Have you considered it? The soft whisper sent sweat rolling down Naoya's forehead. The hand on his head felt not like flesh, but a sharp kitchen knife. One wrong word, and his skull would split open. At that moment, one of the bisected jujitsu sorcerers crawled forward, clutching a nail-shaped sword, ready to die fighting. Which devil did you contract with? Daiki's fingers pressed down slightly. Naoya's voice trembled as he shouted, "It's the cursed devil." T/N. If you want more chapters like this, check out my Patreon. Take a look at my other translations too, you might like them. For just $1 you can access all the extra content, descriptive images, and the smuts. This one has a lot, costs only $2. That's it and happy reading. https://www.patreon.com/MrBlackwing. Chapter 109, Chapter 109 Curse Technique, 7 Nails of Damnation. 1055 words. Just 3 hits with the nail sword summons the cursed devil. The cursed devil wields mysterious and devastating power. When Zen and family sorcerers contract with it, they must sacrifice their own lifespan. Once summoned, it can instantly kill grade 2 sorcerers without giving them any chance to resist. Even the semi-grade 1 sorcerers in the Hei admit the cursed devil's power is beyond their ability to handle. This is why the Zenin family turned to their Kukuri unit, a group of non-technique sorcerers, to make contracts with the cursed devil, making them their trump card. Naoya, head bowed, revealed everything he knew. The Zenin family's secret test showed that sorcerers below special grade stood no chance against the cursed devil's power. Even special grade sorcerers would struggle if targeted. However, summoning the cursed devil had strict conditions. The same nail sword had to strike the target 3 consecutive times. While the Zenin family's semi-grade 1 sorcerers couldn't match the cursed devil's power, its price was uniquely demanding. Unlike other devils that might demand eyes, arms, or other body parts, the cursed devil wanted only one thing: the contractor's lifespan. How could life-cherishing semi-grade 1 sorcerers possibly make such a contract? By the time they reached semi-grade 1, they were elderly. A single payment of lifespan would kill them instantly. This was why they had the Kukuri unit, a subsidiary of the Hei, make the contracts instead. Yet no one anticipated their target's overwhelming power. The Kukuri unit members couldn't even approach him, much less land 3 strikes with the nail sword. The cursed devil. Daiki muttered, eyes narrowing thoughtfully. The cursed devil's might was truly formidable. It could easily overpower a weapon devil like Katana Man, who had merged with the Katana Devil. If he could collect a devil of this caliber, the reward would be substantial. Daiki's gaze lowered as he activated his Phantom Sight ability. Naoya's forehead beaded with sweat, his heart pounding, as he watched the bisected Kukuri unit member crawl closer. Daiki stood behind him in complete silence. Could it be? Does this fool actually intend to face the cursed devil directly? The incredulous thought flashed through his mind. Other sorcerers might hesitate, but this one was different. He had consumed Sukuna's finger. Could he really have been promoted to special grade just from Sukuna's finger? After witnessing the blackbird manipulation technique, Naoya snapped to attention. The Jujutsu headquarters must have overlooked something crucial in their investigation. But the Kukuri unit member was already before him, channeling his remaining cursed energy into a fierce thrust at Daiki. Squelch! Blood sprayed through the air. Devil fingers materialized behind the nail sword and burst forth. Their fierce force drove the blade straight through its target. From the mysterious void, a grotesque demon growled, 3. Arg! The Kukuri unit member roared. The nail sword struck twice more with lightning speed. As he landed the 3rd consecutive hit, he smiled. Blood poured from his mouth as he opened it, cough cough. Kill him. The cursed devil, hidden in the void, responded coldly to the man's final command. 0. An invisible giant hand materialized instantly. With just a slight squeeze, bones began to creak. The terrifying cursed demon revealed its massive, grotesque form. The Kukuri unit member's lips twisted into a maniacal smile. His opponent's arrogance would cost him everything. In his final moments, he turned toward the young family head. Young master, my mission, cough cough, is complete. Blood clouded his vision. Why does the young master's silhouette look different? His consciousness faded into darkness. Mai, hiding in the shadows, covered her mouth in disbelief. The Kukuru unit member, supposedly the most loyal to the Zenin family, was actually trying to kill Naoya. Held in the cursed devil's giant hand, Naoya's composure shattered. What he thought would be his moment of triumph had become his gravest mistake. Why did you stab me? You should have stabbed him. I'll cooperate. I know, the address of the Jujutsu headquarters. Naoya gasped as the cursed devil's grip threatened to crush his bones. Broken bone fragments pierced his organs, grinding together as the cursed devil's twin bone skulls descended toward him. Naoya, his noble bearing forgotten, begged for his life. So this is the cursed devil? Don't disappoint me. Ghost hand phantom grip. An invisible ghost hand seized the cursed devil from behind. The cursed devil. This familiar technique rendered it speechless. The heavenly reversal. How dare anyone curse it, the cursed devil itself. Roar. The cursed devil's overwhelming power made the previously invincible phantom hand tremble. Decay withering aura. Daiki raised his palm, unleashing misty gray decay energy that swept across the train platform, reducing it to dust. The flourishing weeds withered instantly, and the living soil transformed into dead earth. Decay prison of rot. Gray decay force spread from the invisible hand to encompass its palm, forming a rotting cage that imprisoned the cursed devil. I'll be taking your power without ceremony. He lifted the cage containing the cursed devil and tossed it into his collection space. Detected host collecting cursed devil. Reward, curse technique, 7 nails of damnation. A cold mechanical voice echoed in his ears. Meanwhile, all people contracted with the cursed devil worldwide lost their connections. The cursed devil's power vanished entirely from both earth and hell. In the depths of the Public Safety Devil Hunter Division, Makima suddenly lifted her head. What's wrong? Asked Kishibe, a burly man who had been delivering his report. His wary gaze revealed his unease around this dangerous woman. Yet her position, appointed by the chief cabinet secretary, put her beyond any ordinary devil hunter's ability to challenge. Sorry, I was distracted. Makima replied, her expression unchanging as she composed herself. Her true thoughts remained a mystery to all. Kishibe studied her for a moment before resuming his report. T/N, if you want more chapters like this, check out my Patreon. Take a look at my other translations too, you might like them. For just $1 you can access all the extra content, descriptive images, and the smuts. This one has a lot, costs only $2. That's it and happy reading. https://www.patreon.com/MrBlackwing. Chapter 110, Chapter 110 The Inspector General's Fury. 1206 words. Shock flashed through Daiki's pupils. The reward from the Cursed Devil collection had surprised even him. Curse technique, 7 nails of damnation. T/N, changed the name to curse so it wouldn't be confused with the cursed techniques from Jujutsu Kaisen. It functioned like a special killing move governed by rules. The only requirements were knowing the cursed person's true name and face. When Daiki activated this ability, a straw doll would form automatically. The doll required worship 3 times daily for 21 consecutive days, after which it would become identical to the target. Any damage inflicted on the doll using arrow-type abilities or weapons would transfer directly to the real person. The most remarkable aspect of this curse technique was its ability to bypass both spatial and physical defenses. It could strike the target from above, regardless of distance. Even if the target possessed skin of bronze and bones of iron, these defenses wouldn't protect them from the doll's effects. Incredible. Though it has 2 limitations, the long activation time and needing the target's true name and face. Daiki mused. The 21-day requirement made it impractical for direct combat. Additionally, the name and face requirements could prevent activation entirely. The first limitation was straightforward, an enemy could strike before the curse took effect. The second posed problems with beings like Kenjaku or Tenjin. They knew the true name, but who could know their original face from 1,000 years ago? Daiki could only picture Sugiru's face. Merely imagining that brain wouldn't suffice to activate the curse technique. By the way, has this world ever given birth to Campioni? According to May's information about the mage associations, they must have existed. They've all vanished now for unknown reasons. I wonder if those Campioni in my memories have changed. Marquis Vauban, Black Prince, Doni, what were their full names again? With his current power, he stood no chance against them. These Campioni wielded abilities that made ordinary people despair. If the world hadn't changed, Daiki wouldn't need to worry. But with its transformation, who knew when they might return? For safety's sake, he decided to worship them all one by one. It would waste time but cause no harm. Collecting his thoughts, Daiki looked again at the vacant-eyed Naoya. Since you've chosen to submit, what are you still hesitating for? The cold words and gaze made the blood-covered Naoya tremble in fear. Daiki's gaze turned to the corner, and Mai awkwardly stepped out. She raised both hands and said, "Senior, I came to give you information." Naoya's eyes widened as overwhelming fury surged through his heart. He had led the Zenin family's Kukuri unit here with great effort to execute judgment, only to discover a traitor within their own ranks. No wonder Daiki had ambushed them at the train station platform. "I know, otherwise you'd be dead already." Hearing Daiki's words, Mai shuddered. She noticed crows perched on every surrounding tree branch. That's a killing technique using crow's lives as bindings, isn't it? She recalled her teacher Yudahai Mayori's words at Kyoto Jujutsu High, where she had mentioned a senior developing a similar ability. Mai was stunned to see this technique here. Even more surprising was how perfectly it matched Yudaheim's description. Could Daiki really possess two innate techniques? "Thank you, Senior. Are you heading to the Jujutsu headquarters?" "Forgive my concern, but they have countless Jujutsu sorcerers. Isn't going alone too dangerous? As the saying goes, enough ants can kill an elephant." The headquarters could mobilize numerous Jujutsu sorcerers, and with their contracted devils and other resources, victory seemed unlikely. "Rest assured, I have everything well in hand," Daiki stated with unwavering certainty, his steady gaze brooking no further discussion. His cold eyes turned to the other Zenin. Sensing the chill, Naoya quickly said, "Kyoto, the headquarters is in Kyoto, where many Jujutsu sorcerers are stationed." Mai felt satisfaction seeing his miserable state. Yet her true target for revenge wasn't Naoya, but the family that had treated her and her sister as disposable pawns. With her current power, did she have any right to seek such revenge? The answer was, absolutely not. The Zenin family's combat organization consisted of semi-grade 1 sorcerers, the elite of the Jujutsu world. She was still only a grade 3 sorcerer, separated from them by an insurmountable gap. For revenge, she could only rely on Daiki's power. But he wasn't her puppet, how could she expect him to simply do her bidding? "Senior, take me with you. I can help." "Oh? Are you sure you won't be a burden?" Mai's excitement instantly deflated. Indeed, with her power, she couldn't help at all. If she hadn't secretly informed him, their paths might never have crossed again. "Senior. I want revenge on the Zenin family, at any cost." "I'm willing." Naoya stared at Mai in disbelief. What had the Zenin family done to provoke such hatred from this woman? Could anything justify seeking revenge against the entire clan? What terrified and enraged him more was that Daiki raised his hand and transported her away. Any cost? His fingertip lifted her chin. "Wait, at least until we take revenge on the Zenin family." Before she could finish speaking, Daiki withdrew his hand with disinterest. With a wave, he vanished through the spatial transference technique. Mai's face turned pale as she finally grasped the vast gulf between their positions. Meanwhile, Daiki had already transported Naoya directly to Kyoto. Thousands of crows mysteriously perched across Kyoto streets. With Naoya in tow, he strode toward the Jujutsu headquarters. The Jujutsu sorcerers monitoring Kyoto immediately reported this ominous sight. Upon receiving the news, the headquarters erupted in fury. How dare he march into Kyoto so brazenly? He's heading straight for headquarters. What is he thinking? The Jiu-Jitsu Inspector General's thunderous voice made the other higher-ups quake. None had ever witnessed such rage from him before. The reports showed Naoya, his severed arm making him a pitiful sight. The Inspector General's eyes turned glacial, he hadn't shown such anger in years. The Jiu-Jitsu headquarters was no ordinary place, it was the supreme authority commanding all Jiu-Jitsu sorcerers. Not only had this wanted criminal refused to flee, but he dared to challenge them directly? Even the mighty Suguru Gedo had retreated when facing the headquarters. Yet this upstart Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer had the audacity to rebel. Would this not tarnish his legacy as the Jiu-Jitsu Inspector General? Never in history had any Inspector General faced such brazen defiance. Mobilize every Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer in Kyoto, surround and eliminate him. Despite his fury, the Inspector General maintained his composure. Naoya Zenin's defeat proved that Daikitsu Kasa possessed special grade power. He couldn't be taken lightly. But if he believed a special grade sorcerer could rampage through Kyoto unchecked, he would learn the price of such arrogance. T/N, if you want more chapters like this, check out my Patreon. Take a look at my other translations too, you might like them. For just $1 you can access all the extra content, descriptive images, and the smuts. This one has a lot, costs only $2. That's it and happy reading. https://www.patreon.com/MrBlackwing. Chapter 111, Chapter 111 All Jiu-Jitsu Sorcerers of Kyoto. 1186 words. Did the Zenin family heir Naoya Zenin fail his execution mission? Impossible. That Zenin heir is a special grade 1 sorcerer. What do you mean impossible? The condemned prisoner has dragged Naoya Zenin to Kyoto and is heading straight for the higher-ups. Heavens above, has Daikitsu Kasa lost his mind? Such audacity. Is he planning to challenge the Jiu-Jitsu Inspector General? The Jiu-Jitsu Inspector General, nominated by the three great families and appointed by the Prime Minister himself, commands the entire Jiu-Jitsu world. The news of Naoya Zenin's defeat spread like wildfire through Kyoto. Every Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer stood stunned. Despite his awful personality, Naoya's power was undeniable. A grade 1 sorcerer at such a young age. With the Zenin family's innate technique at his disposal, even veteran sorcerers struggled to match him. He had led the Zenin family's elite Kukuru unit to Chiba for the execution, only to see them completely annihilated in a single night. Now he had led the enemy straight to Jiu-Jitsu headquarters, an act of utter treachery. Even more baffling was Daiki's solitary approach to Kyoto. Did consuming Sukuna's fingers make him think he could become Sukuna himself? Such arrogance. He dares challenge the entire Kyoto Jiu-Jitsu community alone? We cannot let him escape, our reputation depends on it. Just what we'd expect from someone reckless enough to consume Sukuna's fingers. This is our chance to eliminate those consumed fingers once and for all. He must be planning to use the Zenin heir as leverage since he didn't kill him outright. We cannot allow that. The Jiu-Jitsu sorcerers of Kyoto were in chaos. Truth was irrelevant, they needed only to follow the higher-ups' orders. After all, Sukuna's finger was a cursed object that brought nothing but evil. What good could possibly come from someone who consumed such a thing? Only calamity. They would never permit the king of curses, Ryaman Sukuna, to rise again. While Kyoto's Jiu-Jitsu community was in uproar, the Zenin family presented a stark contrast. Naoya's defeat had brought complete disgrace to the family. Naobito Zenin's expression remained calm despite the failure. However, Oji Zenin, seated below, was visibly restless. How dare that worthless low-grade sorcerer humiliate our Zenin family like this? Let me take the hay to kill him. Oji sprang to his feet, cursed energy radiating uncontrollably from his body. Even Naoya lost, what makes you think you can win? Naobito's raised eyes left his brother speechless. But remaining idle at the Zenin estate would surely destroy their family's reputation. The higher-ups have requested elite forces from the three great families. Whoever's interested can go. Naobito crossed his arms inside his sleeves and delivered the higher-ups order. Without another word, Oji walked out of the family compound. The other semi-grade 1 sorcerers exchanged glances before following suit. Had it been anyone else captured, they wouldn't have cared. But since it was the Zenin clan heir, they had no choice but to act. After they departed, Naobito's expression gradually darkened. Naoya was still his son, and this disgrace to the Zenin family affected him deeply. No matter how open-minded he was, he couldn't remain unmoved. Yet ganging up on Daiki Tsukasa was already disgraceful. If he, as family head, personally stepped in, they would lose face even in victory. Whatever, he's as good as dead anyway. He muttered, taking a sip of sake while awaiting the final outcome. Surrounded by all the jujitsu sorcerers of Kyoto, did that kid truly believe himself to be the king of curses? Following the higher-ups order, all Kyoto jujitsu sorcerers mobilized to hunt down a special grade sorcerer. If they survived this, their names would be legendary. They could boast about it to their descendants for generations to come. Victory was certain, with all of Kyoto's jujitsu sorcerers united, defeat wasn't even a possibility. That fool who didn't know his limits would drown in their combined might. Daiki dragged the half-dead Naoya toward the higher-ups' headquarters. Suddenly, a black curtain blanketed the sky, followed by layer upon layer of dense curtains stacking together. The jujitsu sorcerers of Kyoto stood at the headquarters, looking down from the hilltop now teeming with bloodthirsty warriors. Did they gather every sorcerer in Kyoto? Daiki raised his eyebrows slightly, gazing up at the curtains above. Ha ha ha. You can't escape now. I can't believe you actually dared to come to Kyoto alone. Let me go, and I might still plead for mercy on your behalf, otherwise, there's no way out. Naoya's attitude shifted instantly as he pointed and shouted. His servile demeanor had vanished, replaced by an arrogance that made anyone who saw it want to punch him. The Inspector General, standing atop the headquarters, could barely contain his excitement. Though he commanded the entire jujitsu world, he had never led so many sorcerers in battle before. Now, he truly felt the weight of his position as Jujitsu Inspector General. Fool! Surrender now. You think consuming 2 of Sukuna's fingers makes you special grade? Even a real special grade sorcerer would die here today. The Inspector General declared, pointing down at Daiki. Opportunists shamelessly readied their cameras, claiming they wanted to broadcast his heroic image throughout the jujitsu world. Even the Inspector General, who typically scorned modern technology, suddenly found himself appreciating its merits. Kasumi Miwa of Kyoto Jujitsu High watched the livestream, her fists clenched. Due to the life debt between them, she couldn't believe Daiki was truly evil. Still, approaching the jujitsu headquarters in Kyoto alone seemed impossibly reckless. Oh? Is this the senior Kasumi I mentioned? Momo Nishimiya mused while riding her broom, watching the livestream with a tinge of regret. He seemed just her type, what a shame he was about to meet his end. Satoru Gojo, away on business, received the news from Mazumichi Yaga. He pulled out his phone with interest. Young people these days are so energetic, daring to challenge the higher-ups alone. If he hadn't been away on business, he could have intervened to stop this. But now... Satoru shook his head. It seemed he would have to give up on this special case. The Jujitsu Inspector General's lips curled in contempt as he savored his inevitable victory. Yet Daiki showed no fear at all. His fingers tightened slightly, and Naoya's skull split cleanly into 8 pieces. Splat. The sight of brain matter splattering across the ground enraged the Inspector General and his fellow sorcerers. Daiki felt the cursed energy surging within him as he surveyed the surrounding hilltops. He had initially planned to eliminate only the higher-ups, but now it seemed he would have to slaughter the entire Kyoto Jujitsu community. T/N. If you want more chapters like this, check out my Patreon. Take a look at my other translations too, you might like them. For just $1 you can access all the extra content, descriptive images, and the smuts. This one has a lot, costs only $2. That's it and happy reading. https://www.patreon.com/Mr. Blackwing. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.